Appearing as a girl with an ordinary appearance and no outstanding achievements, she was still struggling to submit job applications from one company to another. In a chance encounter, she came across a pitiful child struggling to cross the road, and with her kind nature, she did not think much before saving the child from the jaws of death. But because of that, death chose her instead. When she opened her eyes again, she had become the character Elodie in the novel she had always loved so much. Of course, Elodie was not the main character but rather the villainess. This character lived such a despicable life that she was destined to die early, which made her utterly despair. Her only consolation was that she had the opportunity to raise the male lead, Cabal, from a young age. Fortunately, as a child, Cabal was very obedient and always listened to Elodie, which gave her some comfort. According to the original story, Elodie was an extremely cruel person who constantly tormented the male lead from a young age, and when the male lead met the female lead, she even made things difficult for the female lead, and her end was to be petrified to death. Knowing her pitiful fate, Elodie was determined to live a meaningful life and would leave as soon as the male lead met the female lead, but perhaps the story was not as simple as she thought. The scene shifts to the vast mansion on the outskirts of the city. A little girl with pink hair and a flower-like face slowly woke up from her deep sleep. Sunlight streamed into the room, and she slowly stretched as she woke up. Remembering something, she smiled and turned to the boy lying next to her. "Cabal, wake up, we have to have breakfast." Hearing her call him awake, he slowly opened his eyes. But very quickly, he slowly drifted back to sleep. Elodie could only sigh helplessly. This child's name is Cabal Cernua, the male lead in the novel. Elodie continued to look at herself, and me. She chuckled softly at Cabal's actions. Cabal really is. The story slowly unfolded. A week ago, she had transmigrated into the villainous character of the novel. At that time, a girl around 25 years old appeared, waiting for the traffic light. The thought of her recent interview only made her more frustrated. As soon as the green light appeared, she slowly walked forward. "I failed the interview again today. How many times has this been?" Suddenly, a shout rang out behind her, which made her turn her head in surprise. It turned out that the little boy from earlier had tripped while crossing the road, and at the same time, a truck was rushing towards him from behind at an unyielding speed. But the boy was still covering his face and crying. Seeing the dire situation, she did not think much and immediately ran towards the boy. She did not even care about her own life. Dangerous. And just like that, this kind girl managed to save the boy in time. After successfully saving the boy, she breathed a sigh of relief. But then, this poor girl suddenly realized that something was wrong. It turned out that she had not noticed the truck behind her. A loud noise rang out. This time she had really gone to meet her ancestors. Time gradually passed, and the poor girl from earlier slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she looked around, her face became even more dazed. Where is this? Everything here was just a mass of black with different fragments that made her feel confused. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? I do not want to die like this. While she was still in despair and unwilling to accept it, a system screen suddenly appeared in front of her. She felt quite confused by this sudden notification. What is it? The system screen clearly displayed the following lines. You are dead. Option 1, proceed to judgment. Go to hell or heaven. Option 2, enroll in this world. For saving a life, you receive an additional option and a buff item. Please note, the world is randomly selected. The item is undisclosed, 1 or 2. Reading these notifications made her ponder and calculate. It is the era of portals, so the afterlife is mechanized too. While she was still hesitating, the system suddenly displayed another notification in front of her. 10. If you do not choose, the system will automatically select number 1. The time on the system screen continued to tick down, leaving only 9 seconds. Seeing the time passing without waiting, this poor girl was helpless and did not know what to do. Wait, give me time to think. This time, she directed her attention to option 2, judgment, going to heaven or hell. I am not confident in either. This made her extremely conflicted and unsure of what to choose, what to do. At this moment, only 6 seconds remained. Sweat constantly poured down her face, but she still did not know what to choose. After thinking for a short time, the poor girl finally made a decision. Her trembling hands reached for option number 2 on the system screen. Please, I hope I will be happy in the next life. Back in reality, the poor girl had entered the role of Elodie, and so I transmigrated into the world inside this romantic novel. Seeing Cabal still sleeping soundly, she thought with amusement, when I opened my eyes, I thought this was just a normal family. Thinking of this made her somewhat worried. My luck is the worst. I got reborn, but I was reborn as the villain with a fate to die. Clearly, Elodie was unwilling to accept these things. She remembered Cabell's small figure. Was it because I saw Cabell's harsh fate was similar to mine, that in this novel I even received Cabell's emotions? When he was very young, Cabell was an extremely pitiful child, the illegitimate son of the Duke Cernua family. From the time he was young, his parents had become extremely neglectful. Cabell was abandoned at an orphanage as an infant, even at the orphanage. He was always a child ostracized by everyone, no one cared about him. Cabell was even severely bullied by adults. In a chance encounter, Cabell met a wealthy and elegant man. Afterwards, the truth that Cabell was the heir to Cernua was discovered, and he was brought back to the Duke's family. And finally he had this day when he could sleep with warm blankets and soft mattresses, but after arriving at the Duke's family, his true misfortune officially began. Due to having lived at an orphanage, Cabell was very afraid of adults. And that was also the reason why Elodie appeared. In order to help Cabell, the butler brought Elodie McClare to be his wife. No one guessed that Elodie was an extremely dangerous person, but that choice of the butler was the source of all the problems. With her saintly appearance, but deep inside Elodie's soul was extremely frightening, Elodie began to torment Cabell, causing all kinds of cruel behavior. Afterwards, everything slowly began, and as the person with real power in the Duke's family, thinking back to the entire plot, Elodie felt a little tired. Just thinking about that made her feel suffocated. Fortunately, the female lead appeared. At the same time in another place, a story was also slowly being told. Later, Cabell received an imperial order. The two quickly faced each other and fell in love, the princess of the Dayef kingdom, and also his destined love. Just thinking about this made Elodie a little bored. Since they transmigrated me, would not it have been better to just make me the female lead? What a pity. Just like that, Cabell's revenge after growing up began. After making meritorious achievements, Cabell returned with the female lead, and requested a divorce from Elodie, but that terrifying woman could only stand alone and look at the couple in front of her. She was extremely angry, to the point that the divorce papers were trembling in her hand. Elodie. This time in front of both of them, Elodie flatly tore up the divorce papers, causing the two of them to freeze a little, refused to divorce. And of course, she was also the source of all the problems. Not only that, the female lead was also suppressed and tormented by Elodie right in that mansion. This made the female lead at that time extremely miserable. Living was worse than death, but she still had to endure it for the one she loved. Thinking about this angsty story also made Elodie helpless. It still does not stop there. A vial of poison quickly appeared in her head. Finally, to kill the female lead, Elodie created a terrifying poison, causing the whole body to petrify. After thinking to this point, Elodie sat there and hesitated, because of the actions of the original Elodie, no matter how you look at it. But the plot developed in a different situation. At that time Cabell stood in front of Elodie with his sword. Fortunately, Cabell had discovered it in time before Elodie carried out her plan. She was kicked out of the Duke's mansion. And then as you sow, so shall you reap. In the end Elodie had to bear the consequences. Afterwards, like people always say cause and effect, Elodie contracted a terminal illness, with symptoms identical to the poison she created with her own hands. And then the ending for Elodie was to die an unnatural death. In the end, Elodie had to die in loneliness in a slum, a typical ending for a villain. The story ends there, and Elodie sighed after thinking about this plot. The person who was reborn as the villain was me. What kind of luck is this? Terribly unlucky. After thinking to this point, she quickly turned her head and looked towards Elodie, calling out, "Cabell, wake up quickly." Clearly he did not want to wake up at all. She did not forget to smile and talk. "After breakfast, I will read you comics to listen to." Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes and looked towards Elodie. Comics. Even though he did not want to very much, Cabell still had to sit up. "Cabell is awake." Elodie gently patted his head. "Good job." She unconsciously remembered the scene when Cabell was still wary of her. Last week, Cabell was very wary, but fortunately I managed to open the door to his heart in time. Because we sleep on the same bed every day, it seems like we have developed feelings. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps what he craves most is warmth and human kindness. Elodie gently patted Cabell's head. She even wondered in her heart, how could they neglect such a lovely child like this? He was still comfortably enjoying these things. A determined thought appeared in her head. In this life, I will live a peaceful life, different from the content of the novel. I will raise Cabell well, develop a cure for the terminal illness that I will contract in the future, and her face. After stepping down from the bed, Elodie grabbed Cabell's hand tightly. "Come on. She quickly stepped down and smiled, urging, "Let us go eat, Cabell." Because Elodie had her own plans in her head at this moment, I will raise the male lead well and hand him over to the female lead. Time quickly shifted to late at night inside the mansion. Elodie's thoughts emerged, taking advantage of the time when Cabell is. She quickly walked down the long hallway. "Let us plan for the future. I have been with Cabell all day, now I finally have free time." And so Elodie quickly sat down at the table and constantly wrote down her own goals on paper. "I can only think of this much for now." On the paper were written very clear lines: Elodie's future plans: raise Cabell well until he goes to the battlefield, protect the territory to prepare for Cabell's return. Research a method to cure the terminal illness. Reading these goals, Elodie continued to sink into her own thoughts. "Honestly, I do not want to send Cabell away, but obeying the Emperor's orders is the duty of Duke Cernua. I have no other choice. I do not have the power to stop the war." She felt quite sorry for the boy Cabell, who always had to endure everyone's arrangements. Cabell went to the battlefield when he was, but then later growing up, Cabell became a tall and muscular young man. This made Elodie feel somewhat relieved, but Cabell has grown up in a very wonderful form. Thinking of this made her so touched that she wiped away her tears. "Even so, I am already crying. Anyway, I have to send him away." Elodie continued to think of the image of another place, the sunlight shining throughout the garden, and the second plan. She seemed very thoughtful with this second plan. The territory of the Duke's family is very large, the land is fertile, but because it has been abandoned for too long, the number of residents is no longer large, causing the production capacity to be reduced. Moreover, in the original story, Elodie researched magical medicine, creating all kinds of harmful drugs. After thinking to this point, Elodie also had to hesitate, and threw it into the lake or into the forest. This caused serious. And so Elodie's final goal, finally, she circled the research on a method to cure the terminal illness. This is also a big question mark for her, a method to research and cure the terminal illness. She unconsciously remembered Elodie's illness in the original story, because Elodie will contract a terminal illness that causes the whole. Thinking about the fact that she would leave again made her unable to accept it. If I think in the direction of the ending for the villain, and what Elodie cares about most now, and be very healthy. Time quickly shifted to the next morning. The butler brought a file to Elodie. "This is the financial report that you requested." She quickly took the file in her hand. "Thank you." Her face was extremely serious and focused on working, which made the butler seem surprised. He was the butler of the Duke Cernua family. Norman, seeing Elodie focused on working like that, made him think, Count Meclair, the lady's biological father, is a stupid and greedy man. When bringing the lady back to the Duke's mansion, I was very worried that the lady would be like her father. Unconsciously, he remembered the first time when Elodie appeared at this place. Actually, I had no choice other than the lady. The thoughts in Norman's head that I could not see made him unable to ignore it, because who would want to marry their precious daughter to the heir of a poor duke's family with the status of an illegitimate child? The Duke and Duchess of the previous generation were extravagant and loved alcohol. They even constantly held parties all night long. Moreover, they indulged in alcoholism and ruined the entire territory. And then both of them left in one of those all-night drinking sessions. In the end, because they drank too much alcohol, both of them died of a heart attack. After recalling the entire story, Norman closed his eyes tightly and sank into thought. If I did not promptly make the young lord. The image of a man with a very sinister smile appeared in his head. I do not want to see Count Bologna with that cruel nature ruining the Cernua Duke's family. A family I have dedicated my whole life to. He remembered the poor child Cabell after bringing him back from the orphanage. Therefore, in despair, I found the previous duke's child born to a maid, right at the orphanage. But when he brought him back, his whole body trembled with fear, but the way the young lord was treated at the orphanage made the adults feel scared too. And then Norman almost understood the pain he had to endure. He could not adapt to a new environment at all. Thinking to this point, he sighed, thinking back to his plan. That is why I thought it would be better for the young lord to have a virtuous wife like my sister, after being officially recognized by the royal court as the heir to the territory. And just like that, a mountain of money was finally put out. I worked hard to prepare a large sum of money as a dowry. Everyone knows the situation of the Duke's family, so it is very difficult to find a good wife. In despair, finally a man appeared. Only Count Meclair was willing to sell his daughter, and this made Norman very surprised. He personally wrote a contract severing relations with his daughter. Returning to reality, he looked at Elodie with very moved eyes. That image of her father must make the lady feel very painful, but how can she be so mature? It seemed that Elodie was still just seriously reading the documents without paying attention to what he was showing on his face. Norman will support the lady for the rest of his life. After a period of time, reading the information recorded very clearly, Elodie seemed to understand something more, as expected. Before her was the image representing the Duke's family, Cabell's family, a Duke's family that once held great power. A man in the family had secretly built the image for a long time. The first Duke Cernua was a war hero, who personally conquered a vast land. After reading this information, Elodie seemed to understand more things, but Cabell's father, the previous Duke, neglected the management of the territory for too long. So now I have to struggle with the difficult financial problem. Before she knew it, she thought about using the money in the treasure chest. The first Duke hid gems and gold somewhere in this castle. After thinking for a period of time, Elodie quickly called out, "Norman." His face became very expectant. "Yes, madam." She continued to instruct, "Please find a real sword teacher for Cabell in the Night Order. If he wants to lead a Night Order, he must learn from a young age." Hearing this, he immediately nodded in understanding. "Yes, I understand, I will do as you request." Just like that, Norman turned and left, following Elodie's request. When he stepped out of the room, his face became thoughtful and he stood there for a long time. Looking into his eyes was enough to see how moved he was by her actions. Now I can raise my face and face the young lord's grandfather, the first Duke. Time passed very quickly until noon that day. Cabell was still enjoying the pastries in his hand. Elodie sitting next to him quickly spoke up to remind him, "Cabell, do not eat any more pastries." Hearing this, he very obediently put the pastry back inside the box. But his face became very gloomy, making Elodie not know what to do. Oh. She was very helpless, wanting to let him eat but not wanting to let him eat too much. To be honest, I want to let him eat as much as he wants, but eating too many snacks is not good for his health. It hurts so much. Elodie smiled and talked to him. "Let us go out and play, let us play hide and seek." He quickly nodded in agreement. In her head she had her own thoughts. Children are supposed to run and jump after all. Both quickly went outside to the yard. Elodie immediately instructed, "I am the one who runs. Cabell is the one who catches." "Okay." Cabell also obediently nodded. "Understood, Elodie." Hearing this, she could not stand it and quickly taught him, "You have to call me wife, Cabell." This made him not understand what was going on. "Wife." She nodded in confirmation, not forgetting to put her hand on her chest and introduce herself. "That is right, before the princess comes, I am still Cabell's wife." Hearing this, he became even more curious. "Princess." But she did not explain much but only said in a short way, "That is how it is. Anyway, I am Cabell's wife, so Cabell must call me wife." "Got it." He understood and nodded obediently. "Wife." And just like that, the two quickly played together in the vast mansion. "Good, now Cabell count to 10 and then come catch me." Just like that, Elodie turned and left, leaving Cabell standing on the side starting to count numbers. 10. He stared at her to see how fast she could run. 9. Elodie was struggling to run forward as fast as she could, trying to escape. 8. This time Cabell's face had something dangerous on it. 7. Suddenly he called out, "Wife." Hearing his name being called, Elodie turned her head in surprise with some confusion. Immediately after that, he pounced on her and hugged her tightly. "Caught you." This also made her freeze, not knowing what to say in this situation. "Hey, that is against the rules." He just laughed with amusement. Seeing him so obedient, Elodie did not know what to say. "Really?" She gently reached out and patted his head. This also made Cabell very happy. "I like wife. I wish wife would not go anywhere." From that time on, a thought was already in his head, a virtuous and affectionate wife. "I absolutely can't lose her." Time quickly shifted to the afternoon. Elodie immediately brought Cabell to meet a sword teacher. She quickly instructed, "From today onwards, only teach the Duke at this hour, Sir Betos." Betos nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He is Cabell's current sword teacher. He was a little surprised to see Cabell still standing behind Elodie, not daring to come forward. "Although I accepted the favor, is the Duke such a timid child?" Seeing Betos's current expression, Elodie was a little angry. Reading him, "You think so, do not you? I know everything, I have to make things clear." Thinking to this point, she immediately instructed Betos. "Cabell was abused at the orphanage and is very afraid of adults. Also, Cabell is still young now, but when he grows up, he will lead the entire Night Order. Please teach the Duke well, Sir Betos." He laughed in surprise upon hearing this. "I understand." In his head, he also had to take his hat off and admire. He is young but looks very mature. Feeling that it was still not good enough, Elodie quickly grabbed Cabell's hand and instructed, Cabell, that uncle is a good person, just like the butler, got it? He was still silent. I will be right next to you, do not worry. Hearing this, he asked back in surprise, be next to me. Elodie quickly pointed to the row of chairs in the distance and announced, yes, over there, can you see it? After thinking for a period of time, Cabell also had to nod in agreement with her. This made Betos, who witnessed it, seem surprised. This is the first time he has seen this situation, a good person. Just like that, Cabell's first sword practice appeared. Elodie sat on the side leisurely reading a book. While reading, she sank into her own thoughts. The method of creating magical medicine is more difficult than I thought, instead of Elodie being innately intelligent, so easily understanding all the structures. The more she read the information in the book, the more tired she felt, even with a headache, not only possessing a genius brain for magical medicine, but also carrying mana from the earth and wind. Systems, is not the character setting too strong? It is a pity to only use it to be a villain. Whatever you say, this is a useful ability, beneficial to me. The images of rare herbs quickly appeared in her head. The method of making magical medicine is not a big problem, but the problem lies in the ingredients to make medicine. I need many kinds of herbs and fruits. Thinking to this point, Elodie was very hesitant, not knowing how she should do it reasonably. If only there was a greenhouse. There is a greenhouse at the Duke's castle, but the entire greenhouse has been broken and shattered for a long time. It has been abandoned for a long time. It needs a lot of money to repair and reinforce. By the way, expanding it a little will be better. Thinking to this point, Elodie quickly glanced in another direction. In her heart she was full of determination. I have to quickly dig up the safe, that is Cabell's money. But, I plan to make medicine to sell, so I can pay it all back later. Elodie continued to look towards Betos, who was still practicing kendo enthusiastically with Cabell. She comforted herself, I am doing this for the territory too, he will understand, right? If something important happened, she was a little startled, looking at both of them who were still practicing. No, wait, I was too focused on the book so I did not know. This time Cabell's sword was knocked out. Just like that, it fell heavily to the ground below. After a series of practice times, Cabell was very tired and sat down, not wanting to stand up. Betos's voice rang out, Lord, stand up. He said loudly, very patiently, you have to hold your wooden sword firmly. Although Elodie had her own thoughts in her heart, the first lesson is already swordsmanship, is not it too difficult? Betos continued to urge, come on, do it again. These words also made Cabell unable to stand it anymore. Elodie quickly stepped forward and called out, hey, Sir Betos. He immediately noticed Elodie's call. Before she knew it, her voice rang out, I said before, Cabell is very afraid of adults. Just thinking about his previous actions made her even more angry. I said before, Cabell is very afraid of adults, but you pointed a wooden sword and threatened him like that. How would he know what to do, with his small body? Do you know how scared he is? A series of these words also made Betos panic and then explain, I did not hit him. But Elodie still did not forgive him. Pointing a sword and threatening is the same as hitting someone. Cabell is not used to it yet. Treat him gently. It is his first time learning swordsmanship. This made Betos also have to nod in agreement. I understand. Looking at Cabell's hands made her even more angry. Oh my god, his palms are all injured. After thinking for a period of time, Elodie carried Cabell and turned to announce, Sir Betos, you have worked hard, let us stop here today. Seeing this, he could only obediently obey, yes, madam. Just like that, she brazenly carried Cabell away, leaving Betos not knowing what to do. He sighed because it was the first time he had encountered this situation. This is teaching swordsmanship, how can I be gentle? This made him thoughtful when he remembered the previous practice sessions. This kind of difficult parent is really troublesome, but unconsciously Betos remembered Cabell's terrifying eyes when practicing earlier. The upcoming lessons seemed very promising. Time had shifted to late at night at the vast mansion. After a day of tiring practice, Elodie gave the set of clothes to Cabell and urged, Cabell, change into your pajamas. He obediently followed her words. Seeing him still struggling to put on his clothes, this time she paid a little attention. What caught Elodie's eyes were the wounds and long scars on his back. When I first bathed Cabell, I was very surprised to see these wounds. She gently and carefully put the clothes on Cabell in an orderly manner. While putting on the clothes, she unconsciously looked at the palms of his hands. The kendo training this afternoon made the wounds on his hands appear more and more. Cabell, do your palms hurt a lot? Hearing this question, he slowly shed tears and nodded sadly. Seeing this pitiful face of his made Elodie also feel awkward, not knowing what to do, thinking about it. He does not cry out loud, the way he tries to hold back his crying looks very lovely. Her eyes unconsciously stared at Cabell, realizing that something was wrong. Could it be? This time she immediately asked him, at the orphanage, if Cabell cried, would the adults get angry? Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. He did not say anything else. This also made her feel even more surprised. How stupid. Elodie silently looked at Cabell, who was still wiping away the tears on his face. And yet I did not realize the problem. I was over there praising him for being cute. Wanting to cry is an obvious thing. Thinking to this point, she gently took his swollen red palms. Cabell, do not suppress yourself every time you want to cry, okay? She gently comforted him in her own way. Just cry it all out, because here no one will get angry with Cabell. This made him a little surprised. Really? Elodie quickly raised her hand to promise him this. Promise, cry whenever you want. She did not forget to say more to make it easier for Cabell to understand. Enduring like that will make you sick. Crying your heart out will make Cabell feel better. After hearing this confirmation, finally a warm smile appeared on his face. He quickly raised his hand to promise Elodie, listen to wife. Realizing that time was passing by, she quickly gave him a few pills and instructed, very good, now take your medicine. Elodie pressed the medicine into Cabell's hand and smiled, instructing, Cabell knows, the adults who used to bully Cabell are really nothing. Her voice kept ringing in his ears, really, they are not worthy of Cabell. Hearing this, he only remained silent. His eyes had something sad that he could not express, but I am still scared. She gently put her hand on her chest and explained, Cabell does not need to be scared, I will scold all those people. After finishing speaking, Elodie pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Cabell still remembers the faces of those people. She smiled and suggested, just say whatever you think to me. Hearing this, he thought for a period of time. And so on the inside of the room, he constantly described the appearance of this person to Elodie. The nose is big like this, so, and the lips are very thick. Just like that, the images of two ugly portraits that even ghosts would despise were quickly placed on the table, while Elodie and Cabell fell into a deep sleep. The maid stepped in and carefully put the blanket on both of them. Seeing the picture made her seem surprised. These scribbled lines made her feel very interesting. What is this? Are they both drawing? So cute. In her dream, Elodie had perhaps dreamed of something good. Those people. Just wait until I catch you. Time had quickly shifted to the next morning. Norman, seeing the pile of things with golden light right in front of him, was stunned in disbelief. Madam, what exactly is this? In front of him was a mirror full of gold coins that had been hidden for a long time. Elodie smiled with amusement and announced to him about this treasure chest. I was also very surprised. I did not expect there to be a safe like this, although she thought with some helplessness. Because the novel did not clearly state the exact location, I had a very hard time finding it, but who would have thought that the safe would be under the table in the study of the late Duke? This time she also took out an additional letter and handed it to the butler and instructed, here, it seems to be a treasure that grandfather left for his father. Reading these lines made Norman so moved that he shed tears. I can't believe it. Seeing him crying full of emotion like that, Elodie looked at the chest of gold and then thought to herself, how should I use this money so that everyone praises that I spent it in the right way? After thinking for a short period of time, Elodie asked the butler, Norman, I can use this property, right? He nodded in confirmation, not forgetting to wipe away the tears of emotion on his face. Of course, all the assets of the Duke's family are the assets of the Madam and His Highness the Duke. Hearing this, she immediately stood with her hands on her hips and announced, then, use a portion of this gold to strengthen the Night Order first. Because Elodie already had plans to prepare, later, they will participate in the war with Cabell. The Night Order must be strong, so that the entire Order and Cabell will be safe. At that time, a very strong Night Order that always protected the mansion as well as Cabell appeared in Elodie's head, and the Night Order must be strong, so that it can protect the territory. Because the duchy is currently being ruled by a young duke, so there will be those who look down on it and try to rob it. Norman, after thinking about her opinion, happily nodded in agreement. I understand, madam. This attitude of his also made Elodie feel a little surprised. He did not ask the reason and accepted it. That is why Elodie won the entire dukedom. She had already set out the upcoming plans for the future. Anyway, I have to quickly strengthen the power of the Night Order, and the most suitable person for this job is. Immediately after that, Elodie went to meet Betos. After hearing her plan, his face became very dazed. Yes, you told me to take on the position of temporary commander. Elodie nodded in confirmation, not forgetting to say more about this. That is right, until Cabal grows up and takes on the position of commander. Currently, the position of commander is still vacant. Hearing this, he was very confused. Teaching the Duke is already too much for me. Immediately after that, Betos put on a smug face and announced, I am busier than the madam thinks. This made Elodie a little surprised. She used her innocent face to continue to ask him, you do not have a wife or children, why are you pretending to be busy? These words were like an arrow piercing into his heart. This made him very helpless, only knowing how to endure the heartache just now. You do not have them either. Betos had become very helpless, not knowing how to face this Miss Elodie. After seeing that her goal had been achieved, she did not forget to instruct him carefully, so for Cabal, please strengthen the strength of the Night Order, money is not a problem. Although he was very unwilling, Betos could only nod in agreement, I understand. Time quickly passed by in a large room on the inside of the mansion. Cabal was sitting on the side leisurely eating pastries and drinking ginger tea. Elodie held up a fairy tale and continued the story, and so the princess and the prince lived happily in the gingerbread house. After hearing this story, Cabal's eyes immediately lit up. Gingerbread house, that is great, wife, can we also live in a gingerbread house? But she seemed not to be satisfied with this idea. No, gingerbread house. Elodie's face became very scary, scaring him, there will be ants crawling everywhere. This also made Cabal freeze because of her attitude. His mood was like it was plummeting. Seeing him so sad, Elodie could not bear it. Sorry for ruining your innocent heart, but I hate ants. She sighed, a little thoughtful when looking at him sitting there quietly, or has he never eaten at the orphanage, so that is why, he really likes to eat sweets. Although I am feeding him in moderation to develop, but... Realizing that something was wrong, Elodie's eyes were a little strange. This time she quickly made a suggestion, Cabal, stand up for a bit. Okay. Cabal felt a little confused after hearing this. But he still quickly listened to her. Seeing his current height, she seemed quite surprised. It seems like he is a little taller. This also made Elodie feel admirable. Indeed, a child, in the blink of an eye they grow up like this. Thinking for a short period of time, Elodie quickly grabbed Cabal's hand. Cabal, come here. She quickly marked his current height on the inside of the wall. Elodie even turned and marked her own height. Every year, we will leave our height here. She quickly adjusted her hand and current height and explained, when you grow up, Cabal will be taller than me. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, really? Elodie smiled and nodded in confirmation with certainty. She remembered the novel she had read in her previous life. In the original story it said, Cabal. When he grew up, Cabal had a tall body along with a bright face. He was a handsome man with a very impressive height. Thinking of this made Elodie amused and laugh. I am already proud. For what? This made Cabal feel curious. Wife, what is wrong? She laughed and shook her head to explain. It is just because Cabal is too beautiful. But perhaps he was still too young to understand these words. I am beautiful. She nodded in confirmation and gently patted his head. That is right. Cabal is the most beautiful person in the world. These comforting words also made Cabal blush with embarrassment. He quickly hugged Elodie tightly. He did not forget to talk. When I am tall, I will also hug wife tightly. Hearing him say this, Elodie only gently patted his head. Then, grow up quickly, my child, because in her head she had her own thoughts. Perhaps the one that the grown-up Cabal will hug in his arms will be the princess, but because of the kindness of raising him, he will also hug me once, right? She smiled gently, looking at the two lines that had been marked on the wall. On the wall were clearly recorded the height marks of the two people currently. After Cabal goes to the battlefield, it is a pity that I can't leave traces of his growth during 10 years of Cabal. Thinking to this point made Elodie's face somewhat sad. This expression of hers also quickly caught Cabal's attention. But she was still sinking into her own thoughts when thinking about Cabal. Just thinking about not being able to meet Cabal in those years makes me feel sad. I want to follow every step of his growth. Even though she did not want to, different thoughts kept appearing in Elodie's head. I want to see Cabal fall in love. I wonder how cute it will be, before that time comes. I have to diligently record it. I want to create more beautiful memories with Cabal, even if they are small. A period of time passed. While working, Elodie looked back in surprise and asked, birthday? Norman smiled and nodded in confirmation. Yes, madam. Hearing this, Elodie continued to read the book, making him a little silent. His face had become very confused, not knowing what to say before Elodie, because it is not long until the birthday of the Lord and the lady, so I came to discuss with the lady whether we can organize it together, or does the lady have unhappy memories with birthdays? Just thinking about this made Norman feel very worried, not knowing what to do next. Madam, I do not know if I am making a mistake, before he could finish his sentence. Elodie nodded in praise, that is a good idea. He still did not understand what she meant. Yes, she closed the book and announced with a smile, let us have a birthday party. This made him a little worried. Then can we organize it together? Elodie happily nodded in agreement, let us do that. After hearing Elodie's confirmation, Norman breathed a sigh of relief, I understand, madam. After he left, Elodie calmly sank into her thoughts, a birthday party. Her face was very serious as she looked up and pondered, although the remaining memories are very faint, Elodie has no beautiful memories of birthdays. Accordingly, the other siblings in Elodie's family had never been revealed. Count Maclair, who had both officially born and illegitimate children, never cared about the birthdays of any of the children. Elodie. At that time, Elodie was a very pitiful child who was abandoned, not close to any of her siblings, and her biological mother, who was the legal wife, was a heartless mother. At that time, she flatly left Elodie to her father to deal with, although there are a few memories that are not bad. But even so, there were a few siblings who brought birthday gifts to her. Elodie, happy birthday. Thinking to this point made Elodie a little thoughtful. It seems that once Elodie was congratulated on her birthday by her biological brother, but that memory is no longer clear. And I in my previous life did not have any happy memories. The image of her from her previous life was brought back. She was a very ordinary girl with nothing more. Being an orphan, I did not know my birthday, so how could I have a birthday party? Returning to reality, Elodie blushed a little, not daring to believe her eyes. So, this is the first time I am having a birthday party. While she was still thinking, Cabell on the side surprisingly asked, what is a birthday? Hearing this, she was about to turn her head to explain something, a birthday. She smiled and explained in an easy-to-understand way, a birthday is the day Cabell was born into this world. He could not hide the curiosity on his face. Is it good? Elodie smiled and announced, of course it is good. On that day, Cabell can eat a lot of delicious food and receive birthday gifts too. This made his eyes light up. Can I eat candy too? She smiled and nodded in confirmation. That is the day Cabell can eat what he likes. Just hearing this made him very happy, really. Seeing him react with such interest, Elodie suddenly remembered an important thing. Cabell has also never had a proper birthday party, because he grew up in abuse at the orphanage. She quickly paid attention to his current face. What should I give him? He is so young, so of course I should give him toys. Unconsciously, Elodie noticed that Cabell's hand was focusing on writing words and was gradually becoming more proficient. He learns ancient script faster than regular script. Because Elodie is fluent in ancient script, I was curious so I taught him from the start. Seeing him diligently studying like this made Elodie even more proud, and according to the plot, he will become an architect in the future, so his ability to learn so quickly is also a matter of course. She remembered in the original story, Cabell was an extremely powerful architect. Sword masters use their own magic to create sword energy. In addition, ancient script is easier to absorb, which means that there is a higher compatibility with mana, so perhaps Cabell is also such a person. Seeing that Cabell was learning too fast, Elodie would often pat his head, teaching Cabell ancient script well now. Won't it help him someday? Afterwards, the two continued to plunge into studying. Cabell, this place is wrong. She constantly taught him carefully. Cabell, this place is wrong. He only silently listened. Very quickly, a large birthday cake was placed on the table, along with Norman's congratulatory voice, Lord, Madam. The butler and all the servants had surrounded the banquet table, congratulating the birthday of both of them. It seemed that all the female servants were very interested in this scene. Happy birthday. A female servant smiled and quickly asked Elodie, Madam, do you like our birthday gift? She happily nodded with interest. I like it very much. Looking at the beautiful dress on her body, her face had become very satisfied. This dress is really beautiful. Thank you everyone. Hearing Elodie praise this dress, the red-haired maid became very happy. That is great. I said it suits the young lady very well. Another maid immediately spoke up and suggested, come on, now both of you have to exchange gifts. Hearing this, Elodie immediately told a servant to bring out a gift in front of her. Holding the gift and bringing it to Cabell, she announced with a blush, it is a gift I prepared for Cabell, although in her heart she was a little worried. This is a gift I made myself so it does not look too beautiful, I wonder if he will like it. As soon as he opened it, Cabell received a small teddy bear that was sewn very carefully. He happily hugged this teddy bear tightly to his chest. I like it very much. Butler Norman also quickly stepped forward and announced to him, "Come on, Lord, you have to give the thing you prepared." Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. Hearing this, Elodie surprisingly thought, Cabell also has a gift for me. She received the gift on his hand. Thank you, Cabell. With expectant eyes, she slowly opened the gift box to see what was inside. As soon as she saw the thing inside, Elodie's face had become very interested. Inside the box were sweets along with a letter written carefully and meticulously, "Thank you, wife, I like wife." In the blink of an eye, time had passed as quickly as a dog running in the field. Time passed fleetingly until a year later. Inside the large room, a call quickly rang out, "Madam." This time Elodie had become more mature. She was still focused on reading a book. "I am 14 years old and Cabell is 8 years old." Butler Norman quickly reminded, "Anyway, you should also select more maids in the castle." Hearing this, she laughed and nodded in agreement. "I know, Norman, you are responsible for selecting them for me." He nodded in understanding. "Yes, madam. And of course, it cannot be denied that Betos has contributed a lot. Over the past year, Sir Betos has led the Knight Order very well. Thanks to this, trainee knights have also flocked to the order." Just like that, many knights gathered in the castle. And that was also the reason why the maids, even though they had tried very hard, were still very tired, because they were busy preparing meals for the knights, leading to fatigue among the servants in the mansion. So I decided to recruit more people. Time turned back, and a few days before that, Elodie and Cabell stood in front of all the knights. For the first time, Cabell appeared as a lord in front of the knights. He seemed embarrassed to see so many people expressing their loyalty to him like that. That was the ceremony of officially enlisting knights for the trainee knights. And Elodie standing next to me felt uneasy, so I took his hand. Just like that, two small hands tightly grasped each other. Even though he was worried, he was still very mature when performing the enlistment ceremony for the knights. This made Elodie smile with relief and breathe a sigh. Just thinking about all the good things that had happened made Elodie feel happy. Remembering something, Norman quickly spoke up to report the next important matter. "Madam, as scheduled, the repairmen will come tomorrow." Hearing this, she was curious. "How long will the construction take?" After calculating for a period of time, he quickly reported, "There is almost nothing that needs to be repaired, so it won't take much time." Hearing this, Elodie nodded in agreement. She remembered the greenhouse that had been abandoned for a long time. The remaining gold, I decided to use it to repair the greenhouse. And everything was within her calculations, and I planned to build a research room right next to it. This time holding the file in her hand, Elodie smiled and announced, "That is right, today I plan to visit the market with Cabell." Norman nodded in understanding upon hearing this. "Yes, I heard, both Sir Betos and Mary will come along." She nodded and chuckled, looking at Cabell sitting bored on the side, because I originally intended to leave Cabell behind, but our Duke insisted on following, so I had no choice. He also had to nod with some worry. This is the first time Madame Elodie has left the city, so the Lord is worried. Seeing Cabell's thoughtful face on the side, this made Elodie feel a little funny, perhaps because the two of them have always been together during the past time. So that is why, he really hates having to be away from me, like separation anxiety. Thinking of this, on her face was a forced smile. If it continues like this, won't he take me to the battlefield too? This is troublesome. While she was still thinking, Cabell surprisingly asked, "Does wife have to go directly?" She smiled and nodded in confirmation. "I have to go, because I need to visit the peddlers to buy herbs." In Elodie's head she had thought of various rare herbs to be able to make important medicines. Although I have picked a lot of herbs during the past time, the types collected from the field and the forest behind the castle are still not enough. If I want to get other types of plants, I have to rely on the items that the peddlers bring with them. This time Elodie had carefully thought about the herbs sold by the merchants. While the two were still discussing, Mary quickly went over to announce, Madam, the carriage is ready, let us go quickly." Elodie nodded in understanding upon hearing this. "I know, I am coming right away." She gently walked towards Cabell, leading him to go outside. "Let us go, Cabell." On the outside, the blazing sun was constantly shining down. In the blink of an eye, Elodie had arrived at the market. Looking at the cheerful atmosphere in front of her made her think with some interest, "It is more bustling here than I thought. The current scale is still small, but it will definitely expand later." Betos quickly reminded with some worry, "There are quite a lot of people here. please be careful, Lord, Madam. Elodie nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thank you, Sir Betos. Seeing Betos constantly glance towards Mary made her realize that something was unusual. These two. Suddenly Mary discovered something. Oh my God, look over there. Elodie then turned her head and looked according to her words. Seeing the crowded scene and also right in front of her made her feel surprised. It is really magnificent. Mary on the side also had to exclaim, that is right. This time Elodie quickly noticed the not very friendly faces of the people who came from other places, but their expressions are a bit uncomfortable. They must be disappointed because the scale is not large. Suddenly Mary remembered something. Is that the Landia trade group? I heard they travel all over the continent. This made her very admired. I heard their aromatic essential oils are very famous. Elodie thought upon hearing this, there is a plot related to aromatic essential oils in the original story, right? While she was still thinking, Mary blushed with embarrassment and announced, Ma, Madam does not need to know about that item yet. This made her seem speechless. Meaning I have not said anything yet, and the story also slowly told. Cabell and the female lead while visiting the market, discovered the Landia trade group. I heard they will go to the east of the continent. At that time, the foolish female lead unfortunately ruined things. Because of negligence, the female lead mistakenly used an aromatic essential oil that had the effect of attracting the opposite sex. That she bought from the trade group, instead of using a normal aromatic essential oil. At that time, there were many men surrounding her, making her very awkward, not knowing what to do, and so she fell into an awkward situation. Fortunately, Cabell came to the rescue in time, but Cabell, the male lead, appeared and rescued her impressively. Thinking to this point, Elodie chuckled, looking at Cabell, and then there was the first kiss plot. He is still so young. Seeing her looking strange made Cabell very confused. Wife, what is wrong? Suddenly an idea quickly popped up inside her head, or I should also try to research that aromatic essential oil. This item can bring in quite a lot of money. In her head she already had a plan set out, trying to buy one as a sample would be better. After thinking, she quickly urged Mary, if you plan to buy that essential oil, buy one for me too. This made her very surprised. Madam, she nodded and confirmed, I also want to research aromatic essential oils once. Do not buy the special kind. The normal kind is fine. This also made Mary feel confused. How does Madam know about the Landia trade? The flow of people constantly passed by, making Elodie seem overwhelmed. Well, there are more people than I thought. Elodie quickly instructed, there are many people here. Sir Betos, pay close attention to Cabell. Next to her ear were still constantly ringing noisy words of discussion. It is really cheap. The merchants constantly advertised their items. I have brought many interesting items. Everyone look at this talking cat doll. Just like that, the noisy crowd quickly pushed Elodie away from Cabell. She was very confused, trying to squeeze through the crowd to get closer to the two people, Cabell. Even Cabell was trying to squeeze through, able to move step by step towards her. The two were only a few centimeters away from being able to meet. But unfortunately, they were interrupted by the crowded flow of people, making Cabell a little startled and worried. Elodie felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted, Cabell. Just like that, the three began to separate and look for each other in this vast city. Cabell, Lord. After a period of searching, Cabell quickly ran towards Betos. Sir Betos, what about Cabell? He shook his head with some helplessness. I did not see him on this side either. This made her become very worried. Where did he go? She had to run in another direction. I will go over to that side to check again. This also made Mary very scared, hurriedly stopping her. Ma, Madam, if you go like that alone, on this side. Cabell was still constantly walking alone on a small road. Cabell. While he was still struggling to find the three people, someone blocked his way. What is this? It seemed that the tall young man had his sights set on Cabell. They quickly questioned, are you Cabell? Seeing that their faces were a little familiar made Cabell startled with fear. With his weak body, it was clear that he could not fight them. They continued to get closer to him, constantly questioning. It seems that your adoptive family is quite well off. One person struggles to live as a pickpocket, another eats well and wears well. Just thinking about everything he had to endure made the blonde young man very angry, grabbing Cabell's collar. What did you bring with you? Hand it all over to me, even the clothes you are wearing. The scene just now made Cabell so scared that he closed his eyes tightly, not daring to face it. Wife. Suddenly a voice rang out, hey, all three immediately paid attention to the back. When he saw that Elodie had appeared, Cabell's face was full of hope. Wife. Elodie quickly stepped in front of all of them, looking at them, you could see that her face was very angry. This also made the two young men just now feel confused. What, did he just say wife? He is only 7 years old. No, now he is 8 years old. The person next to him also answered confusedly. He must be playing family games. Elodie still did not care and put her hands towards Cabal. She seriously stared at the two people standing in front of her. Come here. Elodie was like the rays of humanity coming to Cabal's dark life. This scene also made him freeze for a moment. He quickly went straight towards her without hesitation. This time Cabal hugged Elodie tightly, not daring to leave her side again. After confirming that Cabal was completely safe, this time she slowly glanced towards the two hooligans in front of her. What are you guys? How do you know my Cabal? The two-haired man smiled and quickly announced, we also came from the same orphanage as him. The mushroom head next to him also nodded in confirmation. That cowardly guy. Hiding behind his wife's skirt, if he was a little more scared, he probably would have wet his pants. Suddenly a powerful voice rang out, hey, both of these names froze in an instant. Elodie's face had become terrifying with eyes full of murderous intent. Shut up. The words just now clearly made the two-haired even more angry. You brat, you dare to be rude. On this side, Mary also quickly ran over and worriedly called out, Sir Betos, I found Madam and the Lord. This made him very worried. Madam, are you okay? Ringing in his ears were screams. This time Elodie grabbed the head of the two-haired man in front of her. She immediately became angry and constantly pulled his hair with her hands. You can't move your hands and feet casually. Do you hear clearly? This made the two-haired man very helpless. Let go quickly. This scene of arguing also made Betos feel speechless. He did not even dare to believe his eyes. What are you doing? Seeing that Betos had appeared, Elodie quickly looked towards him. Sir Betos, you came at the right time. Seeing Betos so big also made these two turn their heads and run away. Damn, let us go quickly. Betos stared blankly at these two. Should I catch them back? Elodie sighed and shook her head. Forget it. The two looked at the frightened running appearance of the two young thief robbers just now and discussed, but what were those two? Were they the ones who lived at the same orphanage as Cabal? How does our territory have so many children like that? It seems like they have become pickpockets. This also made Betos feel very puzzled. There will be people like that everywhere, but the number has increased recently. Is it because they lack food? Elodie then sank into her own thoughts upon hearing this. After repairing the greenhouse, I have to go and inspect the territory once. Suddenly she noticed something. What caught Elodie's eyes was an earring lying on the ground. This made her seem curious. What is this? After examining this item more closely, Betos quickly guessed, it is an old brooch. Elodie nodded in agreement. That is right. He seemed thoughtful. It looks like an antique. Because there was a shining gem on the brooch. She quickly looked at the brooch in her hand. Is it really an antique? In her head she had very clear concepts about antiques. Antiques are magical tools containing special magic. Only for one-time use. Many different antiques had appeared. Those antiques almost resemble those that contain ancient magic, almost no longer exist. This must be an object that the mages have created recently. This made Elodie a little happy to have picked up this item. Of course, antiques are expensive items, no matter who created them or in what era. Only the great aristocrats can own them. This also made her exclaim in surprise. It seems that the food that the kid stole earlier is a regular brooch, but it looks expensive too. We have to find it back and return it to its owner. After going out to the main road, suddenly a voice called Elodie, hey. The foreign man with tan skin quickly ran over and worriedly asked, did everyone see two kids this size? Those two stole my brooch. After seeing the brooch in Elodie's hand, he was startled and reacted, that brooch, it is the one I lost. Elodie quickly put this brooch into his hand. Here, it is yours. After receiving this brooch, the man had become very moved. Thank you, oh my god. Seeing him cry also made the four of them freeze. He is so big but he is crying like a child. He was still constantly complaining. After being pickpocket, I thought I would never find it again. Elodie quickly explained to him, those children picked up what you dropped and ran away. He cherished this brooch in his hand very much and was moved to tears. Really thank you everyone, because this brooch is the memento that my mother left behind. He looked at Elodie with sparkling eyes. So everyone is my benefactor. She nodded in understanding. Yes, realizing that he was a little rude, he immediately introduced himself. That is right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sirka, the owner of the Landia Trade Group. After he finished introducing himself, this time everyone changed their gaze towards him. Not daring to believe her ears, Elodie then asked in confusion, "You are the owner of the Landia Trade Group?" He smiled and nodded firmly, "That is right." This also made her think in surprise, Elodie's brain is running. Remembering something, she then continued to ask Surka, "You said with your own mouth that I am your benefactor, right?" He smiled happily, "Of course, you found my mother's important relic. I will give you anything." Before he finished speaking, Elodie shook her head to refuse, "I do not need gifts." This time she quickly went straight to the main topic, "In return, can't you stop by Cernua Castle for a bit?" These words also made Surka feel surprised. "Why?" She smiled and pointed towards Cabal and introduced, "This child next to me is the owner of Cernua Castle." She did not forget to continue to talk, "Before leaving the territory, please come to the castle once," because in her head she had her own plan. "I plan to make magic medicine to sell. But the biggest problem is circulation." Who would have thought it would be solved like this? The words just now also made Surka stare blankly on the spot. Time quickly shifted to late at night at the Cernua Duke's mansion. A heavy rain suddenly poured down. In the sky, lightning constantly appeared and struck down. Everything fell into silence as the sound of rain outside still continued to ring. Cabal, who was immersed in sleep, suddenly had a bad dream. A voice rang out in his head, "You brat." No matter how much Cabal had tried to forget his past, he still remembered that terrifying man. "You made a mistake again today." Knowing that he was about to be beaten made him even more scared and beg, No, I am sorry, I am sorry." Looking into his eyes clearly showed the despair when seeing the man preparing to hit him. "Please forgive me." Just like that, Cabal's childhood was constantly being used by painful beatings along with curses. You piece of trash, you useless thing." The words constantly rang in Cabal's ears, "That is why they abandoned you." While he was still most desperate, the woman Elodie also stepped forward. Cabal. When hearing her voice, he slowly raised his head, but she dared to give him a terrifying word, "You will be abandoned." These words completely made Cabal's heart stop because he did not dare to believe it. Elodie smiled triumphantly and continued to repeat her words, "Because you deserve to be like that." This dream had completely scared Cabal. He opened his eyes wide and woke up. As soon as he looked to the side, he did not see Elodie anywhere. This made him very confused, hurriedly sitting up and searching around the room. "Wife." Just thinking about Elodie disappearing made the tears on Cabal's face fall non-stop. "Wife, oh." Because he was too weak, Cabal quickly shed tears helplessly. A call rang out, "Cabal." Elodie quickly stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Did you wake up?" Seeing him still shedding tears and sitting there quietly, she gently came forward to comfort him. "Because the thunder was too loud, so I went to check." "Did you have a nightmare again?" Cabal only remained silent and did not answer after hearing this. Perhaps he was pondering something. Looking at Cabal's innocent face and smile, he realized one thing: today, I let go of her hand. Just like that, thoughts constantly appeared in his head. "Although she came to find me today, maybe next time she won't come again. Maybe I will be abandoned." No, absolutely not. Cabal's small fingers slowly reached forward. "I can't be abandoned like that." He gently hugged Elodie. This made her seem surprised. Cabal. His hands were still holding tightly, not wanting to be separated from her even once more. It seemed that the world around Cabal only consisted of Elodie. "Wife can hit me, torture me, do anything to me," he slowly called out, "Wife." His trembling voice constantly rang out, "I will always listen to wife, I won't be naughty anymore." These words made Elodie freeze a little. The girl looked at the little boy who was still shedding tears of despair in front of her. He became very helpless, not knowing what to do. "Please wife, do not abandon me." Seeing him so pitiful, Elodie only comforted him gently. "Perhaps he is scared because of what happened this afternoon." "What did he dream?" She gently patted his head to comfort him. "Cabal, just cry. After crying, you will feel better." Although in her head she had her own thoughts. "If I tell him to go to sleep again now, he probably won't be able to sleep." This time she smiled and suggested, "Cabal, let us play shadow puppets on the wall." He seemed surprised when he heard this game for the first time. "What is that?" She smiled and explained, "Wait for me a moment." A period of time later, a candle with flames was quickly lit. Both of them were now sitting in front of the candle. Elodie smiled and announced, "Cabal, look closely." Immediately after that, she created the shadow of a dog in front of his eyes. She even imitated its voice, "Woof woof." This made Cabal very interested. He surprisingly recognized this animal. "This is a dog." Following that were a variety of movements that Elodie created for Cabal to see. He constantly recognized them very well. "It is a fox, this is a bird." Afterwards she also created many different animals. Look here, this made Cabell quickly understand, it is a horse. After finishing her performance, Elodie turned her head and looked towards him. How was it? Interesting, right? He happily nodded and his eyes immediately lit up. Seeing him happy, she breathed a sigh of relief. His mood has improved a lot, I am so glad. In the middle of the dark room, Elodie thought about what other animal shapes she had not created. What else is there? Because they were too sleepy, the two continued to climb into bed to prepare to go to sleep. Cabell then stared at her. The more he thought, the more curious he felt. Why does wife treat me so well? He felt that he had nothing worthy for her to be able to love. I am a useless child. He remembered the first time when he was lost and went to the mansion. It was Elodie who walked towards him, even in the first meeting. In order to ease the embarrassment, Elodie quickly greeted, hello. This made him a little surprised and look up. What caught his eye was Elodie's radiant smile along with a warm face. You are Cabell, right? While he still did not understand what was happening, she gently sat right next to him. Wife is also very gentle with me. Returning to reality, Cabell quickly moved closer to Elodie's face. Just like that, he closed his eyes tightly and fell into a deep sleep. I do not want to be separated from wife. Time had quickly shifted to the next morning. Elodie sighed wearily. Seeing that she was in a bad mood made Mary feel very confused. Madam, why are you so sad? She helplessly shook her head, not knowing how to explain. It is nothing. And this also made everyone feel that she was very difficult to understand. Elodie often goes to the maids to chat, being clung to by Cabell without leaving. This made her very awkward, not knowing what to do next. I still do not have any achievements at all. I do not know what kind of medicine to make. While she was still frustrated, she unconsciously remembered Sirka, that uncle will come soon, but I can't think of anything. Noticing the uneasy expression of the maid opposite her, Mary was a little surprised. Tessie, do you also have something? Your complexion does not look good. She hurriedly shook her head to explain. It is nothing special, I just have a stomachache, because it is that time of the month. The woman right next to her asked in surprise, do you need me to pick some herbs to bring back? But it seemed that Tessie was not satisfied with this. I do not like it very much, it is super bitter. Hearing this made the maid right next to her feel confused. Is that so? I think it is normal, or is it because I used to drink it when I was young? Elodie suddenly realized something. She raised her head and asked the maid with glasses, what is spirit grass? Is it a type of herb? She thought and explained to her more clearly, it is a type of grass that looks exactly like creeping grass, but in the place where I used to live, people often used it as a pain reliever. After finishing speaking, she even laughed and added a few words, but its effect is not significant, and it is also bitter, so it is not widely used. Few people know about it here either. Mary also immediately shook her head to signal, that is right, it is really bitter. After thinking for a short period of time, Elodie's face then became thoughtful. Immediately after that, her attitude completely changed. It seemed that she had a completely new idea. Elodie quickly began to implement her plan. That is it. Time quickly shifted to the hot noon. But Elodie still did not care. She along with Cabell and the female maid with glasses quickly went to find spirit grass. Taking a type of grass in her hand, Mary surprisingly turned her head. Anna, is this spirit grass? After examining it, she then shook her head to refuse. No. It is weed, madam. This also made her feel speechless. No wonder spirit grass is not used. A period of time finding spirit grass had made her very tired. It looks exactly like weed, so it is difficult to distinguish. While she was still thinking, Anna quickly put a type of grass into her mouth and chewed it. I often get confused too, and actually, in my village, almost only my grandfather knows this type of grass. After confirming the bitter taste of this type of grass, Anna's face had become very ugly. She immediately turned to give Elodie the notification. It is here, madam. This made her surprisingly think, if I can distinguish it through taste, would not it just be enough to chew it and put it in my mouth? After thinking to this point, Elodie opened her mouth wide and put the grass into her mouth, making Anna a little worried. Madam, you are eating so much. Feeling the bitter taste coming from inside her mouth, Elodie's face had become very ugly. A second later she vomited out all of this type of grass. A long period of time had passed here. After tasting the flavor of spirit grass, Elodie constantly vomited with a pale face. Cabell on the side became worried. Wife, oh, are you okay? Realizing that this grass was not as easy as she thought made her feel a little disappointed. Even though it is an herb, it is too much. On the other hand, it is very easy to find. Anna also nodded in agreement with this. That is right, it took me a long time to adapt to this type of grass. People say, compared to using it, it is better to go find a doctor. Of course, the medicine made by the doctor is also very expensive. Speaking of this, Anna did not forget to laugh and add a few words. Also, the majority do not know about this type of grass. Elodie nodded and put a little into her mouth to taste. Yes, it is the first time I have heard of it. It is still very bitter here. But there was one thing that made her very confused. Why is it called spirit grass? Anna thought and gently explained to her. Actually, that is not the official name. But, my grandfather called it that. She did not forget to smile and say a few more words. Basically, it is a pain reliever that even the poor like us can get from nature, as a gift bestowed by the spirits. Elodie pondered in surprise. After tasting its flavor, I think the name devilish suits it more. Remembering something, Anna's face was a little surprised. But will Madame really make magic medicine? Elodie was very determined and nodded in confirmation. This also made her completely change her view of her. Oh, as expected, my madam is a mage. Seeing her face so strange made her also smile gently. It is obvious that she finds it miraculous, because mages are a very rare existence. What she knew about mages in this world was a lot. Magic in this world is a remnant from the worship of nature passed down from ancient times, in the distant past. There was a legendary mage born from nature, who once ruled all the spirits and passed down magic to humans. At that time, mages were valued by many people. His students recorded his magic in ancient script and left it for later generations. Along with that were symbols and ancient script recorded very clearly, but the temple, which only believes in divine arts, controlled the mages. Those were also the shackles for mages. They monopolized all the books written in ancient script and designated them as forbidden books. That is why mages can't develop their strength. But instead they can create many different types of medicine. Because there are not many mages, only the rich can benefit from magic, as well as magic medicine. Something necessary for commoners, as well as magic medicine, something necessary for commoners. Many types of herbs have been mixed together to be able to create a new medicine. The best thing commoners can do is get medicine from the local doctor and make tea to drink. The image that appeared was a large mansion. Then they get seriously ill or seriously injured, even in difficult situations, they will still go to the clergyman. But, Cernua territory has no clergyman. Thinking to this point made Elodie a little thoughtful. If I can make a pain reliever using an easy-to-find ingredient like spirit grass, this will help the people a lot. Because in her head she had her own calculations, and once I successfully create the medicine, it will be useful for Cabal later when he goes to the battlefield. Thinking to this point, she then tightly grasped this type of herb in her hand. The greenhouse has been renovated, and the research room has been built. Her face was very expectant of her next inventions. Success in this business venture, I have it firmly in my hand. The scene quickly shifted to the greenhouse. Inside the laboratory, Elodie sat there focused on researching very enthusiastically. After a long time of experimenting, her eyes were dark circles, but she still did not care much. She just chuckled with amusement. Finally completed, magic medicine. That was the result of many types of herbs that she had self-modified. The success or failure of the medicine-making process depended on when to introduce mana. How, and how much, it must be said to be a series of continuous choices and failures. But just thinking about the result made Elodie happy again. Even so, I am so good, so success is only a matter of time. Elodie's face had become very proud looking at the newly made medicine in her hand. The pain relief effect has improved more than before. It is just hard because of its bitter taste. But now it is really the perfect pain reliever. Thanks to constantly transmitting medical mama, its bitter taste has been reduced. The pills in the jar were quickly noticed by her. I made it into pill form for easy drinking, as well as convenience and distribution. For the most part, medicine on the market is in liquid form. So everyone will definitely find my pills more convenient. Thinking of the future results later, Elodie smiled gently looking at her hands. I have hurt myself and tried drinking medicine. The result is that I do not feel any pain at all. The small wound on her hand also gradually healed. This made her very happy. I want to quickly let other people try it. Carrying hope for a bright future, Elodie held the jar of medicine in her hand and excitedly went to find the female maids. Let us go try it, right? She quickly asked the maids who were in the mansion, is there anyone here who feels pain or is injured? These words made Mary along with Tessie quickly pay attention. Elodie held the jar of medicine in her hand and walked towards Tessie, remembering something. Didn't Tessie say earlier that she was in pain? This made her seem surprised. Me. But then she immediately shook her head to deny. I am fine now, madam. Mary also added to her that, I do not have any pain either. This made her very awkward. Then who should I give this pain reliever? 2. After thinking for a short period of time, Mary quickly said her thoughts. Madam, if it is a pain reliever, why do not you try looking for the night order? Hearing this, she then suddenly understood something, a very good idea. Just like that, Elodie went to meet the knights who were still practicing. Seeing Elodie walking over with Cabell, the night orders quickly paid attention. It is the madam. Seeing her face so happy and strange made everyone feel very surprised. I thought the madam would not come today. This time everyone remembered Elodie's difficult expression. It is too dirty, quickly clean these things. This training floor is very expensive. She even nitpicked at the other knights. This one is still maintaining his sword every day, right? This made the knights very bored. She is nagging again. A series of memories flashed by, making the knights very worried. What is the madam going to nag about today? Elodie's face became very expectant, asking everyone, is anyone injured? This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, so she did not come to nag. This time a hand quickly raised high, making Elodie pay attention. Here, immediately the attitude on her face completely changed. After seeing her cheerful face, Elodie became quite surprised. Sir Sala, she quickly waved her hand to greet. My baby madam, you are really beautiful today. This made her a little speechless. She always sees me as a younger sister. Elodie quickly walked over and asked Sala, where are you injured? She laughed and shook her head, looking towards the back. It is not me. Before Elodie's eyes was Ren, standing blankly there with a very uncomfortable face. Sala came closer to him and smiled, explaining, lately during practice, Ren got beat up a lot. He also sighed and nodded, recounting, that is right, I am the only one who gets beat up by my lover. Elodie chuckled upon hearing this. She quickly gave him a pill in her hand and announced, do you want to try this medicine? It is magic medicine made by me. Seeing this pill had made Ren very surprised. Is it healing medicine? She shook her head and smiled, explaining, no, it has the effect of reducing pain. But this also made him very suspicious. It is not poison, is it? She angrily wanted to hit him. How can I give other people something like that to drink? Sala also smiled and patted Ren's shoulder, comforting. It is medicine that the madam gave, you have to drink it. Hearing this, he startled, not knowing what to do. But clearly looking at his eyes, he did not want to drink this pill at all. Ren immediately found another reason. Actually, I am not in that much pain, so. Before he could finish speaking, Elodie coldly ordered, Sir Sala. She also very obediently nodded in understanding. Yes, madam. Immediately after that, Sala then came behind Ren and hugged him tightly, talking, don't resist anymore, drink the medicine quickly, the Lord is here. This scene also made Ren blush with embarrassment, not daring to face it. Seeing this image on the side, Cabell was a little speechless, not knowing what to say. While Ren was still struggling to get out, let go. At the same time, the pill had also been thrown into his mouth. Just like that, he accidentally swallowed it. This made Sala laugh out loud. Elodie also looked at him with expectant eyes. How is it? After tasting the flavor of the pill, Ren calmly commented, it is a bit bitter. Elodie then continued to ask him, but it is still bearable, right? He nodded in confirmation of this. Yes, I can still drink it at this level. He then sighed, touching the wounds on his body. What about the pain relief effect? Ren's eyes startled, realizing that something was wrong. This time he was completely surprised when looking at the wounds on his body. What is it? I do not feel any pain anymore. This also made her very satisfied, but she quickly instructed. Why are you hitting yourself without permission like that? It is just a pain reliever. The effect of the medicine will last about 24 hours. Realizing that the jar of medicine in her hand really had an effect, Elodie was a little happy. Sala then became very admired of her. My madam, you are truly a genius. I want to hug you, kiss you. Ren on the side then became very helpless, injured, because of being stupid. Elodie's face was very happy looking at the jar of medicine in her hand. Anyway, I am glad the medicine is effective. This also made Beto surprisingly step forward to praise. The madam studies about magic medicine every day. Did you finally succeed? Hearing these words made her even more proud. It is very worthy of the effort I put in. She turned her head and looked towards Cabell, smiling and asking, Cabell is also happy, right? Hearing this, he smiled, his face flushed red, and nodded obediently. I am very happy. The time before her eyes had passed until a few days later at Cabell's vast mansion. Sirka stepped inside happily holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Looking around this place made him very surprised. I came here to repay the favor, but I am being welcomed so warmly, thank you, the chef's skills are amazing. Elodie smiled and nodded, talking, don't say that, uncle, I also received a great gift from you. After finishing speaking, she gently put the teacup down on the table below. Remembering something important, Elodie then looked at Sirka with very expectant eyes. You said you wanted to repay the favor, right? He heard this and then remembered something. That is right, I have to repay the favor. This time, seizing the opportunity, Elodie asked, then, can you listen to this request of mine? Sirka put his hand on his chest and nodded in agreement, of course, madam, just say it. She then went straight to the issue without hesitating. I want to distribute the items I made myself through the Landia trade group. This also made Sirka a little startled and surprised. Yes. He still did not dare to believe what he had just heard. The item, what is it? Elodie turned her head and looked towards the female maid, gesturing, Mary. She immediately brought her a jar of medicine. Yes, it could be clearly seen that Sirka did not expect much from this. The item made by a child probably is not anything special. She gently placed this jar of magic medicine on the table. Here it is. After taking a quick look at the shape of this type of medicine, Sirka surprisingly guessed, is it sugar? Although he still asked, what is this? Elodie fairly calmly introduced the type of medicine she had just made. It is a pain reliever made with magic. I am very confident about its effect. Will you take a look at it? This also made Sirka startled, not daring to believe his ears. Medicine, magic medicine, he asked again in confusion as if wanting to confirm, the madam is a mage, you made this yourself. It could be clearly seen that Sirka's face was very surprised, not daring to believe in the thing before his eyes. Seeing his attitude like that made Elodie even more proud. Magic medicine, and also in pill form, it is a must to be surprised. After examining for a short period of time, Sirka quickly asked, can I check the effectiveness of the medicine right now? Elodie gave a confident smile, of course. This also made him change his initial view of her. She made magic medicine herself. Seeing that he seemed to be thinking deeply like that, Elodie secretly rejoiced in her heart. I heard that if the owner of the trade group directly checks it, the effect of the medicine is beyond doubt, truly an outstanding merchant. In order to verify the effectiveness of this type of medicine, Sirka immediately created a small wound on his hand. After confirming his wound, Elodie quickly urged, please try drinking it, although she felt a little regretful, it is just a small wound. After hearing her words, he immediately put a pill into his mouth to try. A second later, Sirka's face completely changed, he even felt something. His eyes immediately lit up with a rare sparkling look. This time Sirka pointed towards the jar of medicine placed on the table with great interest. Madam, you are really amazing, your skills are very impressive, she chuckled upon hearing this. Glancing at him, do you want to distribute it? Inside her heart she tried to appear calm, am I pretending to be too serious? Although Kabul on the side had come and changed his seat, Sirka's face was very excited as he quickly said his thoughts. Yes, of course I want to, because this medicine is valued at a high level, but Elodie said her thoughts, I hope the price is not too high. This made him very surprised. Why, but, she smiled explaining her thoughts, because this is a necessary medicine for commoners, those who can hardly find medicine from doctors. This also made Sirka feel very curious, but if you think about the speed and effectiveness of the medicine, it even surpasses ordinary high-level magic medicine. It seemed that Elodie was still very determined with her initial plan. At least I want to set a low price for the people. Hearing this made Sirka very confused. He was a little puzzled by these words of hers. Even so, when the goods become scarce, the price will automatically be pushed higher. It seemed that all of these things had been carefully calculated by Elodie. You do not need to worry about that. In her head she had her own thoughts, because currently the medicine is still being produced. The image that appeared was the manufacturing process that Elodie had made herself. Not only medicine, I also developed automation equipment. Many different jars of medicine had been quickly created. It is the first time I made a magic tool myself, but it is still operating very well. It is just that the machine is quite noisy, which made Elodie very uncomfortable, and the noise of it is terribly unbearable. After a period of silence, Elodie then slowly announced, I intend to make the medicine for distribution in a smaller form. At the same time, the jar of medicine with small pills quickly appeared in both of their heads. This also made Elodie secretly approve. That is right, because the medicine is in solid form, it is very convenient for distribution. After thinking for a period of time, Sirka smiled and suggested, after finishing the matter in the capital, I will visit again, okay. Suddenly Elodie raised her hand to express her opinion. Before that, she quickly went straight to the issue with Sirka. How much is your deposit? This also made him stare blankly on the spot. Why, a deposit? Elodie chuckled as if nothing had happened and talked, because it is not just the Landia trade group that comes to visit the territory. Immediately after that, she did not forget to announce to Sirka an important piece of news. I will decide based on the deposit. After thinking for a short period of time, Sirka's face had become serious. Since I was born, my intuition has told me that I will be an heir to a large trade group. This time he became serious and announced, how much does Madam want? I will give that much, because in his head he had his own thoughts. If I miss this item, then I am an idiot. Hearing this, Elodie's face also became serious, not knowing what to do. But very quickly she took out a contract that she had prepared in advance and brought it before Sirka. Then I will accept a deposit, and an advance payment for the first shipment. After reading this contract, Sirka sank into his thoughts. The deposit is higher than I thought, but because the original price is cheap, this level is considered a trade without losses. While he was still focused on reading, Elodie spoke up and announced, suppose, if the distribution price is different from the contract date. Elodie's face was very serious as she stopped smiling and talked, I will not supply the second shipment. After a period of thinking, Elodie quickly reached out her hand towards Sirka, showing cooperation. This action of hers also made Sirka completely change his initial thoughts about her. She is still young but her nature is so meticulous. Seeing the smile on her face, he was a little startled and surprised. It is too embarrassing that I looked down on her. Both brothers and sisters shook hands with each other, showing cooperation between the two sides. Deal. Remembering something important, Sirka did not forget to remind, if the transaction is smooth, I hope that the madam will give us other types of medicine to develop in the future. Elodie also happily nodded in agreement, I will do that. This made her very curious and asked him, at that time, will you also try the medicine directly? He seemed hesitant to think about this, at that time. Sirka smiled and announced the next thing, I will send my younger brother, because he manages the trade group with me. Elodie happily nodded in agreement, okay. Suddenly a voice rang out, hands, do not hold any more. Cabal was a little uncomfortable with the actions of these two people. This also made Sirka quickly withdraw his hand. Elodie turned her head to explain to him, Cabal, it is just a handshake. He only remained silent and did not answer. But his attitude had become very uncomfortable when looking towards Sirka. Seeing the situation was not good, he hurriedly withdrew, I am leaving. Before leaving, he did not forget to say goodbye. Today, thank you for the hospitality. Cabal was still intending to keep him but it was probably too late. Seeing him leave so quickly made her feel somewhat surprised. He left immediately like that. But just thinking about the events of today made her very happy. I am so happy, because in her head she had her own thoughts. The deposit I gave was not small at all, but he agreed immediately. Just thinking about the large sum of money that she had received made Elodie very happy and quickly hugged Cabal. Cabal, do not worry too much, I will make Cabal a millionaire. Hearing these warm words, Elodie's face also smiled, showing agreement. Very quickly the scene had shifted to the training garden. Sala surprisingly praised, Madam, you have talent. Elodie, while learning to ride a horse, surprisingly glanced towards her, really. She constantly clapped and praised, with this riding skill, you can participate in horse competitions. Ren also had to clap and praise, this made her very embarrassed. Don't exaggerate like that, Sir Sala. While happily chatting, she noticed that Cabal was still standing right next to her. This time Cabal smiled and reached out his hand towards her, talking, Cabal, do you want to ride with me? His face hesitated, not knowing what to do next. But in the next second, Cabal refused this invitation from Elodie. Seeing him act like that, she also had to retract her hand, comforting herself, someday, he will have to go to the battlefield, but now he is afraid of horses, what should I do? Thinking of this, she then clenched her fist with great determination, I have to learn well and teach him again. While Elodie was preparing to learn to ride a horse, suddenly a notification quickly rang out from behind, Madam, this made everyone surprisingly turn their heads to see the situation. Butler Norman's face had become very worried as he ran over to report, it is not good. His voice gradually became more hesitant, th, this made Cabal seem curious. But Norman was very worried and tremblingly announced, Count Bologna is here. Hearing the somewhat familiar name, Elodie tried to remember in her memory, Count Bologna. Is that the uncle who hates Cabal, right? The image that appeared was a fat man with a sinister smile named Count Bologna. He was known as the biggest playboy here, a rogue even more than the previous duke. Count Bologna was even so sinister that no one wanted to be near him. He had bad habits since childhood such as drugs, gambling. His money had also piled up like a mountain due to him going to rob it. And the image that appeared was a man preparing to pass away with the butler standing right next to him instead of his precious son, before the former duke passed away. He instructed, "Do not let the Cernua duchy fall into the hands of Count Bologna, his second son." At that time, Cabal was very young and had to manage this vast land. That is why I decisively went to search for the Lord. Returning to reality, Norman was very worried, not wanting to face Count Bologna. "I am afraid of that evil man." Without naturally having someone look at Elodie's back leading Cabal away from this place, he will threaten the young lord and the madam. The scene had quickly shifted to the large room on the inside of the mansion. Count Bologna was silently waiting right there. Both of them had not appeared for a long time, making him become very uncomfortable. Seeing the objects in the room arranged in a strange way made Count Bologna even more angry. It is managed too messily, a magnificent castle has turned into such an ugly appearance. That brat, what is he managing? This made him unable to bear it and angrily said a sentence. Where did he come from and call himself my nephew? The child of a maid is the heir, I can't believe it. The more he thought, the more Count Bologna became angry and uncomfortable. I thought the Cernua territory belonged to me, because my brother died. But then the young Cabal interfered with his plan. If I get this vast and fertile territory, I will become a nobleman. And he just lived in a vast mansion like that. No one dared to look down on him. Thinking to this point made him even more hateful. Those illegitimate children dared to take everything of mine. While Count Bologna was still helpless and angry, the door was slowly opened. Elodie quickly stepped in. Right next to her was Cabal following. Seeing his hateful face sitting right there, Elodie quickly bowed. It is a pleasure to meet you, Count Bologna. But he was very disdainful of these greetings. I can't believe it. This time his eyes stared at Cabal as if wanting to judge. The land, the castle, the thing that was originally mine, yet that group of brats brazenly play family games like that. This time Cabal then quickly stammered and greeted. It is a pleasure to meet you, Count Bologna. Seeing this appearance of his made Count Bologna even more angry and speechless, a dirty illegitimate child like a sewer rat. And so all three quickly sat there. Butler Norman quickly poured tea for the three people. Holding the teacup in her hand, Elodie smiled and friendly asked Count Bologna, "Did you come to Bologna City for something?" He heard this and immediately pretended to reply, "Come here. Do I need a reason to come here? This is my place." His attitude had become very angry, but instead, Elodie leisurely drank tea. This made Bologna even more angry to the point of trembling. Those insolent people. Unable to stand it anymore, he stood up and slammed the table loudly in front of the two people. "Do you know what kind of castle this is that you dare to pretend to be the owners?" But Elodie then calmly announced, "The lord has been officially accepted by the royal family." Clearly he was very disdainful of these things. Lord, ridiculous. The kind that is not recognized by the family servants. Speaking to this point, Count Bologna's face became triumphant. "From next year, send a portion of the tax to the Bologna county. I will contact the family servants to help you." But this made Elodie very disdainful. She sighed. "So that is the goal, it is not surprising." Immediately she changed her attitude and stared towards him. "Why should we do that?" Cabal also quickly followed her. "Why should we do that?" As if unintentionally, she gently put the teacup down below on the table. "Count Bologna." Elodie's face quickly smiled mockingly. "Can you not whine with unreasonable words like a child?" Without having to say, these words made him angry. "What?" she continued to announce. "If you insist on it, we will officially send a complaint to the royal family." Hearing the two words royal family made Count Bologna turn pale with fear. He only knew how to curse, that little thing, because in his head he had his own thoughts. "Even if it is not because of this matter, the emperor and the other nobles have also had an unfavorable view of me, because of the action of opposing the heir." This made him very helpless. "That is why I ran to the capital. If my complaint is sent, I won't be able to turn the hearts of the aristocracy." While he was still thinking, Elodie continued to mock. "I heard that you stopped by here on the way to the capital. Since you are going to the capital, please bring this complaint with you." Her words had completely angered Count Bologna. He quickly pointed his finger at her face and taught, "You insolent thing." Cabal on the side could not sit still any longer. "Don't bully my wife." His face had become very uncomfortable when looking at the actions just now. Seeing his face, Count Bologna became even more angry. Unable to bear this anger anymore, he quickly came closer to Cabal, intending to raise his hand to hit. Where did you come from, you dirty bat, daring to? Before he could act, Elodie quickly reached out her hand to stop him. Stop. Her face was very angry, staring at this man and loudly ordering, in my capacity as the wife of Duke Cernua, the person representing the Lord, I officially banish you. Hearing these words made Count Bologna laugh out loud. What, banish, you dare to banish me? This time she immediately glanced towards butler Norman and ordered, because you threatened the Lord, I have no other choice. Norman also stood waiting right there. Yes, madam. Her face was very calm as she gave a new announcement, because there is an urgent matter, Count Bologna must leave here immediately, see him off. He obediently followed her words. Yes, yes, madam. Elodie looked towards his face and ordered, Count Bologna, you leave here yourself, or... Her voice constantly rang out, let the knights drag you away. This made him very angry but unable to do anything else. Count Bologna's palms had clenched since some time ago. You little brats who have not experienced the world. He quickly went outside, not forgetting to push butler Norman to the side. Get out of the way. Seeing him act like that also made Norman not dare to react. Going outside, Count Bologna's footsteps became faster and faster. Just thinking back to everything that had just happened made him even more hateful of this place. I should have left right away when I saw that face. Just thinking about what Elodie had done made him even more resentful. She dared to treat me like that. In his heart he had secretly calculated, you will have to pay the price for that insolent attitude. Time had quickly shifted to a few days later. A carriage quickly went out to the outside. On the carriage, Elodie sat right on the inside, observing. A long period of constantly working had made her very tired, sighing, I should have inspected the territory from before, but I was too busy so I could not go. Today I have to visit a few places. Looking to the outside, her face was a little thoughtful. It was not until I heard Count Bologna's words that I suddenly remembered. In Elodie's head she had remembered the different locations on the map. The vast border region of the Cernua Duchy is being managed by the family servants, each person a small portion of the territory. And the story was also slowly told when there were people secretly behind everything, because Cabal was officially recognized. Thinking about these things after the war made Elodie somewhat thoughtful, but until now I have not seen any of them. Suddenly an illegitimate child appeared. And then became the heir. They do not want to accept this. But this also did not make Elodie abandon her initial thoughts, even if I yield to the fullest extent, but at least they have to come to keep the right etiquette. Not even a letter, let alone greetings. Just thinking about what Cabal had to endure made Elodie even more angry, those disrespectful people. In her head she had thought of the image when Cabal after growing up, in the novel, they only came to greet and make friends. This made her very angry. After Cabal made meritorious achievements and returned, she unconsciously remembered the image when the female lead in the story constantly taught the group of people. There was also the plot of the princess giving those family servants an embarrassing beating. It seemed that Elodie in the original story had also contributed to this event, and Elodie in the original story also used to plot and scheme with the family servants. Thinking to this point, Elodie sighed a little wearily. I am really speechless. I am living differently from the original story now, but... While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, Cabal was still observing her with a confused look. This time she quickly glanced to the outside. I still feel sorry. Suddenly the scenery on the outside made Elodie feel somewhat more relieved. The blazing light quickly shone, dispelling all the thoughts in her head. Looking at the scene in front of her made Elodie exclaim in surprise, it is so beautiful. Is being polluted and pointed to the outside to inform Cabal. Right, Cabal. He only gently nodded in agreement. Her face became very expectant, thinking about what would happen next. Very quickly the scene had shifted to a vast land. Subordinate quickly reported, from here onwards is the farmhouse area, madam. Hearing this, Elodie looked down at Cabal and said, Cabal, we will ride a horse to tour around. If you find riding too difficult then tell me immediately. Got it? Hearing this, he gently nodded, understanding. Just like that, Cabal sat in front, while Elodie sat in the back, protecting him. Looking at the vast land right in front of her, Elodie's face had become very happy. Cabal looked closely. Before both of them was a field of golden ripe rice along with different houses. She announced with a smile, this is Cabal's territory. He heard this and remained silent, unable to answer. Seeing him still silent like that, Elodie felt a little awkward. Perhaps Cabal still does not understand what I am saying. The story also gradually told through Cabell's narration. Long ago, the first Duke, a war hero, who was also Cabell's ancestor, personally conquered and obtained this land. And that was also the reason why the people here worked so hard. Therefore, this is the land that Cabell must rule, and the people living here are the people that Cabell must protect. The image of the women happily laughing with each other while working. This made Elodie somewhat thoughtful. Ensuring the people have a good life is Cabell's responsibility. He nodded, listening to her. Seeing him so obedient, the corners of her mouth finally showed a gentle smile. Unconsciously she then reached out her hands forward. She gently patted Elodie's head as if she was an older sister. It seemed that Cabell was also very obedient after she did this action. Taking a walk around, observing the situation of all the farmers, Elodie's face had become very confused. But why are they? Seeing this, she startled, not knowing how to react. That, Norman, how do we cultivate? At the same time, this was the signal for Area 1. A place with golden ripe rice that was thirstily named Area 2. And the last place was Area 3, Norman explained in more detail for Elodie to understand. We divide the land into 3 areas to plant wheat and barley. This made her very curious. Then the remaining area is for rest. He smiled and nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is right. Elodie, after hearing all these things, seemed thoughtful. After thinking for a remaining period of time, she then turned to the butler again. The reason for letting the land rest is because of the fertility of the soil. Right, he nodded, confirming this again. Yes, that is right. Is there? Hearing this, Elodie remembered the different types of herbs being planted, making her feel confused. Why do not they plant round? Thinking to this point, her face had become very thoughtful as she asked herself, is it because they have not developed cultivation methods yet? Perhaps they won't be willing to invest in researching cultivation methods. She continued to look towards the managers standing behind everything, because the nobles do not care about the lives of the people. After witnessing this scene, Elodie quickly spoke up to remind, Cabell will become a good lord, different from other nobles. This made him feel very surprised. Seeing Elodie's face, he was somewhat interested. Definitely. Elodie continued to observe the pairs of farmers who were focused on working in the field. Several months have passed since applying. Just like that, money gradually came in like water, which means the taxes collected will naturally increase, and more people are returning to the territory. Time passed fleetingly. Several seasons passed like that. This time a cold winter quickly covered the entire place with snow. Only 1 year left. Then until the spring, the flowers and leaves were gradually sprouting, before the emperor's decree was sent to Cabell. On the inside of the spacious house, a happy voice rang out, Madam. Anna happily held a type of weed and quickly ran in to report, there is weed growing again, madam. Hearing this, Elodie's face had become very expectant. Now she had become a true beauty with a sharp face. She quickly paid attention to the weed in Anna's hand. Is that so? Again. Anna immediately held this weed up in front of her to examine. Yes, please take a look. It is very strange, right? Hearing this, she curiously glanced towards this type of 3-leaf clover. That is right. What is this type of grass? What caught Elodie's eyes was a type of grass with a very strange shape. This made her surprisingly think, lately, many strange types of fruits have grown in the greenhouse. Even Anna, an expert on plants, does not know. Elodie felt quite curious about the type of grass she was holding in her hand. It is really magical. It is the type of grass I have seen in my previous life. But she was very dazed, not knowing this type of grass at all. I do not know either. Hearing this, Anna smiled and quickly suggested, then we will get rid of them all. Right, I have only cut the grass. It seemed that this type of plant was Elodie's new topic. I will check later. I have to rest first. She also nodded in understanding, not forgetting to announce. Yes, then I will go over there. A long period of working had made her achievements were about to be introduced to the outside world, in addition to the pain reliever I made for the first time, to prepare for Cabell's journey to the battlefield. This time Elodie will research many different types of medicine. I have researched all kinds of medicines such as hemostatic medicine and ointment. This made her very happy. These types of medicine are already on the market, but the effect of the medicine I made is much faster and better. Remembering something important, she beautifully asked Anna, is Cabell still practicing? She smiled and nodded in confirmation. Hearing this, she then secretly instructed, so that is how it is, prepare a meal, so that when he returns, I can eat. Just like that, only Elodie was left in the room. She sighed, pondering, honestly, I really want to come and see Cabell practice. But then what had to come, but since that day, I have not been allowed to. She felt a little regretful. Time had turned back 3 years ago. During one practice, Cabell held a sword and quickly announced to Elodie, "Wife, now I will practice separately with Brian." These words also made Elodie freeze on the spot, unable to believe it. Cabell very seriously spoke up again, "From now on, wife does not need to come anymore." After hearing this, Elodie's face had become very regretful, but she could only nod in agreement. "Then I will watch until today," although she really wanted to see the different practice sessions. Why is that? She remembered the moments when she had witnessed Cabell practicing. Did me watching hinder him? Everything was just a fleeting memory, making Elodie very helpless. Okay, let us self-reflect. After thinking to that point, Elodie quickly stood up and walked outside. Thinking back, I was very surprised when Cabell first spoke respectfully to me. She unconsciously remembered the days when he was still a child. "Wife, let us eat cake," right? This made her feel very interested. At that time, he was too cute. She continued to think about the information in the book that was placed on the table. Since when has he grown up so much? Now he is no longer afraid of Brian. Time had fleetingly passed, making Elodie unconsciously look up and look out the window. Her face was somewhat surprised, but she still smiled happily and accepted. Is this the feeling of sending my child to school for the first time? Elodie sat quietly on the chair. Her face was a little thoughtful, looking at the file right in front of her. She knew that what had to come would come. Finally, the temple also decided to participate in the battle. On it was the paper that clearly recorded the information that Elodie would have to read. This place was the Heklo's Empire, a very peaceful and beautiful place, the largest empire on the continent, located in the west of the Freya continent. Another place on the map caught Elodie's attention, and this war will break out in the Urtra kingdom of the East continent. A battle happened, causing all the people to run around everywhere. They happily hunted for humans. Many innocent people had to die before all of them. It seemed that everything in this place was very chaotic. Objects were scattered all over the ground. Blood was on everything, denying the Tizer religion, the common faith of most countries on the Freya continent. And then they did things that no one could have expected. They successively invaded the neighboring small countries and declared their king a god. At that time, they appointed anyone as king. Then they used the excuse of collecting magic power to offer to the king of Urda. Many innocent people had to lose their lives in this war of theirs, and wantonly massacre the clergymen and mages they consider heretics. Cabell will go to battle in the battle. The image of the young Cabell wearing armor going to the battlefield appeared before Elodie's eyes, with this Urda kingdom. While Elodie was still thinking, Mary's voice rang out, "Madam." Hearing this, she then startled and reacted. Mary was a little worried. "Why does your expression look so serious?" Oh, she heard this and hurriedly explained, "It is nothing." Seeing that she seemed thoughtful, her face seemed to realize something. "It seems the clergymen have been kidnapped again." This made her a little helpless. How long will those barbarians keep doing this? Elodie also helplessly raised the cup of tea in her hand. That is right. The image of a kingdom quickly appeared before the two people's eyes, no matter how aggressive the Urtra kingdom is. Elodie understood one important thing very well, but if the Empire and the Great Temple joined forces, then there would not have been the matter of Cabell being sent to the battlefield at a young age. The image of the two sides quickly confronting each other appeared before her eyes. On the outside, the Empire and the Great. This made the Emperor at that time become very angry. The Emperor wanted to wage war with the Urtra kingdom, who was eyeing the border. Clearly the other side of the Great Temple quickly shook their heads to refuse, and constantly opposed the war. After a period of discussing, the two sides quickly began to cooperate. However, seeing the number of mages and clergy, just like that, both sides quickly rushed into fighting. But when the war began on a large scale, a bad thing immediately happened. Once again there was an internal conflict after the political battle between the royal palace and the Great Temple. This made everyone very headache. Amidst this tangled alliance, Cabell finally held a sword and appeared. His appearance also made everyone change their view. Cabell turned the situation around and brought victory to the Empire. Thinking to this point, Elodie sighed, gently putting the file down on the table below. Those pathetic people. While she was still sinking into her thoughts, Cabell's voice rang out, "Wife." She heard this and smiled, turning her head back. Seeing that he had appeared, Elodie's face was a little surprised. "Cabell, was the practice good?" He smiled and quickly ran towards her. "Did wife wait for me long?" She smiled and shook her head, quickly standing up. "No, not long at all," because in her head she had her own thoughts. "It is probably because I was reading the news." Seeing the smile on Cabell's face, this made Elodie a little reluctant. "I am starting to feel the feeling of having to leave Cabell." She quickly reached out her hand towards him. Let us go eat quickly, although in her head she was a little worried. Please. She quickly pulled him into the dining table. Please let my Cabal be able to return home safely. A long period of time later, Elodie's face had become very thoughtful. It has no effect at all. She wearily looked at the vast library right in front of her and sighed. Why are there so many libraries? I really do not understand why the previous dukes had to build each separate library to use. Oh my god, my legs. Seeing a book on the shelf, Elodie quickly reached out and took this book, History of the Cernua Dukes Family. Does the Dukes family have its own history book? Reading the information in the book, she chuckled with some surprise. Is there any content that can help Cabal? Suddenly Elodie's hand startled and stopped on a page of the book. What caught her eyes was information clearly recorded on the page. The first Duke took advantage of special abilities through antiques, things containing ancient power. This also made Elodie somewhat surprised at this information. Special power, she still did not understand these things very well. This time she remembered the portrait of the first Duke hanging on the wall. This brooch, is not it the thing I saw in the painting of the first Duke on the way here? She quickly remembered the brooch on the painting at that time, so it is an antique. Elodie then continued to go to the bookshelf to find different books. It must be a family heirloom, but I have never seen it before. Thinking to this point, her face was a little thoughtful and guessed, it is also possible that the previous Duke sold it, that rogue. Even so, Elodie still did not give up and constantly searched for other things inside the library, but to be sure, let us try to find it. Is there a hidden mechanism? She then continued to go in another direction inside the library. Is it on the other side? While focusing on searching, Elodie quickly noticed a small wooden table lying quietly on one side. This made her somewhat curious and thoughtful. Could it be? Unconsciously she remembered the golden bed that she had found recently, the gold found under the table before. After thinking for a period of time, Elodie quickly bent down, looking at the underside of the table. What if there is something? As soon as she saw the thing on the underside of the table, Elodie's face was somewhat happy. Looking at the thing inside the strange carpet, she could not hide her curiosity. It is really here. After thinking for a period of time, she quickly used her hand to try opening the box on the underside of the table, to check if there is a wooden door below. Just like that, Elodie had found a small wooden box on her hand. As soon as she opened the box and saw the antique inside, her face had become very happy. There it is, an antique. Not only the antique alone, but there were even different precious things on the inside. Elodie's attitudes very quickly changed. She clearly recognized that the thing inside this was not what she was looking for, fake. Elodie somewhat confusedly remembered the information she had read in the book at that time. The book said it was a gemstone that emitted a red light. Thinking to this point, she then sighed wearily. I thought so. It is not easy for valuable objects to appear. Suddenly information immediately appeared before her eyes. Detected a life disappearing. Do you want to use a hidden item? Suddenly the system appeared before her eyes, making Elodie startled and surprised. She recognized the notification of the system this time. Her face had become very confused. This is. The system still continued to appear before her eyes. Detected a life disappearing. Do you want to use a hidden item? This made her very confused, asking herself. When I died, a similar window appeared. Elodie did not know what to do next. Why is it appearing now? In her head, thoughts constantly appeared. And what does disappearing mean? What is a hidden item either? Clearly the system did not want to explain to Elodie. It constantly changed the notification. If you do not choose, the system will automatically use the item. Remaining time, 10, yes or no. She helplessly stood there. You have to explain more clearly. Time continued to pass, making Elodie even more worried. It is immediately counting down like last time. Realizing that time was still passing in vain made her awkward. What to do? Do I have to press something? The time at this moment was only 7 seconds left. In her head thoughts constantly appeared. Suppose, what if something's not right? Would it be okay to just press randomly without knowing what will happen? The system still did not hear her helpless words, only passing by in silence. Every moment that passed was a time for Elodie to stop her heart, not daring to breathe. Her trembling hands helplessly reached out slowly towards the screen. No, is not it an item used for a life that is disappearing? If that is the case, no matter what it is, I have to try, right? She quickly confirmed the yes on the system screen. Immediately a white light was shown before her eyes along with the system's notification appearing. Hidden item, Phoenix Feather has been used. Just like that, a white light quickly appeared, making Elodie unconsciously close her eyes tightly. Everything immediately returned to normal, making her somewhat confused as she slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she saw the thing before her eyes, she had become very surprised. After a long period of trying, finally on Elodie's hand she had taken the antique. Her face had become very happy, looking at the antique on her hand with interest. It turned into a new one. Thinking about the future plans later made her unable to express how interested she was. This will help a lot when Cabal goes to the battlefield. Just thinking about what was coming made her even more interested, laughing and blushing. It is so good, I am so happy, I am going to die. That night still continued as usual. Elodie quickly fell into a deep sleep, while Cabal still could not go to sleep. He seemed restless and thoughtful, as if thinking about something. His hands unconsciously clenched tightly. Now I am not as afraid of adults as before. When Cabal was young, in his eyes, adults had become very scary. And Elodie appeared in his life as if a ray of sunshine brought warmth. Just being with wife, I am not afraid of anything. The actions when she gently patted his head always made him vibrate, but recently. At that time Elodie would always smile gently, teaching him a few words. Wife often says very strange sentences. First, when both people went to visit the farm, Elodie had instructed him very carefully, if something happens to the Empire, Cabal must protect these people. She even gently patted his head, instructing, Cabal can do anything, so, do not be afraid of anything. Elodie's voice was still constantly ringing. Even alone, Cabal will do well. Thinking to this point, his face was somewhat thoughtful. He quickly turned back and looked at Elodie, who was still sleeping soundly, unaware of what was happening. This made him a little worried, asking himself, why do I have a feeling like we are about to be separated? He thoughtfully grasped her hands tightly. I am scared. Cabal lay there, unable to sleep. Is wife planning to leave me and go to another place? Sleep very quickly came, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. No, that won't happen. He silently prayed in his heart, please, please do not separate me and my wife. Time had quickly shifted to a year later. On the inside of the vast mansion, Butler Norman's worried voice rang out, Lord, Madam. Hearing his call, Elodie surprisingly turned her head back. What is wrong, Norman? Cabal also turned his head back, confused. His face was very worried, not knowing how to say it, because he realized one thing, the day Cabal was sent to the battlefield. On the letter were recorded a lot of information. Duke Cernua will directly lead the Knight Order and soldiers to participate in the battle with the Heklos Empire and the Tebekras Temple. His voice was a little helpless. There is an order sent. Elodie finally realized this. Finally it is here. She along with Butler Norman silently watched Cabal finish reading the letter. His face had become very dazed, not daring to believe the letter right in front of him. Seeing that he seemed thoughtful, this made Elodie a little worried. Although I knew beforehand, my heart is still heavy. Cabal, who is going to the battlefield, will probably feel very bewildered. She gently called out, Cabal. As predicted, he quickly turned his head back and announced, I do not want to go. This made her feel heartbroken. But he was very helpless, holding the letter in his hand and turning his head back to announce, I hate having to go, do not send me. Seeing him act strangely like that, Elodie remained silent, not knowing what to say. She gently bent down, hugging him tightly to her chest. This time she smiled gently and talked, until Cabal returns, I will always be here. Hearing this, he could not bear it and cried like a child. Elodie still tried to comfort him, so, go and come back to me, Cabal. Seeing the two people so emotional like that, Norman standing on one side also felt heartbroken but could not do anything else. Time passed cruelly. In the blink of an eye, the day to go to battle had come. On the inside of the vast royal palace, everyone was gathered, standing there. Cabal's face helplessly bowed, not wanting to face what was coming. As if understanding his feelings, Elodie gently smiled and thought, he was still crying a few days ago, that is commendable. It turns out he still remembers that he can't show a weak appearance in front of his subordinates. Thinking to this point, she gently came closer to Cabal, calling out, Cabal. She quickly gave him an item into his hand, take this. Looking at the badge made Cabal a little surprised. She continued to explain, this antique will protect Cabal. Elodie sat down, facing him and instructing, don't get hurt, or feel pain. Got it. He was still like an obedient child, nodding in agreement. Seeing that he understood her intentions like that, she temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Elodie did not forget to instruct, I will write letters, remember to take care of your health. Cabal felt even more reluctant, you must let me know. She smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, definitely. On one side witnessing this scene had made Mary very moved, wiping away her tears. Betos did not know what to say before this situation. Before leaving, Elodie quickly gave a letter before Cabell, here. He received the letter in his hand, she smiled and explained, read it later. He gently bowed his head and kissed this letter. Remembering that there was still work to be done, Elodie turned her head and looked towards Betos. Sir Betos, please take care of the Duke. He heard this and immediately nodded in agreement. Please do not worry, madam. He also did not forget to say more to comfort her worrying mood. We will finish quickly and return immediately. She heard this and sighed with relief. If it is that quick, that would be great, but... In Elodie's head she understood this battle better than anyone. The war lasts for 10 years. It also takes quite a long time to go to the Khatan Mountains, where the war is happening. This made her a little worried when thinking about that place, and the Urda kingdom is not an ordinary opponent. Just like that, Elodie stood there, looking at the two people leaving. She followed the back of Cabell, who was still riding a horse, preparing to go to the battlefield. Looking at his small appearance also made her feel worried. Through this battle, Cabell will grow up and become a duke who is respected by everyone. This made Elodie even more determined with the plan she had set. For Cabell, I will do everything, even if I have to leave the duchy, without a bit of regret. I hope that Cabell will return, and live happily with the female lead, the princess of his life. Just like that, time passed, the mansion still continued to develop under Elodie's management. Afterwards, several months passed, ending a cold winter, and warm spring days had come. She was still doing well and researching new types of medicine. Since the Lord left, the madam has put all her strength into only researching magic medicine. Many different kinds of plants were being experimented with by Elodie and Anna, as if the madam was keeping herself busy to dispel her thoughts. Not only I, but everyone in the mansion felt sorry for her, but we could not do anything other than be by her side. After a long period of working, Elodie was extremely tired and sighed. She sighed thoughtfully, lost in her thoughts. Luckily the temple also joined the war. The image of the two sides secretly confronting each other appeared before her eyes, the priests and holy knights with healing abilities. Thinking of this, Elodie felt relieved. Even if Cabell was injured, he would be treated with healing magic. She continued to remember that she had found many kinds of medicine. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that I found wild ginseng. Perhaps this type is extremely rare, so she felt extremely happy. I must send a lot of medicine to Cabell. It is red ginseng in pill form. A new medicine has also been researched by Elodie. I plan to sell that pill to the Landia trade union managed by Sir Ka, but, because it is wartime, I must create a better medicine. To not only help Cabell, but also help the people in the territory. Thinking about these things made her face extremely thoughtful. Now I have to start doing other things to develop the territory. And so Elodie continued to bury herself in work. Norman quickly brought a file in front of her. This is the report on the current situation of the territory that the madam requested. She took the file and examined it carefully. Is there anything special? He quickly reported. The people in the territory have increased compared to before. His voice continued to report everything he had learned. Thanks to this, everywhere in the territory became much more bustling. But there are still beggars lying around here, but in some places the situation has not improved. Elodie sighed after hearing this situation. There is still a long way to go. Suddenly she was startled to notice something. Before her eyes was the line orphanage written in the report. This made Elodie realize something. She asked in surprise, the orphanage where Cabell used to live is in the slums, right? Norman smiled and nodded in confirmation. Yes, madam, it is the area adjacent to the Bendosi barony. This made her a little thoughtful, remembering images from the past. At that time, Cabell, who was fast asleep, had continuous nightmares. Sorry, I was wrong. His trembling words kept echoing, I am sorry. These words made Elodie, who was lying right next to him, a little thoughtful and confused. She gently tried to comfort Cabell in her own way. Every night Cabell had nightmares about that orphanage. Baron Bendosi is the family deity of the Duke's family. This made her realize an important thing. It is said that the Baron followed Cabell to the battlefield, so he is currently absent. Seeing the calculating smile on her face also made him feel extremely confused. Madam, what is wrong? She suddenly stood up, smiled excitedly and signaled, Norman, prepare to take me out, because she had a new plan in her head. The time has finally come. A carriage was quickly placed below the mansion. Elodie quickly walked to this carriage. After tormenting Cabell, they still dared to stay in the territory. Her face became extremely angry when thinking about the actions they had done. Out of respect for Baron Bendosi, I turned a blind eye, but today, while she was still thinking, a voice rang out, Madam. The tall young man quickly held out a bouquet of flowers to Elodie. Please take this. Looking at his blushing face, Elodie was a little surprised and confused. Immediately afterwards, she immediately took the flower and smiled as she chatted, thank you. Her eyes suddenly looked at the flower she was holding in her hand. This flower has different colors, unconsciously making her think of someone. A bouquet. A voice rang out in her head, wife. Cabell's calls rang out, wife, look at this. Elodie heard her name being called and turned her head to look back. Cabell ran over, holding a flower in his hand and gave it to her. I thought you would like them, so I brought it back. His innocent and radiant smile was like sunlight shining into Elodie's soul. Taking this flower in her hand, she smiled and asked herself, what is Cabell doing now? Remembering that she had something to do, she continued to get on the carriage. Her purpose this time was very clear, she had to clarify everything. The scene before her eyes has shifted to the orphanage on one side. Its exterior is extremely old, outsiders would think that it has been abandoned for a long time. This made Elodie surprised, clearly this place is neglected. Everything inside here is extremely dilapidated, making her feel even more sorry. How can children live in a place like this? While Elodie and Norman were observing everything here, a foot quickly stepped forward. You guys. The large man with a strong smell of alcohol quickly asked, here to adopt children. Elodie quickly nodded in agreement and continued to announce, that is right, I want to see the children first. This also made the manager feel confused, looking like a lady, coming to this slum to adopt children. He sighed thoughtfully, but it is not my business. After that, he quickly led the three of them towards the front, this way. Looking inside the orphanage immediately made all three of them pale. Elodie could not even believe her eyes. This is ultimately. The extremely pitiful children were sitting on one side, they showed no signs of joy in life. This also made Norman confused, even worse than when I came to pick up the Lord. She continued to look at everything around here, it seemed to have been completely destroyed. Why are the children so thin and weak? While the three of them were still wondering, the manager quickly stepped forward to announce, Madam, this place is a slum. He also said extremely sarcastic words, it would be strange if the children were fatter. This immediately made her stop. Unable to sit still any longer, she quickly ordered, call the headmaster here. This made the man extremely uncomfortable. What an impatient personality. Madam, wait here for a while. A moment later, the voice of a lady quickly rang out, thank you for coming to our orphanage. This made Elodie turn her head to look. The woman with a very elegant appearance quickly stepped forward to greet, I am the headmaster here. Looking at the clothes she was wearing made Elodie even more uncomfortable. The children are weak and thin, while the headmaster is wearing a gorgeous dress. She continued to move towards her. I do not know what kind of child you are looking for, boy or girl. This time she quickly got straight to the point, about 6 years ago. Her voice continued to describe, there was a very small boy, with black hair and pink eyes, do you remember? The headmaster heard this and pondered. After that, she laughed as if nothing had happened, we have so many children like that. This made her even more uncomfortable. The headmaster's meaning is that there is not only 1 or 2 children who are locked in dark rooms and abused. Hearing these words, she hurriedly explained, oh my, madam, I do not know where you heard these words from, but perhaps you are mistaking us for another orphanage. Seeing that she was still denying it, Elodie quickly ordered, not mistaken, I have evidence here. Norman quickly placed the file in her hand. This also made the headmaster even more confused. What is that? She immediately pulled out the drawing of the two of them when they were young and loudly questioned, here, look at this and let me see if you dare to speak loudly again. She had no way to deny it after looking at the drawing of this portrait. Seeing the portrait of herself with scribbled strokes also left the headmaster and the manager speechless, not knowing what to say. She laughed in surprise and continued to ask, Madam, are you joking with me? Elodie's face was very calm. She continued to question her, do I look like I am joking with you? After that, she turned to point at the manager right next to her, the person over there, you. He was startled and confused when he heard this, yes. Seeing the sharp point of the sword pointing straight at him, he was a little startled and scared and backed away. Turion used his sword to point at him, making him tremble. Elodie continued to criticize, it is you, right, the one who abused Cabell the most, he hurriedly explained. It is not me, I do not know who that is. This time, she quickly announced to the crowd, the person you abused, is the lord of this territory. This also made the headmaster freeze in disbelief. What? Mary ran up from behind to report, Madam, they are here. At the same time, a legion from the mansion quickly appeared here. They immediately overwhelmed the headmaster and this manager, making her extremely angry and screaming, "What the hell is going on? Who are you to dare to do this to me?" Elodie laughed when she heard this, standing there with her hands on her hips and asking, "Me?" She laughed as if nothing had happened and answered, "These two people, I am the representative of the Lord, take the two of them." These two people were quickly suppressed and left, making the headmaster unable to believe the truth. Impossible, the man. Very quickly, the children at the orphanage were all gathered outside in the yard. Mary witnessed this scene and was a little curious. "Madam, what about those children?" Elodie heard this and was silent, thinking. The corner of her mouth unconsciously showed a smile. It seemed that she had some calculation. She quickly announced to everyone, "I will build a new orphanage, send all the children there." Remembering something important, she quickly turned her head to look at Turayan. "Thank you for coming here with me, Sir Turayan." He laughed when he heard this, placing his hand on his chest as if to show his loyalty. "It is nothing, madam, this is my job." Remembering something important, Elodie turned to Norman to remind him. "Norman." She smiled and walked slowly forward, declaring, "From now on, our territory will no longer have slums." Her voice kept ringing out, "Before Cabell returns, I will be responsible for developing the territory." Needless to say, these words made Norman so touched that he cried, "Madam." This time, he even more admired Elodie, but this also made her feel embarrassed. "Of course, I am doing everything for Cabell, but I also have to create a safe territory for the future after the divorce." It seems that Norman misunderstood. "I feel so guilty." Knowing that what she did today was too successful, Elodie smiled and waited for the sunlight in front of her. "Because I also have a lot." Feeling a little lingering, "Cabell, you will also be happy, right?" The scene has shifted to the evening in another place. The flickering bonfires emitted a warm yellow light. Sitting on a large rock, Cabell held the handwritten letter and continuously read each line written by Elodie. On it were written extremely careful instructions. "Do not get hurt, do not get hurt, do not forget that I am always there, I will write again, Cabell's beloved Elodie." This made him extremely cherish it, wife. He quickly wiped away the tears on his face. "No matter how scared and how much I miss my wife, I can't let others see this weak appearance." Even though he tried, the tears on his face kept flowing down. Unconsciously, Cabell clenched his palm with great determination. "I must be strong like my wife said." The scene has shifted to the dark forest. Everything here is extremely gloomy and quiet. All the soldiers are focused on guarding to see if there is anything unusual or strange. Above the tree trunk, an elf is secretly observing everything. Seeing that the situation has arrived, it and its companions quickly jumped down from the tree, making all the soldiers panic and shout to signal, "It is a goblin." And so the night army continuously fought against this monster elf. Seeing that the situation was gradually becoming unstable made Cabell on one side a little startled. Realizing that he had to fight made him unconsciously tremble, not knowing what to do. This situation made him continuously sweat. Currently he only wants to run away. "Since I was born, this is the first time I have seen a monster." Cabell's sword-holding hands have been trembling since when, so scary. While fighting, Brian was startled to realize that there was something wrong with him. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted a warning, "Lord." While Cabell was still negligent, a goblin with a club came forward to attack him. The urgent situation just now also made him freeze, not knowing how to react. But fortunately, he reacted in time. His feet quickly rushed high forward. With just one decisive blow, Cabell slashed the elf in half easily. His face was extremely calm after finishing off the elf who dared to harm him. Cabell's eyes were completely different from just now. It seemed that in his eyes at this moment there was only murderous intent. This also made Brian, who was witnessing on one side, become confused. He hurriedly reacted. This time he quickly called out, "Lord." Even though he had witnessed the scene just now, Brian still could not believe his eyes. "Are you okay?" He shook his head to announce, "I am okay." His face was very calm, looking at the situation right in front of him. "Quickly form a team and leave this forest." Brian also nodded in understanding, "Yes." It quickly shifted to the next morning inside the camp. Inside the small tent, Cabell focused on wiping his sword with a cloth. However, his hand was somewhat painful, making him a little uncomfortable, the place where he was injured just now. Brian quickly walked in from the outside and worriedly asked, "Lord, are you okay?" He nodded to signal to him, "I am okay." But Brian still understood him very well. He gently placed a bottle of medicine on the table and instructed, "This is pain reliever that the madam prepared for you." After speaking, he did not forget to worry and add, "If you feel too much pain, I will call a priest." Cabell became extremely stubborn again. this medicine is enough. He quickly ate a pill inside his mouth. In his head he unconsciously remembered Elodie, wife. He held the bottle of medicine tightly in his hand. Actually, I am not okay at all. Since leaving the orphanage, this is the first time I have seen blood, but I. After thinking for a short time, Cabell quickly announced to Brian, I want to practice tactics. This also made Brian a little startled and confused. He hurriedly reacted, yes, right now. He nodded very surely, yes. This also made him feel very embarrassed. Wait a minute, Lord, just like that. Cabell continuously practiced outside the camp. His face was very serious, intently looking towards the front. The Emperor is too much. Voices of contempt kept ringing around him, catching his attention. Giving such a small kid to be the commander of the entire night squad, is not this sending everyone to their deaths? This time the whispering words rang in Cabell's ears, in the end, the land will belong to Count Bologna, right? The strange voice kept provoking. There are rumors that the Emperor and Count Bologna have traded with each other. This made Cabell even more determined. I am too weak, I want to be stronger. He secretly told himself, strong enough to protect everything with his own hands. Suddenly a voice rang out in his head, Cap. This voice also made Cabell a little startled and surprised. What was that sound just now? He quickly gripped the sword in his hand. He even told himself, I want to immediately return to my wife. Cabell, absolutely do not bow your head. He unconsciously remembered the scene when Elodie and he had a wedding ceremony when they were young. Her face was clear and gentle. This made him even more determined. Cabell is the proud owner of this territory. While Cabell was still continuously practicing, Brian quickly stepped forward to remind him, stop and rest. He frowned, worried about Cabell's current health. If you practice any more, you will be exhausted. But he was still stubborn, continuously practicing quickly. Seeing this, Brian could only sigh helplessly. Seeing that he still could not stop him, Brian could only gently persuade, do not be too hasty. The Lord is still young, a few more years, surely you will become a strong knight. These words also made him silent to the point of contemplation. Is that true? I am too weak now, I want to become strong. And so Cabell's desire to become stronger became more and more intense, so strong that he could protect everything himself. This time the voice rang out again, Cabell Cernua. This made him immediately startled and reacted. Feeling that something was wrong, he hurriedly turned his head to look behind. Brian, did you just call me? He immediately shook his head to deny, yes, I did not. This also made him feel confused. What is wrong with you? Cabell heard this and comforted himself. I must have misheard. He hurriedly shook his head. It is nothing. Time passed again until late at night inside the camp. Cabell lay still there, still unable to fall asleep. Time shifted back to that morning. A voice rang out in Cabell's ear, making him turn his head in surprise. Lord, do you know what? They smiled and chatted. People say there are ghosts on the battlefield. Brian heard this and sighed, signaling, do not tease the Lord. This made them even happier. Sorry. After thinking about these things, Cabell became extremely scared again. But that rumor is true. Could it be that the sound I heard during the day is? Not daring to face this, he hurriedly turned around, trying to fall asleep. No, it is just nonsense. He clenched his palm, reassuring himself, I want to become a strong knight who is not afraid of ghosts or sounds. While he was still falling asleep, that voice continued to ring out, Cabell Cernua, do you want power? This time the voice made him unable to bear it and opened his eyes wide. Cabell quickly sat up, unable to believe his ears. He discovered that this sound was coming from the badge pinned on his shirt. He quickly reached out to touch the pin on the front of his shirt. The voice came from the pin. While Cabell was still unsure of what was happening, the voice continued to ring out, oh, descendant of Cernua, answer if you hear my voice. He listened in silence. Looking at the pin in his hand, he was a little thoughtful when he heard these strange voices. I will grant you the power to fear no one. But he still felt something was strange. Who are you? This time the pin suddenly spoke. Finally, I can hear my voice. The pink-haired girl, the one who gave me life, where is she? Hearing this, Cabell immediately thought of Elodie. Pink hair, are you talking about my wife? This also made the pin very surprised. Wife, you are so young and already have a wife. Anyway, on the day I was about to disappear, she saved me. This also made it very confused. But how is this pin in your hands? Cabell calmly informed it. My wife gave it to me. This made it even angrier. Do you know who I am that you dare give me away so easily? It continued to look at Cabell and judge. Even so, it seems you are the rightful heir. These words made him not understand anything. What are you talking about? The image that appeared was a giant beast through the words of the pin. Long ago, I chose the first Cernua. And so it told its story, and I mercifully shared my power with him. Will you, who made a pact with him, also make a pact with me? Don't you want power? Hearing this, Cabell became even more determined. I want it. It immediately became happy, then immediately before it could finish its sentence, Cabell continued to cover its mouth and sighed, but my wife told me not to listen to strangers. Now I have to go to sleep, you keep quiet. These words of his made it completely dumbfounded. What? In the blink of an eye, time shifted to the next morning in the dense forest. The voice inside the pin kept ringing out, I can give you that power. Are you really not going to make a pact with me? But Cabell was very determined and refused. I won't. This made it even more confused. Why, you want to become stronger, do not you? Really not making one, really not. He quickly repeated his words, I won't. This clearly made the pin very angry and judge how talented and outstanding I am. You do not know anything and are just talking nonsense. These words directly made Cabell angry, too noisy. And time passed day by day. From that day on, the pin, in the following days, it constantly made proposals. Cabell Cernua, make a pact with me. By making a pact, you will gradually become stronger. Why do not you make one? These words made him even angrier. The knights around are very surprised and alienated from him. Why is the Lord so upset? I do not know either. And then one day, constantly tempting me to make a pact, Cabell could only helplessly sigh and ask it, what will happen if I make a pact? Hearing this, it quickly became happy. This time it smiled very excitedly and announced, the Cernua bloodline gives one the power to use natural mana. Its voice kept ringing out, explaining this in more detail, if you train that power and give it to me before it could finish its sentence. After speaking, it also did not forget to imagine Cabell's powerful future image, if you become a swordsman. At the same time, the spirit beast inside the pin will gradually become stronger. I will gain the power to break the seal, regain my true form, and use all of my power. This made the pin very confident in its current power. I will become your strong ally. How is it? Very attractive, right? Aren't you curious about my existence, my name? After speaking, it continued to propose, quickly make a pact with me, but contrary to its expectations, Elodie became very cold, no, not at all curious. This made it really confused and immersed in its thoughts. It has come to this point, I should have been persuaded by now. Could it be that I keep refusing only because of a word from his wife? Suddenly at this moment, it realized there was a way to persuade Cabell. Seeing that he was still stubborn and unwilling, it quickly called out, you. Cabell heard this and paid attention to it. Its voice quickly rang out, do you want to return to your wife soon? Hearing this made Cabell immediately startled. Without thinking much, Cabell quickly nodded in agreement, I want to, because he had his own thoughts in his head, I want to be by my wife's side, as soon as possible. Hearing these words, the pin continued to propose, then making a pact with me will be better, because when I break the seal, I will quickly end this battle. This also made Cabell hesitate, not knowing what to do next. But it seemed like he was gradually being persuaded by it. Are you telling the truth? It quickly nodded with certainty, really, if you do not make a pact with me, I will gradually die in here. What would I lie to you for? The image of it as a spirit beast quickly appeared through its story. Moreover, my growth will also depend entirely on you. After introducing itself, the pin became very eager. So, are you willing to make a pact now? Cabell hesitated. He asked it in confusion as if wanting to confirm one more time. Can you guarantee it in writing? This made it speechless, not knowing what to say. Where did you learn this from? He sighed and announced, of course, my wife taught me. And so Cabell wrote out a contract and placed it on the table. He turned his head to announce to the pin, it is done. This also made it breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, I can make a pact. Immediately it shone brightly and quickly introduced itself. I am Ifrit, the Fire Spirit King. Call my name, Cabell Cernua. Following its words, Cabell quickly called out, Ifrit. His voice rang out, I will make a pact with you, and at the same time, a strange white light emitted from inside the pin. This light made him somewhat blinded. When Cabell opened his eyes again, the image of large wings hit his eyes. Along with that was a spirit beast with huge ears. Inside Cabell's tent, a dazzling light was emitted. Looking at the shape of the animal he had just signed a contract with, he was somewhat curious, that is, the Fire Spirit King. Cabell looked in disbelief at the scene in front of him. What, you? In front of him was a small spirit with the appearance of a fox. Seeing that he was still dazed, it smiled and quickly reached out to greet, I am Ifrit, the Fire Spirit King. Because he was too surprised by these things, Cabell quickly sat down and picked it up in his arms. I feel like I have been scammed. It heard this and hurriedly explained, because I am still weak right now, that is why I have this appearance. But then Ifrit became very proud and announced, after receiving your manna, I will grow up and have a very cool appearance. Hearing these words, he could only sigh, can I believe this, wife, I miss you so much. In the blink of an eye, time has shifted to 4 years later. Inside the large garden, laughter rang out. Elodie quickly played with the children of the orphanage here. Realizing that time was running out, Mary quickly stepped forward to announce, Madam, it is time for us to go. This also made Elodie a little regretful on one side, is it time already? She smiled happily and quickly turned around and walked away. Before leaving, she did not forget to instruct Mary, go to the carriage first, I will be right out. Suddenly a small hand quickly grabbed Elodie's skirt. While she was still unsure of what was happening, a little girl quickly held out flowers to her, Madam, please take this. This made her very precious and gently sat down to rub the little girl's head, the flowers are very beautiful, thank you. These words made the little girl very happy. Before Elodie left, she did not forget to instruct, until next time I come, remember to live well, Daisy. The little girl nodded obediently, yes. Elodie happily held the flowers in her hand and walked away excitedly. Feeling that something was wrong, her face immediately became confused. The flowers just now fell heavily to the ground below. Looking at her hands that were still trembling, Elodie immediately became scared, why so soon? Unconsciously, she remembered the image of Elodie in the original work, the disease that petrified the body. And the image returned when Elodie in the original work became extremely evil and forced the female lead to drink medicine. Elodie in the original work tried to give the princess poison to petrify her body. And then what had to come, finally came, with the compensation of cause and effect. Elodie finally had to pay the price. Elodie suffered from an incurable disease with symptoms identical to the poison she had created. Just thinking about having to leave made her tremble in fear. Why, how can it be? She quickly used her hands to hold her trembling hands tightly, like this. Elodie closed her eyes tightly, not knowing what she should do. What if I die before Cabal returns? Immediately afterwards, Elodie focused on researching various types of herbs. After that day, I started researching medicine to treat this incurable disease. Thanks to Sirka, I bought all the herbs that this world has. I collected and read all the books related to herbs and researched them. Elodie returned to the laboratory and continuously dedicated her strength to this research. I reassured myself that I could find a cure for this disease. Even though she had reassured herself like that, tears kept falling down the pages of the book. While researching, Elodie became desperate, not knowing what she should do. She tried to make herself as optimistic as possible by wiping away these tears. I will definitely find a cure. She thought of the prospect of being able to wait for the day of Cabal's reunion, and, smiling brightly to welcome Cabal back. Time flashed by again. On a beautiful morning, birds sang happily in the large garden. Elodie's research greenhouse was gradually improving. She continuously searched and researched new types of herbs to try. Elodie became even more beautiful after growing up. She always gently took care of the plants like that. Feeling that there was something strange about her, Anna worriedly stepped forward. Madam, your complexion is not good, are you okay? She heard this and shook her head. Smiling and explaining, I am okay, thank you for worrying about me. But after answering, Elodie's face became extremely thoughtful. The disease is progressing faster than before. She looked at her palm that was gradually petrifying. I have had the disease for 2 years, but I still have not found a cure. This made her even more desperate. Ultimately, will I have to die like Elodie in the original work? During a walk in the garden, Elodie and Anna quickly checked if there was anything new. Suddenly a type of herb caught Elodie's attention, making her a little curious. Before her eyes was a type of bright red grass with 3 different leaves. She immediately asked, Anna, what is that? She quickly explained, it is the type of grass that Madam once said she would research later. Looking at the grass growing right in front of her, Anna continued to recount, because it kept growing steadily, I just gathered it and left it there. Elodie quickly sat down and examined this herb carefully. I seem to have seen it when researching red ginseng. Now that I think about it, I have never researched this type of grass. After thinking for a short time, she quickly signaled to Anna, Anna, gather them and bring them to me. Although she had her own thoughts in her head, it is a type of grass that is not mentioned in books. After a long period of research, Elodie quickly pondered, if I research it well, I might find a cure. She poured various types of herbal tea into the teacup in front of her. Holding the warm cup of tea in her hand, she did not know what she should do next, or should I try drinking green tea extracted from the stem first? After thinking carefully, Elodie looked at herself reflected in the teacup. Hopefully it will be effective. And so she drank the cup of herbal tea that she had just made. Immediately after drinking, Elodie waited for its effects. 1 minute later passed, it did not seem to have any special effects. Seeing that her hand was still the same made her a little helpless and sighed. As expected, there is nothing. I was a little expectant. While she was still about to give up, suddenly her petrified finger moved. This made Elodie unable to believe it and brought it in front of her eyes to look again. It can move, the finger. Elodie's face immediately showed a rare bright smile. Although there are still symptoms of paralysis, it is better than before. I found a cure. I did not expect it to be in such a nearby place. This made her even more excited to look at the teacup in front of her. If that is the case, if I drink red tea with a stronger concentration than the stem, the effect might be even better than this. But Elodie was a little worried when she looked at the red color in the teacup. Its leaves are too red. I am a little scared, but in order to be able to safely live her life here, Elodie could only raise the teacup and try. She gently sipped a small sip of tea in her hand to taste. In her head, she was still hoping that she could cure this disease. As long as I am sure about the effect of the medicine, I do not need to worry anymore. Suddenly Elodie dropped the teacup right in front of her. Unfortunately, she fell to the ground below and coughed hard. It is too hard to breathe. She helplessly coughed continuously, unable to do anything else. Immediately afterwards, Elodie's eyes gradually became desperate. I do not know when. She coughed up blood on her trembling hand. Her face turned pale, unable to believe the truth in front of her. Blood, why? She continued to look at her hand that was gradually returning to normal. There was nothing abnormal in the toxin test. Could it be that there is another type of toxin that has not been discovered? Elodie's face became thoughtful when she looked at her fingers that could move completely. I can feel the sensation in my fingers. This made Elodie understand something important. With just the stem of the grass, the symptoms of paralysis have been greatly reduced, but, after eating the leaves of the grass, the sensation in my fingers has completely recovered. She thought of the leaves that she had carefully processed in order to make tea. It is true that coughing up blood makes me worried, but seeing the effect like this is the first time. And I do not feel any pain. I will just continue to monitor the situation. Elodie hurriedly reacted and wiped the blood from her mouth. But every time I drink the leaves of the grass, I cough up blood. Everyone will be startled. Before anything else, she thought of the scene of Norman and the maids crying and feeling sorry for her. For now, I have to hide it. After thinking for a short time, Elodie quickly put her blood-stained handkerchief into the drawer. Anyway, I can sleep peacefully now. I am sure no one will know if I leave it here. She quickly closed the drawer and walked outside. Just creating a medicine that can cure the incurable disease made Elodie even more joyful and hum a song. She quickly signaled to the maids around, "Anna, bring the plants from before to me." Anna heard this and happily nodded in agreement. "Yes, madam." Seeing Elodie constantly encouraging herself, "Come on," Mary next to her smiled and chatted. It seems like madam is happy again. This also made Anna breathe a sigh of relief. That is right, that is great. After seeing that Elodie's mood had improved, Mary breathed a sigh of relief. For a long time, madam was always gloomy, making me very worried. Many times outside the door, she continuously heard Elodie's crying, making her even sadder. Fortunately, madam has regained her spirits. Time gradually shifted to the late afternoon. Elodie smiled and looked at the maid. "Today, Anna will clean up, too." Anna smiled and nodded obediently. "Yes, madam." And so Elodie left. Anna quickly cleaned the laboratory. Suddenly a piece of cloth inside the drawer poked out, catching her attention. This made Anna think that Elodie had forgotten her handkerchief, so she laughed and was about to take it out. "Madam is really, it seems like she forgot to take her handkerchief." As soon as she opened the drawer, Anna's face was a little surprised. "What is sticking on?" Immediately afterwards she reacted. Could this be? Her whole body trembled and fell to the ground below in disbelief. Madam's blood. Time quickly shifted to the late night at the camp where Cabell was focusing on performing his mission. Inside the camp, almost everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Cabell had not gone to sleep and was focused on examining the information on the map. With just a little carelessness, our army will be. Hearing this made Elodie thoughtful and hesitant, not knowing what she should do. There is no time to delay any longer. A long time had passed, turning Cabell from an innocent boy into a tall man with a handsome face. He quickly announced to everyone, "Tomorrow night, we will attack the kingdom of Urda." His eyes were a little angry, staring intently ahead. "I must end this tiresome war." This also made the surrounding knights very surprised. How could someone so cold and scary suddenly be like that? Ifrit panicked and hurriedly begged, Lord, this is too hasty. Please reconsider. Another knight next to him also immediately spoke up, Lord, could it be? The faces of all of them became angry when they looked at the woman with white hair behind. Do you trust that woman's words? Cabal very calmly slowly turned his head to look at this woman. His eyes were a little thoughtful, slowly remembering everything. Time turned back to a moment before, when Cabal was very thoughtful before this battle. The war is lasting longer than I thought. At that time, the image of a palace submerged in a sea of fire appeared before his eyes, then occupied and destroyed the king. At that time, the two sides secretly took action, combining. The emperor wanted to defeat the kingdom of Erda with a coordinate. This also made Cabal very difficult, not knowing what he should do. Only the Holy Land can penetrate the steel shield of the. A big problem appeared, causing the war situation to fall into a prolonged stalemate. Thinking of this made Cabal very tired. While he was still bored, Ifrit calmly comforted, wait a little longer. It quickly appeared in its spirit beast form and announced, I am about to finish. This made Cabal a little expectant, end the war. But then Cabal became very angry and questioned, do you know how many times you have said this sentence? How long do I have to wait? This made Ifrit a little scared and hurriedly stood still to explain. A few times. It tried to continuously inform him, really, it won't be long now, maybe. Cabal then gave mana for it to absorb. When eating his mana, he did not forget to instruct, then eat more and grow up quickly. These things made Ifrit even more angry and continuously barked heavily like a small dog. Hey, forcibly eating mana does not make me grow up, stop, you have waited for several years. Can't you wait a few more days? Why are you so worried today? Hearing this, Cabal immediately became thoughtful, unable to say anything. What is wrong? His head was filled with messy thoughts, making him helplessly clench his hands. The image of whispers continuously rang out, discussing behind the back of another knight. Hey, have you heard the news? He is so unlucky, his wife left him. What? That guy is arrogant, but I feel sorry for him. Various whispering discussions continued to appear. I heard someone's wife died while waiting. Those of us without wives are more comfortable. Anyway, their wives are near the capital, so they can hear some news. But in the Cernua territory, they can't hear anything. Oh yeah, there is nothing special there. Just hearing these discussions made Cabal even more worried. Clearly my wife said she would send me a letter. He was very helpless, not knowing what he should do. I am afraid she will forget me. I still have not seen any letters being sent. The image of Cabal happily linking arms with another man made him even angrier. What if she marries another man? What am I going to do? Hearing his feelings, Ifrit on the side was speechless. Are you afraid of that? He was so helpless that he lowered his head and sighed. Or, if she dies. Seeing him overthinking like that made Ifrit not know what to say. You can write a whole novel already. Seeing it still talking nonsense on the side, Cabal coldly turned his head and ordered, get out, do not make noise. It heard this and quickly hid in the pin. How cute it was when it was little. Just thinking about the beautiful memories of the past made Cabal very nostalgic. Wife. Suddenly a scream rang in his ear. The princess has run away, catch her. These words also made Cabal feel very surprised. It turned out that the woman falling from the sky was the female lead. She was very helpless and cried. Cabal, who was standing outside, suddenly saw this scene. The princess's face became very confused, not knowing what she should do next. Cabal himself was also dumbfounded by this situation. Returning to reality, the princess's voice quickly rang out inside the camp. I am indeed the princess of the kingdom of Dayef. Tomorrow, King Erda will come to the castle of Dayef. That is also the truth. After speaking, her face was somewhat sad as she explained, King Erda said he came to take me directly, because I said I would dedicate myself to King Erda. Hearing her say such words, all the knights quickly looked at each other, considering. Brian, standing on one side, quickly asked again, but how did the princess open the gate? She gently raised her hand for everyone to see the bracelet on her hand. Thanks to this bracelet, it is a keepsake my mother left me. The princess clenched her hands, sadly not knowing how she should explain to the knights. The Erda people do not know about this ability, so they will continue to look for me there. After speaking, she helplessly shed tears of longing. Mother. Her actions also touched the hearts of many other knights. But for Cabal, he remained silent without any reaction. This time he quickly called out, Brian. He also hurriedly stepped forward. Yes, Lord. It seemed that Cabal did not care about the princess's words. He gently turned around and left. Tomorrow, you stay here and supervise that woman. If King Erda comes as she said, we must adjust the plan. Before leaving, he did not forget to criticize Brian. "You completely believe those words, I am so disappointed." This made him only bow his head and apologize. "I am sorry." As soon as he passed by the princess, he coldly radiated murderous intent towards her. "Tomorrow night, if there is no news, kill her. We will launch an army according to the plan." Time quickly shifted to the next morning. At this time at a large mansion, but now it was in a mess of destruction. At the same time, a slash appeared, blood continuously splattering everywhere. Cabal held his sword and continuously eliminated the people who were still remaining here. Looking at the scene in front of him made him a little thoughtful. King Erta came in the morning. This also made him secretly acknowledge, as expected, the words of that woman. Suddenly outside he quickly shouted angrily. As soon as he saw Cabal appear, this man was a little startled. Before he could react, Elodie held the sword in her hand. "You are the king of Erta, Hikar too, you are too late." Seeing him suddenly appear made him a little angry, pointing his finger at him and cursing, "Who the hell are you?" Without saying many words, Cabal immediately used his sword to end his life. Even his blood splattered on his face. But Cabal was still always cold like that. He quickly raised his hand to wipe the blood on his face. This time he slowly ordered, "Burn it." Ifrit also immediately appeared, burning everything in this place. And so a large palace here finally sank into a sea of fire. The red flames burned the Dayef royal palace and all the enemies. Cabal led the night squad to advance into Erta. And another resounding victory is planned. The places he passed through were filled with hot flames, that unquenchable flame, not only burning away all the enemies blocking the way, but also the fleeing enemy troops. Before all his actions, Cabal and Ifrit acted side by side together. After hearing the news, the Imperial Army and the Holy Knight Squad belatedly joined Cabal's legion. Among them, the Holy Knight Squad began to look at Cabal and the Fire Wolf destroying the enemy troops with eyes full of surprise. And then what had to come had come, because Cabal and the Fire Wolf were the living gods of Tebekra, the god they served. This made everyone admire Cabal very much. The Emperor and the High Priest were very happy with the victory belonging to Cabal. The people of the Empire and the priests all cheered. Of course, all these things were written on the face, and the news was spread everywhere. After reading these information made Elodie very confused. What is happening? The faster than expected speed made her somewhat confused. The war has ended already, it is almost to the Cernua Duke's mansion. Elodie sat there and thought, I do not know about other things, but I clearly remember that the war will last for 10 years, why is it like this? Thinking of this, her face was somewhat sad. Anyway, Cabal will return, along with Princess Larissa, the female lead. The two of them were very close to each other as if they were a real married couple. And the one who should be here is Elodie. She realized one thing, it is time for me to leave the stage. Time quickly shifted to the late afternoon. A knight became very confused and asked, not going through the capital. This made him very surprised. Why? Cabal was very calm before this opinion. Then I ask you, what do we go to the capital for, Hyzen? He heard this and pondered for a short time and then replied, that, is not this an opportunity to score points in the eyes of the royal family or the temple? The squad leader has also rescued the Red Princess of Dayef. He did not care much about these reasons. With that reason, I do not need it even more. After speaking, Cabal ordered, go outside. Hyzen was a little disappointed, I understand. Although he had his own thoughts, I wanted to take a walk around the capital once. Seeing that Hyzen had gone outside, Cabal's face was very calm as he thought, why should I impress those people? Because he had his own changes. I realize that baseless rumors about me have been spreading recently. The story started a few weeks ago. Cabal thoughtfully remembered, when I started executing Hondar, the general of Erta, and pursued Prince Zendikar fleeing towards the North Sea of Laflencia. The image of a mysterious man quickly appeared before his eyes. Ifrit's actions also made Cabal very angry and continuously blamed, it only knows how to use pursuit techniques with people whose faces I remember. This made him even more angry. Because of that reason, I failed, but the king is dead, and just like that, many people worshipped Cabal as a god. I only hope everything can stop here, but, the child of God, the temple believes that the god Tybek has given me power. This made them very important to him. Everything also became troublesome from then on, and started calling me by that name. There was even another story that drove me crazy. When I learned that the princess's bracelet was once a relic of the temple, the princess decided to donate it to the temple. At that time, Larissa held this bracelet and smiled as she announced, I trust and feel safe handing over my mother's keepsake to the temple, hoping that the temple will take good care of it. And this also made them continuously think of the happy image of Cabal and Larissa. At the temple began to praise her. Not only that, they also matched her with me, and spread rumors that the child of God and the princess in the prophecy brought victory in the war. These rumors made Cabell sigh very tiredly. Ridiculous, just donating a bracelet, what is so great? What if the princess is the granddaughter of the emperor? They are just making a fuss. Like they are acting in a play. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the drawer and took out a mirror. Fortunately, I am back to the territory, I do not need to meet those people anymore. He looked at himself reflected in the mirror. More importantly, will my wife like me after seeing me? Fortunately, there are no wounds. How has my wife changed? While Cabell was still thinking, Ifrit reproduced the image of Elodie to help him. She is still the same, right? This made him angrily teach it a lesson. Can you be quiet for a bit? Just having to be in the cramped, dark space made Ifrit very uncomfortable. How many times have I said it? When I am in here, and you wear this, I can read all your thoughts. After speaking, Ifrit quickly appeared. You are so noisy, how can I sleep? Cabell acted as if nothing had happened and explained, but, what is with that appearance of yours? It acted as if nothing had happened and announced, now that I am stronger, I can adjust my appearance. Then Ifrit put on a pitiful appearance and appeared in front of Cabell. How is it? Cute, right? He was very dismissive of this. Not at all. It hid its anger inside its heart. What do you know? Remembering something important, this time it continued to ask, but you, why are you suddenly looking in the mirror at this hour? It is not like your personality at all. Aha, still caring about my praise just now. Cabell heard this and was startled. It continued to comment, that is right, you have changed so much, so the possibility of being hated is also very high. Its voice kept ringing out, but even if you look in the mirror, your appearance won't change. Before it could finish its sentence, Cabell coldly ordered, shut up and go to sleep. Seeing him uncomfortable with it like that, Ifrit immediately became uncomfortable. It hid inside the pin and nodded to announce, look carefully. After it fell asleep, Cabell's face was a little sad. Wife, even if I become ugly, please do not hate me. On this side, seeing that everyone was still practicing enthusiastically, Elodie laughed in surprise. It is nice to see everyone so energetic. Turayan, who was right next to her, smiled and chatted. It seems that Madam has given them energy. Remembering something, she turned her head in surprise and asked him, surely everyone will be back soon. You want to quickly meet Sir Turayan, right? He laughed and scratched his head. Understanding, yes, it is a pity that I could not go to battle with everyone at that time. But Elodie still praised, even so, you led the night squad very well. This made him seem surprised. You really think so? Elodie's voice kept ringing out, of course, the knights are all praising you endlessly. These praises also made Turayan blush with embarrassment. Remembering something, he stammered and asked again, the Lord is also grown up now, right? Elodie immediately became silent. She quickly looked outside and nodded thoughtfully, probably. Seeing that Elodie did not seem too well, Turayan immediately called out, Madam. She quickly turned around and walked forward, not forgetting to say goodbye. I have to go now, you have worked hard, Sir Turayan. He heard this and immediately proposed, then let me escort you back, but she coldly refused, no need. This made him a little thoughtful, Madam. Just like that, returning to her room, Elodie lay bored on the bed, flopping down on the bed, her mind in a mess. Different thoughts kept appearing in her head. The princess is the granddaughter of the emperor, the story of Cabell being the child of God and the fire spirit. Those are all details I am hearing for the first time. Was I too focused on the war and forgot about other things? This made Cabell sigh thoughtfully. It has been 7 years already. She quickly remembered Cabell's innocent appearance when he was little. Does Cabell still remember me? After thinking about this, Elodie disappointedly said to herself, children easily forget childhood memories. Maybe that is why he never replied to my letters. This made her gradually accept the reality even more. Children easily forget childhood memories, so maybe that is why he never replied to my letters. If so, surely the divorce will be carried out soon. In Elodie's head, she imagined the scene of Cabell leaving Larissa to greet everyone. I will disappear from this place, like someone who never existed. Thoughts kept appearing in her head, making her feel somewhat tired. I wish I could live somewhere on the edge of the territory. In the blink of an eye, time shifted to a few days later at the mansion. Norman still continuously managed the mansion while supervising the maids working. The maids gently combed Elodie's hair carefully. Mary's face happily announced, Madam, it is done. This made her a little confused when she looked in the mirror. No, is not it a bit too much? She smiled and quickly explained. What are you talking about? It has been a long time since Madam met the Lord. It has to be like this. While everyone was still discussing with each other, Norman quickly stepped forward to announce, "Madam, it is time to go." She heard this and nodded, understanding, "I am coming out now." The scene shifted to the outside of the large mansion gate. The golden sunlight quickly shone down. Wearing beautiful clothes on her body, Elodie was a little thoughtful and worried. It is the first time wearing clothes like this, so it feels strange. Different thoughts kept appearing in her head. If Cabell hesitates, I will talk about the divorce first. Cabell, do not worry, I am ready to divorce. She was still immersed in her own thoughts when a voice signaling rang out, "Madam, look over there." Elodie immediately raised her head and looked forward. Seeing the night squad returning made her very expectant, straining her eyes to look into the distance. As soon as she saw Cabell's figure appear in front of her, Elodie's face was a little dazed, unable to believe it. This time he gently put his feet down below the ground and approached Elodie. Looking at the tall young man right in front of her, Elodie could not even believe it. Cabell. As soon as he saw her, his face became very happy, while she was still dazed, not expecting this to happen. While she did not know how she should address him, Cabell gently hugged her, "Wife." This detail was completely different from in the original work. He smiled and chatted, "I miss you so much." This also made Elodie unable to form what happened. Isn't he too big already? He is grown this tall. Realizing that the knights in the back were still watching, she hurriedly called out, "Cabell." This also made Hyzen on one side surprised. It is the first time I have seen that appearance of the squad leader. Everyone's faces were even more surprised as they discussed together. The squad leader also has this expression, completely different from on the battlefield. Hyzen surprisingly assessed, "That person is the Duke's madam. It seems their relationship is very good with the squad leader." Brian on the side laughed triumphantly and announced, "Of course, because the squad leader was almost raised by the madam." But this also made Hyzen feel curious, but he did not even send a single letter. This made Brian immediately become silent. Unable to sit still any longer, he loudly signaled, "Hyzen, I have warned you before, do not do anything impolite to the Duke's madam." He heard this and just snorted, "I know." Although in his head Hyzen had his own thoughts, he refused the Emperor's personal reward for his merits and ran back to the territory. "I thought there was something great here. It is just this kind of shameless woman." This made him even more contemptuous. In his head, he only thought of the scene of Cabell holding Larissa's hand. The princess, the granddaughter of the Emperor, is much more suitable for the squad leader. The Emperor wants the princess and the squad leader to be a couple. This made Hyzen very thoughtful as he remembered the two of them, and the princess also seems to have feelings for the squad leader. No matter how I think about it, the princess is much better. He this time remembered Cabell's lonely back when he was on the battlefield. The squad leader is a hero who saved the Empire, and also a benefactor of our mercenary squad. So I hope the squad leader will be truly happy. The person who can melt the squad leader, that cold iceberg that is not even human, as expected, can only be the princess. He again looked at Elodie's face, which was still dazed there, not that woman who only knows how to spend money alone. Thinking of this made Hyzen very contemptuous, no different from an unlucky woman. On this side, the butler Norman and the maids were very touched by this scene. Even all three of them quickly covered their faces and sobbed. Now the two of them have reunited, our poor madam. Time very quickly shifted to the late evening a few days ago in a room inside the mansion. This time the butler Norman and the servants stood still there. Anna, while wiping away tears, asked the surrounding maids, "But where did the madam go?" Another maid also spoke up, "She cried herself to sleep." This time, the sounds of the maids crying continuously rang out inside the room. The madam has a deadly disease. It seems that over the past few days, the madam has suffered a lot because of the disease. What are we going to do about our madam, so she is still not completely well? Seeing everyone so emotional, Norman coughed a few times and then instructed everyone, "Everyone calm down, crying won't make things better, do not be sad anymore." Hearing him say this, everyone looked up at the butler. The madam is keeping it a secret, surely she has her own reasons. Norman did not forget to instruct everyone, in front of everyone, "Act carefully, do not let the madam find out that we know about it." Everyone quickly nodded in agreement, "Yes, butler." Returning to reality, Elodie continuously urged Cabell before everyone's eyes, "Cabell, let me go." Hearing this, he slowly released her and looked straight into her eyes. Because she felt a little embarrassed, Elodie smiled and praised, "You have worked hard over the past few days." But his face was always serious like that, "Wife." Seeing this situation, Norman quickly stepped forward and wiped away a tear. "I have no regrets even if I die now. Remembering something important, Elodie quickly turned her head and smiled, instructing, Norman, guide the knights to their places, and tell them that the banquet will definitely be held in a few days. He heard this and happily nodded, understanding, yes, madam. Remembering something, Elodie smiled and turned her head to look at Cabell. Was it hard? Cabell must be tired, let us go inside quickly. Looking at her hand that was gradually being held out made him somewhat dazed, standing right there. Feeling too curious, Cabell quickly examined Elodie's small hands carefully. This size also made him feel quite surprised, wife's hands are so small. This also made Elodie somewhat speechless, it is not, your hands are big. He gently bent down and kissed her hand, so small. Although in his head he had his own thoughts, when I was little, her hands were once very steady, I did not expect that one day she would hug me with such small hands. This scene also made her dazed right there, she did not know how she should react. Because she was too embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her hand. This also made Cabell feel dazed. Elodie continuously urged, let us go inside quickly, Cabell needs to rest. This small action also made him freeze right there, it seems my wife is not happy to be reunited with me. As soon as she turned into the mansion, Elodie was confused, not knowing what to say, this is not good, if this continues, I am going to cry. Her face was very thoughtful, quickly returning to the inside. Unconsciously, Elodie remembered the scene when Cabell used his hands full of scars to hold her hand, hands full of wounds, you must have really suffered a lot over the past few days. This made her somewhat heartbroken, honestly, I want to hug him and say you have worked hard, but... A feeling continuously appeared in her chest, making her somewhat uncomfortable, why is my heart beating so fast, surely it is because of the surprise, do not misunderstand. Just like that, Elodie told herself to stay calm, not to forget her position. Very quickly the scene shifted to the inside of the large room. Looking at the room right in front of him made Cabell very surprised, the room is still the same. Elodie smiled and explained, this room, I deliberately did not renovate much. She did not forget to add to him, because I want to keep the appearance in Cabell's memory. This made him a little touched, the castle has been renovated, it looks great. After looking around the room once, Cabell's face became extremely happy, so during the time I was not here, my wife worked very hard. Hearing these words, she still chose silence. But in her heart at this moment, she was secretly happy, I want to show you that all my efforts are to protect what belongs to you. Cabell, perhaps the little guy is very surprised. Remembering something important, Elodie was about to turn around and leave, she did not forget to remind, Cabell, take a walk around, I will prepare hot water right away. Take a bath and rest to feel better. Suddenly, Cabell immediately asked back, will wife bathe me? This sentence made Elodie immediately freeze. He smiled and quickly came closer to chat, husband and wife bathe together. After that, he did not forget to get closer to her face and announce, you said that. Hearing these words, Elodie's face showed a very forced smile, oh, really? In her heart, she had become very thoughtful, falling into a bottomless abyss, then of course, that was when I was little, I used to say that, but, how should I explain it? She gradually became stammering, not knowing how to say it correctly, that. Seeing this reaction of hers was quite strange, Cabell laughed in surprise and hurriedly explained, I am just kidding. The more confused you look, the more embarrassed I feel. These words made Elodie's face turn into a tomato, she blushed shyly, not daring to face him. She quickly turned her head and left, not forgetting to announce, I will go prepare the bath water. After seeing her leave, Cabell breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly glanced around the room here. Everything was in the same position, making him feel very surprised, how strange. He continued to look at everything around the room, the wallpaper, the fireplace are all the same. Cabell remembered Elodie's back when she left, but it seems only my wife has changed. This made Cabell even more worried, is my wife not happy to see me, what a strange mood. And so dinner quickly appeared. Elodie and Cabell sat silently at the table. While eating, Elodie thought worriedly, when I ordered the servants, my words were so smooth as if I had prepared them in advance. She secretly glanced at Cabell's face, now it is just the two of us, I do not know how to start the conversation, the atmosphere has changed a lot, right? Cabell still just silently sat there, enjoying the food. His eyes quickly looked straight at Elodie. This time, the eyes of both people met, making the atmosphere immediately become awkward. Seeing this, both people hurriedly turned their heads to look in another direction to reduce the embarrassment. Putting a piece of meat into her mouth, Elodie helplessly asked herself, what is wrong with me? Seeing that she was somewhat thoughtful, this made Cabell even more worried. He ate the food that was set on the plate, thinking in confusion, while I was not here, did my wife have an affair outside? Remembering Elodie's beautiful appearance made him even more worried. Before I left, she was already very beautiful, now her beauty is so radiant that it makes others unable to take their eyes off her. Before Cabell's gaze, Elodie still silently enjoyed the food on the table. He was still immersed in his own thoughts when he saw the scene of her friendly socializing with everyone. Because my wife is kind to everyone, there will be many people who like her. This made Cabell a little angry, clenching the small knife in his hand, but he raised his head to look at Elodie, who was still focused on enjoying the meal. We are each other's husband and wife. Time very quickly shifted to the late evening, inside the long corridor. Elodie walked and chatted. I heard that Cabell worked very hard on the battlefield. Cabell heard this and nodded in understanding, yes. This also made her feel shy. She smiled and praised, I am very proud of Cabell. After speaking, she did not forget to point to the room next door and announce, okay then, Cabell, good night, I will be in the room next door. Seeing this awkward attitude of hers also made Cabell freeze for a moment. This time he became very serious. Why? The sudden change in attitude made Elodie a little startled. What? He once again repeated his question, why are we sleeping separately? This made her very difficult, not knowing how she should explain, because we are about to divorce, and you have the princess. Remembering something was wrong, Elodie's face immediately became confused. Now that I think about it. She quickly remembered the woman who was the female lead of this novel, Larissa. Seeing that Larissa did not appear here made Elodie even more confused. Did he forget to bring the princess back? After thinking to this point made her very curious. Clearly in the original work, he came back with the princess. Do I remember wrong? Seeing that Elodie was still silent, Cabell was somewhat thoughtful, not knowing what to say. He immediately spoke out his thoughts. Husband and wife sleep together, right? This made her even more difficult. Look. Elodie was about to explain some more. Cabell continued to ask, wife taught me that, right? She did not know where she should start. That. Seeing her stammering voice, Cabell was somewhat helpless. Wife. In his head, he had his own thoughts. I knew it, you do not want to be with me. His face immediately became ugly. I came back, are not you happy? Hearing him say such nonsense words, Elodie became very confused. What are you talking about? She continued to explain, how can I not be happy? But clearly, he did not believe these words at all. You are not happy at all, always. Seeing him turn around and leave, Elodie quickly explained, Cabell, you misunderstood. But clearly he did not bother to listen to these things. She quickly stepped into the room. I was really looking forward to Cabell. Suddenly Cabell stopped, his voice rang out, wife hates me, right? She hurriedly shook her head to explain, it is not like that. Elodie's hand slowly reached out towards Cabell, intending to keep him back. But seeing this change made her somewhat startled and confused, not daring to react. Why is it so stiff? Elodie's face was troubled, not knowing what this situation was. Cabell was still standing there silently, looking at her with resentment. Inside the large room, Elodie continuously explained, no, just now it was. Before she could finish her sentence, Cabell interrupted, is it because I am not as cute as before? This made her confused. Did I hear wrong? What? Cabell became very sad and sighed, because I am too tall, so you are not happy anymore. These words of his also left Elodie speechless right there. Seeing that he had misunderstood, she hurriedly waved her hands, shaking her head, confused as she continuously explained, no, it is not like that, it is just that it has been a long time since we have met, so it is like this. She tried hard to remember the image of herself and the little Cabell of the past. When you left me, Cabell was still very small. Now Cabell has returned with such a wonderful adult appearance. So I am a little not used to it. After speaking, she did not forget to comfort him a few sentences. That is all, I absolutely do not hate Cabell, Cabell is. After hearing these words, Cabell's attitude changed, is a younger brother. When she saw his attitude, Elodie hurriedly turned her head and thought, important. She then stammered and announced, is important to me. He continued to repeat, I can't hear clearly. Seeing this, Elodie could only smile and announce to Cabell, is an important person to me, so do not think like that anymore, understand? Looking into Elodie's eyes made Cabell somewhat helpless. I was hoping my wife would look at me like when I was little. Even the two of them can hug each other happily, my wife will happily hug me. And in the current world, there are only two people left, will praise me for being good, beautiful, and rub my head. That is the reunion scene that I imagined in my head. But returning to reality, the cruel truth clearly made Cabell unable to accept it. Inside the large room, Cabell's voice rang out somewhat helplessly, "Please do not avoid me." This also made Elodie feel quite surprised. Why would I avoid Cabell? Her face was very helpless, not knowing how she should explain. "I just need time to adapt." After speaking, she gently lowered her head, somewhat sadly. "I have always loved Cabell." Standing in front of her, Cabell still just silently listened. "Cabell does not know how much I miss Cabell." Hearing these words, finally a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He gently wiped away the tears on Elodie's face. "Wife, do not cry." At this time, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was still safe. "I really miss Cabell." He was very moved by these warm words. It is great that Cabell returned safely. Seeing her worried about him like that, the corner of his mouth breathed a sigh of relief. Both people looked at each other, not needing to say anything. It was enough to understand how they felt. A period of time passed in the room. Elodie smiled and chatted. "There is something I want to show Cabell." This made him very curious. "What is it?" She smiled and pointed to the wall. "Look over there. It has been a long time, right?" These memories made Cabell dazed to the point of contemplation. Unconsciously, he brought his hands towards the height of Elodie at 20 years old. This made him somewhat emotional. "Wife's height after I left." This made him laugh in surprise, somewhat interestingly. "So you still measure your height?" She smiled and quickly explained. "I was just bored, so I measured it." This made Cabell unconsciously remember the image of Elodie's back at that time. "So my wife's height at that time was this level. When I was little, my wife was always great like an adult." He quickly put his hand out in the air, guessing, "Around this level, then I was here." Remembering something, Elodie turned in another direction. "Wait for me a bit." She quickly used a pen to mark the time when Elodie was 16 years old. 16 years old is here. Her face was very expectant. "What about after that?" Cabell scratched his head shyly and explained, "I do not remember." She heard this and immediately decided, "Then we will measure it now. Come over here." And so both people, Cabell and Elodie, quickly measured their height like when they were young. Only now Cabell had developed to the point that even if she stood on her toes, she still could not measure it. A little more. Seeing that she seemed to be having difficulty, he smiled and reached out to take the pen. "Let me do it." She smiled and handed the pen to him. "Really?" Cabell quickly marked his current height. This also made Elodie feel surprised. "I did not expect it to be so far apart." Looking at the height of the two people now made her a little embarrassed. Cabell is really very tall. While she was still immersed in her own thoughts, suddenly he turned his head and asked, "Is wife really happy that I am back?" She smiled and nodded to confirm, "Of course." He still wanted to hear it one more time. "Really?" Elodie at this time was completely no longer awkward and smiled as she chatted. "Really, I am very happy." Hearing her say that, he breathed a sigh of relief. And so a long night passed. Elodie and Cabell were again like when they were young, sleeping in the same bed. Feeling somewhat strange, Elodie did not know how to say this case. How did it turn out like this? Time shifted back to the moment just now. Cabell quickly said to her, "Then invite me to sleep like when we were little, okay?" This also made her feel confused, not understanding what he wanted to say. Afraid that both people would be awkward, Elodie immediately explained, "Cabell, I plan to sleep in the room next door." But he looked at her with very expectant eyes. "Just today?" Clearly he had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Please, wife." Seeing his sparkling eyes, Elodie did not know how she should react. That was the reason the two of them were lying in the same bed like in reality, she sighed. This time Elodie turned her head and glanced at Cabell, who had fallen into a deep sleep. "Oh well, let us sleep together tonight." The corner of her mouth showed a very happy smile after the long days of meeting each other. "Really, I have many things I want to ask when we meet again. How have you been? How much have you suffered?" She gently covered Cabell with a blanket. "You have worked hard, Cabell. Have a good night's sleep today." Time very quickly shifted to the next morning. The bright sunlight shone into the room. Cabell's face had woken up, only his face at this time was as red as a tomato. Elodie was still fast asleep, not knowing anything. The two people hugged each other tightly, making him tremble. "What should I do? I want to hug her tightly forever." But just thinking about her anger made him scared and pulled his hand back. "If I hug her without permission, wife will hate me." After a long period of psychological struggle, Cabell could only sit up and sigh. Endure it." Elodie was still immersed in a deep sleep. He gently covered her with a blanket. How can her sleeping appearance be so cute? Cabell quickly went to the bathroom area. He turned on the faucet. Because in the morning when he woke up, he needed to wash his face to wake himself up. Even Cabell meticulously groomed his current appearance. He was very worried because he was afraid Elodie would see this appearance of his. After that, he quickly returned to the room. I can't let my wife see such a disheveled, messy appearance. While he had just returned, Ifrit sat on the side and waved his hand to greet. It is morning, where are you going? Seeing it suddenly appear here made him immediately uncomfortable, still not getting out. It sighed, not knowing what to say before this case. Really, I did not come to see you. It continued to look at Elodie, who was still fast asleep, and announced, I came to see what my savior looks like. These actions of his also made Cabal gradually lose patience. I said get out. This also made Ifrit unable to stand it anymore. Am I not allowed to see the face of my savior? Afraid that Elodie would wake up, he did not forget to order it, leave quickly. There was no other way, it could only fly outside. It is not that I am afraid of you that I am leaving, but I was already planning to leave. And just like that, Ifrit left, leaving Elodie and Cabal inside the room. He again lay down in the old position right next to Elodie. Sleepiness suddenly hit, making him immediately close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep. Elodie from before until now was still dreaming beautiful dreams, not wanting to wake up. Some time later, she slowly opened her eyes to look forward. As soon as she saw Cabal's face, she was a little startled because of this embarrassment. Because she had not been used to having someone lying next to her for too long, Elodie screamed in fear that echoed throughout the mansion. Some time later, the maid quickly stepped in to put makeup on her. Elodie quickly instructed, I do not, this to hair wear. Mary, on the other hand, was very determined, quickly grabbing her hand and signaling, you have to put it on, this is the highlight. After a series of preparations, Elodie's face had become much more perfect with different highlights. This made the maids very impressed. Madam, you are so beautiful. She looked at the luxurious dress worn on her body. This dress is too difficult to move in. Seeing her so beautiful, Mary even more excitedly cheered, the Lord has returned, you have to be beautiful. But this also made Elodie feel confused. What does that have to do with it? She continued to glance at Cabal, who was still fast asleep on the bed. Now that I remember it, just in the morning, Cabal was also so fair-skinned. Neat, is it because he is the male lead? She quickly remembered the moment just now when Cabal stepped outside. I was nervous to death because I thought I had to change clothes together, thanks to Cabal being considerate. He went outside first. Thinking of this made Elodie sigh tiredly. Suddenly I feel guilty. When we were little, we did everything together, now it is a crime. She quickly immersed herself in her thoughts. Today, I have to tell him to sleep in another room. Noticing that Mary had something strange, she immediately noticed. Feeling quite curious, Elodie quickly spoke up and asked, but Mary, is something wrong? She heard this and felt surprised. Yes. It seemed that Elodie had guessed the reason her face looked sad. It looks a little different from usual. Did you argue with Betos? This made Mary feel startled. Is it that obvious? She continued to remember the scene when the two people were always close to each other. From before until now, whenever there was a chance, they would stick together. When they were apart, they would cry all day. Even yesterday, both people were very touched and hugged each other. Yesterday, both people had a very emotional reunion. At that time, Mary shed tears of emotion. Sir Betos. Both people quickly hugged each other tightly. Sir Betos, Mary. Remembering this made Elodie very confused. Did you really argue? Mary did not know what to say before this, the matter. She confusedly hurriedly explained everything again. That matter, we did not argue, madam. Although in her head she had her own thoughts. How should I say it? I absolutely can't tell madam that the two of them argued because of madam. She confusedly hurriedly explained everything again. That matter, we did not argue, madam. Although in her head she had her own thoughts. How should I say it? I absolutely can't tell madam that the two of them argued because of madam. After thinking for a short time, Mary smiled and explained, really nothing happened, madam, do not worry about it. After speaking, she quickly pushed Elodie to sit down on the chair below. You must be hungry, right? I told everyone to prepare a meal. In her head, Mary immediately told herself, in the future, I can't reveal it, I have to be careful. Seeing Mary act like that also made Elodie feel confused. Could it be that I am wrong? She confusedly realized her attitude just now. It is like Mary has something difficult to say. The scene shifted to the park. Betos and Mary sat there quietly. This time he quickly started telling Mary, I am worried, because the Lord's personality is too cold. He was not like that when he was little. This also made her very surprised. Really, he continued to tell, yeah, the Lord is in the age of passionate love and is acting even more immature. Hearing this, Mary laughed and was about to say something more. If that is the case, our madam. Suddenly remembering something, Betos quickly spoke up and asked, right, have you heard about Princess Larissa of the Kingdom of Dayef? This made her quickly remember the woman with the beautiful face, the story of the princess being the granddaughter of the emperor. Right, he smiled and nodded to confirm, that is right. After that, Beto sighed and said his thoughts, it would be great if that princess could suit the Lord's heart. Hearing this, Mary immediately became silent. His face was very thoughtful as he explained, I think he is very concerned about the Lord. It seems the emperor also wants to pair the two together. I hope the two of them can get together. Hearing this, Mary could not stand it anymore. What? Seeing her suddenly get angry made Betos a little confused. What is wrong with you? This made her even more angry. The Lord has a wife. What the hell are you talking about? Hearing this, Betos was a little surprised, thinking, because in this kingdom there is a divorce system. Then he quickly said his thoughts, the two of them look no different from sister and brother, do not they? And also, it seems the madam has another man. Even in Betos's thoughts, he thought a lot about this issue, because this is a marriage from when they were little, not understanding things, so I thought they would naturally divorce and live like siblings. But these words made Mary so angry that she trembled. What did you say? This made him feel a little scared. Isn't that the case? Her voice was a little choked up. Sir Betos, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. These words also made him freeze for a moment. What? Mary's face shed tears of helplessness when she remembered the things that Elodie had done. Madam has. Seeing her sobbing like that also made Betos feel confused, hurriedly comforting, I was wrong, do not cry. While he was still struggling to apologize, Mary's hand quickly lunged forward. She did not hesitate and directly slapped Betos's face, making him unable to believe it. As soon as he fell to the ground, he became very confused and hurriedly called out, Mary. But she was still standing there, trembling with anger. This time, her face was very determined as she continuously cursed, I misjudged people, I do not understand why I would wait for someone like you. Seeing this, Betos hurriedly knelt down to apologize, I was really wrong, I misspoke, but clearly Mary could not let it go so easily. Enough, how can you see my madam like that? Our relationship ends here. Her voice kept ringing out, because my madam is more important than you. Returning to reality, Mary, like a lost soul, walked and thought, I really have no eye for people, why can he think like that? In her eyes, Elodie and Cabell were the most perfect couple. My madam, when she was still small, but almost shouldered everything and raised the Lord, because she was worried about the Lord on the battlefield, she often sent letters and supplies. Even Mary had witnessed many times Elodie continuously working even though it was late at night. Sir Betos also received a lot of help from Madame, even though she had a deadly disease. Madame still worked hard to develop the territory excellently, but he dared to casually talk about Madame like that. The more she thought, the more angry she became, clenching her palms together. I absolutely won't forgive him. Time very quickly shifted to another place on the bustling street here. Cabell walked and looked around, surprisingly admiring the scenery. Seeing his face so dazed also made Elodie laugh as she chatted, how is it? How does it feel to look at the territory after a long time? But he was very serious and commented, in the future, I have to call my wife the Lord. These words also made her freeze. Cabell still could not believe that everyone in this place had become very happy with their current lives, developing the territory to this extent. I can't do it like you. Wife is really a very wonderful person. Hearing these flattering words, Elodie had also become very proud of her achievements. But she gave all of this to Cabell. Even so, you can't call me that, this is Cabell's land, even going to the battlefield to protect this land, right? This made him seem surprised. My wife also protects the territory. Hearing this, Cabell gently stepped forward from behind her, not at all, you said that husband and wife should share everything with each other. The moment when the two people were little was brought back. The image of Elodie at that time continuously feeding Cabell. Cabell's things are mine are Cabell's, so do not leave anything behind. This made Elodie somewhat speechless, thinking, at that time, I just said it to help get rid of Cabell's picky eating of vegetables. I did not expect the little guy to bring it out and apply it to this matter. She sighed and quickly taught him a lesson, also can't, Cabell is the owner of the territory, understand? The two people very quickly went everywhere to observe the achievements that Elodie had created in this place. Both people were amazed at everything developing to the point of Chong Mat, and he was still always secretly looking at her. Very quickly the two people quickly went into a jewelry store. As soon as she stepped inside, Elodie had to be overwhelmed by this large store. Looking at the things in front of her made her very excited, so many beautiful styles. While she was still looking at these things, Cabell gently put an item on her hair. Wife, please forgive me this time. He gently put on her a very shiny hairpin. Seeing this hairpin shine on her face also made him even more excited. It suits my wife very well. Cabell smiled and chatted, look, is not it very suitable? This also made the people around continuously discuss noisily. Oh, Lord, your sense of aesthetics is really amazing. Because they are husband and wife, so that is why, you have already found a style that suits the madam. The two people quickly stepped out, strolling together. Before leaving, the store clerk did not forget to respectfully give a gift. I would like to specially give this gift to the madam. This made Elodie very embarrassed. You do not need to do that. As soon as she stepped outside, Elodie walked and worriedly thought, my face is still blushing with embarrassment, does Cabell not feel anything? Thinking of this made her unable to escape from her own thoughts, because they grew up like siblings, so maybe Cabell sees me as a guardian, or he also feels embarrassed but does not show it. Cabell still did not notice that Elodie was thinking strangely. Could it be that, because he is too clumsy in matters of affection with the opposite sex, Cabell left the princess behind? Or else, the princess has arrived in the capital because she is the granddaughter of the emperor. But even so, Elodie still remembered very clearly all the things that were written in the novel. Then when will Cabell plan to talk about the divorce? It seems that in the original work. As soon as he returned, Cabell said it. Thinking of this, Elodie sighed, somewhat unwilling to face it. Reality is far from the principle, so it is hard to guess. Even so, Elodie was still just a supporting character and the person she needed to meet first was Larissa. Even so, Cabell and the princess have met, then he will mention the divorce. Remembering something important, this time Elodie quickly spoke up and chatted, Cabell, let us go back now. I will take Cabell to see the greenhouse and the research lab. After Cabell left, everything has changed a lot. Cabell is also curious, right? He smiled and nodded, understanding, wife. She did not forget to chat. After seeing it, will Cabell be surprised? Very quickly the scene shifted to the greenhouse where Elodie had created. Her eyes had become very expectant, looking at Cabell and chatting, actually, I really want to show you from this place. Suddenly she noticed Betos standing on one side, making her seem surprised. Sir Betos. He saw this and was startled, confused. Seeing that he had finally appeared, she smiled and surprisingly greeted, it has been a long time since I have met you, you have worked hard over the past few days. He then nodded, understanding, yes, it is good that madam is still healthy. Immediately afterwards, blood quickly flowed from his nose, making the two people somewhat startled. Seeing this, Elodie immediately gave him her tissue. You, Sir Betos, blood. He was very confused before these things. But seeing the intimacy of the two people, Cabell had become very uncomfortable. Seeing this look of his, Betos was a little startled and scared. He did not dare to face Cabell's very scary eyes. Why is the Lord glaring at me so fiercely? Elodie, on the other hand, did not pay attention and only worriedly instructed Betos. You have to take care of your health, you are all grown up. Immediately afterwards, the two people continued to walk towards the greenhouse area. She did not forget to say goodbye, you have worked hard for me. Seeing that both people had left at this time, Betos raised his head to look forward. What is that? The expression of the Lord just now. At that time, the image of Cabell had become very scary, making him shudder. Is that really the Lord I know, a person who is emotionless, always indifferent, and does not want to have close contact with anyone? But when Cabell stood next to Elodie, his face had become very happy. This made Betos a little confused. He actually has that kind of appearance. The two people walked together and chatted, making him also change his thinking. Ultimately, for the Lord, there is only madam. Thinking of this made Betos very confused and scratched his head. That hug yesterday was really very warm, just like Mary said, I may have made a big mistake. Really, I feel so guilty to the two of them. After stepping into the greenhouse area where Elodie had finished building, Cabell's face became very surprised. He looked around at everything here, it is really very beautiful. She smiled and quickly explained, I worked very hard. She also did not forget to add, I will introduce it in detail. Only Elodie's face had become reluctant when looking at this place. When I leave the city, I will have to say goodbye to the greenhouse. I feel somewhat regretful. She unconsciously remembered when she was little, the two people always played happily together inside the greenhouse. The greenhouse is the place I took the most care of. Because this is the space I spent my childhood with Cabell. She quickly announced to him, I will introduce it in detail. This time she pointed to a patch of herbs in front of her. This is the place to grow rare herbs that can only be found in the mountains. Cabell quickly looked around this place. There are many herbs that look quite strange. This time what hit his eyes was the type of bright red three-leaf grass. What is that? Elodie heard this and did not know how she should explain. She quickly found another reason, is a type of herb that is still in the process of research. This made Cabell laugh, so that is it. This time she sighed a little when thinking of this medicine. And now that I think about it, it is almost time for me to drink the tea leaves of the healing herb. Again I have to clean up every time I cough up blood, how annoying. The two people quickly went to another side. Elodie smiled and announced, Cabell, look over here. She quickly took him to the. She pointed and explained each type of herb, is the raw material of the medicine that I sent to the battlefield. This made him feel surprised. Medicine, her face was very calm as she asked. I sent that pill. Cabell did not drink it. This made him very confused. What is that pill? Right at this moment, the two people became confused, realizing that something was wrong. Elodie then slowly recounted, I sent it along with the letter. This made Cabell even more angry to the point of helplessness. I did not receive any letters. Hearing this, Elodie realized that something was wrong. What? This time he quickly took out a letter that he had been hiding carefully for a long time and explained to her, I only have this from my wife. Seeing the old letter in his hand, she became very confused. Is the letter I gave you when Cabell went to the battlefield? Cabell still carries it with him. His face was very calm as he nodded in agreement. Of course, it is the letter wife wrote to me. Hearing this, Elodie then became thoughtful, strangely silent. She then understood all the reasons why Cabell did not reply, because he did not receive it, so Cabell did not reply. At that time, Cabell was on the battlefield. So I thought Cabell could not reply because of security issues. He could only helplessly lower his head. I am sorry. These words made her feel confused. Cabell sighed and said his thoughts. I again thought my wife had forgotten me, did not want me to return, so she did not send me a letter. Saying this, he quickly closed his eyes tightly. This time he slowly brought his hands out to gently touch her hand. Cabell raised Elodie's hand and gently kissed it. I am really sorry. This scene also made her somewhat embarrassed, not knowing how she should react. Elodie hurriedly withdrew her hand, smiling awkwardly, so that is how it is. This action of hers also made Cabell feel confused. She was still confused, thinking, why does he keep touching my body? Or when I was little, I hugged him too much, so that is why. I have never had contact with a grown man in this way. This made her somewhat sad. Does he do that to the princess, too? I do not remember what it was like in the original work anymore. She was silent, not knowing what to say. Why do I feel so strange? Seeing Elodie acting strangely, Cabell silently pondered, not knowing what to say. He unconsciously remembered that Elodie kept her distance from him, before also like that. This made him very helpless, not knowing what he should do. Wife said she was always waiting for me, but why does she keep avoiding me? Thinking of this, Cabell was somewhat disappointed. Wife, are you disgusted to touch me? She heard this and was startled, confused as she explained, what are you talking about, Cabell? His face became very sad to the point of aching, touching my ear a little. Wife also feels so disgusted that she can't stand it, right? Cabell's voice continued to ring out. Before, wife gave me her hand to hold every day, why now? Hearing these things made Elodie freeze on the spot for a moment. She quickly remembered the image of Cabell from before, that, because Cabell was still small at that time, you always called her, wife. Now Cabell has grown up, she can't adapt to him so quickly, and now he is a grown man with a burly body. This made Elodie somewhat thoughtful, such intimate contact. Of course I feel embarrassed, what should I say to this innocent child? She quickly thought of the scene when she patiently explained to him, this is something that only people who love each other do. Cabell, do it with the princess. But she immediately rejected this thought of hers. I can't say it like that. First, she quickly brought her hand out towards Cabell. Cabell, hold my hand. He was also very obedient and immediately followed her wishes. The two people quickly took each other's hands like when they were young. This week, Elodie smiled and patiently explained to him, last time I said that it has been a long time since we have met, so I am not used to it. Now I will get used to it. Cabell, do not say that. She did not forget to continue to comfort his mood. I do not hate Cabell at all, so do not be sad anymore, okay? He heard this and was somewhat surprised. Really? She nodded to confirm again, of course. At the same time, Mary also worriedly ran over. Madam. Seeing her run over so urgently made her a little curious. Mary, what is wrong? She quickly reported everything. After many years, the temple has sent a letter. Hearing this, Cabell's face immediately became serious again. Oh, what is the matter with the temple? She was very worried as she announced, the motive of the sender is clear. This also made Elodie listen in silence. Inside the large greenhouse, Mary's voice rang out. If the temple is responsible for the mail, they may also know the sending location. The scene shifted to the inside of another large room. Elodie focused on reading the letters in her hand. In it were written clearly the different antiques. In the temple's letter, it is written, the temple will send an excellent priest and a squad leader knight to the Sernua Duchy. And then what had to come would come, the two of them will directly visit the city and greet them. This made Elodie very confused. I am speechless, what are they planning to do? In her head, she remembered the different lands that were clearly Hent on the map. I thought it was a matter of lost mail, so I hurriedly ran back to see. The Tizer Temple is built everywhere in the western continent. The ancient rooms with many different details had also appeared in Elodie's head. Right in the Sernua Duchy there is also a temple, but after the young Cabal became the heir. Clearly, there is a reason why they suddenly paid attention to the Sernua territory. In her head, she had tried to see the reasons they chose. The temple's goal is to turn Cabal into a hero chosen by the god Tebekra. Thinking of this, Elodie was somewhat thoughtful, not knowing what to say. She continued to look at the symbol below the letter page. As expected, Princess Larissa is also coming here. It is clearly written that Princess Larissa will accompany. This made her feel a little heartache. I heard that the Emperor wants to pair Princess Larissa, his granddaughter, with Cabal. A chessboard appeared before her eyes. Elodie had thought of the prospect of Larissa and Cabal combining. Perhaps it is to control the temple. After thinking about this letter, Elodie sighed, trying to keep herself calm. Everyone is not satisfied because they can't take advantage of Cabal, but if there is the princess, surely he will be fine. She quickly thought of the scene of the two people Larissa and Cabal being close to each other. The princess, the female lead Larissa, and the male lead Cabal, the two are each other's destiny. This made her very sure. I do not know about other things, but I am sure about this, our incomplete marriage will soon end. In Elodie's head, she imagined the mysterious person quickly holding the letter in her hand to examine. The marriage of nobles is only valid when it is directly certified by the temple. At the same time, the image of both sides receiving the blessings of the temple quickly appeared. In the case of marriage at a young age, when they grow up, both will obtain approval again from the temple. Thinking of this made her very thoughtful. After receiving approval for the second time, the divorce procedure will become difficult, but the case of approval for the first time is easy. Elodie stole a glance at Cabal sitting on one side. Surely there will be no obstacles for divorce now. Seeing him still carefully reading the information in his hand, her face was somewhat thoughtful. Ultimately, when will Cabal plan to talk about the divorce? She was somewhat bored, waiting for the days she could divorce, wait for the princess to come and then say it. Right, meeting Princess Larissa is only a matter of time. She quickly remembered the innocent, saintly face of Larissa appearing. This made Elodie somewhat thoughtful, calculating, it will probably take about 4 months for the princess to arrive here. Until that time, I have to guide Cabal to arrange everything around and manage the territory. The image of herself alone sitting on the chair appeared before her eyes. The two of them are a very good match. They will definitely become a beautiful couple. I am a little sad, but it is time for Elodie, Cabal's ex-wife, to leave. The scene shifted to the outside of the training ground. Betos was still training very hard. Suddenly Cabal's voice rang out, Brian Betos, come over here. This made him seem surprised. But he still very quickly went to Cabal's front. What is the matter, Lord? He did not hesitate and immediately got straight to the point. The handkerchief you received from my wife yesterday. Where is it? This made him feel something strange. Yes. Cabal's face became even more uncomfortable. Do I have to say it again? The war ended, so you abandoned military discipline. Seeing this attitude of his, Betos was startled, confused. I am sorry. He immediately gave the handkerchief to Cabal. Here it is. Looking at this handkerchief, he became very uncomfortable. Is it clean? Betos hurriedly explained. I washed it very carefully, not leaving any blood stains. After hearing the confirmation, Cabal turned and left, not forgetting to signal, now you can get out, temporarily do not appear before me. This also made Betos very confused. But there is a dinner party today. He confusedly thought, I am the vice squad leader, I can't be absent. Cabal's gaze coldly glanced at him. This also made him dazed right there, not knowing what to say. Just like that, Cabal turned and left. Just today, I allow it. This also made him feel very tired behind. I thought I had taught him properly, who knew? He was very uncomfortable as he watched Cabal's back gradually leave. The Lord has really changed, but it seems I see his appearance when he was little. Is it because he is by Madame's side that is? Why? After thinking to this point, Betos turned and left, but the atmosphere of the night squad is somewhat awkward. I am worried that I won't be able to enjoy the dinner party. The image of the two sides quickly fell into confrontation with each other, the knights who participated in the war and the knights who stayed in the mansion. Standing out among them was Heinz, who caught Betos's eyes. The knights who came from mercenaries and had pledged allegiance to the Lord were also brought here, so the emergence of conflicts between the knights is understandable. This also made him very tired, sighing, "How can I make those names get along with each other? My head hurts so much." Just thinking about the next things made Betos not want to face them. I only hope nothing happens at the party. The scene shifted to the inside of the large room. A voice rang out, "Duke, Your Highness." This made Sala, who was enjoying the meal with the others, very surprised. "Please forgive us." Betos could not believe the scene in front of him. "Please, Your Highness." These people were still kneeling in front of Cabal, begging in despair, "Please open your heart and forgive us." It seemed that they had become very afraid of his gaze. He coldly glanced in another direction, very thoughtfully. "I do not remember." Before that, all three names were very strange. The ghosts below the ground trembled. His voice also rang out coldly, "Our strange faces invited." Time shifted back to just now. A hand slammed hard on the table. "That dirty bastard." This man was the family deity of the Cernua Duke family, Baron Garcia. He angrily shouted, "I thought he was dead, but he survived and returned." This made him even more angry when thinking of Count Bologna. "I did not expect he was still alive and returning. If that bastard died, the ownership of the territory would belong to Count Bologna. Even the emperor would not be able to say anything." But unfortunately, Cabal had survived and returned safely, making him even more resentful. "Because I believed in that story, I chose to stand on the side of the Count. But now he has returned with the title of war hero." Thinking of this made him so angry that he slammed the table. "I have to change sides." After thinking about that, Garcia quickly stood up and announced to everyone, "We must obtain forgiveness at all costs. The previous duke was the one who abandoned the assembly. We still have reasons to excuse it." He did not forget to add a few words. "To be honest, it was the previous duke who abandoned us first." This also made a person on the side confused and asked back, "But will Duke Your Highness and Baron Bernardo, who participated in the war, look at us with tolerant eyes?" He heard this and pondered, then nodded. "There is no shortage of ways, as long as you find it." In just a short time, Garcia's face had become very smug, looking at everyone. "I have a pretty good idea." And just like that, the scene shifted to Cabal's mansion. This bald man was the family deity of the Cernua Duke family, Baron Bernard. He smiled and chatted, "Duke Your Highness, the family deities who could not participate in the war must have their own difficulties. They are sincerely repenting. Can Your Highness deign to listen to them?" Cabal had become very uncomfortable, shaking the glass of wine in his hand. "Why should I spend my precious time listening to those mediocre excuses?" Just these words of his made the three family deities tremble because of this momentum. Such a young child, but his momentum is so oppressive. Seeing that the situation was somewhat difficult to say, Bernard again spoke up, Your Highness, after all, they are family deities of Cernua." This time he gently placed the glass of wine down on the table below. Bernard. His face became very serious as he loudly taught those impolite people, "Just because these selfish people came to beg, am I supposed to ruin the dinner party that my wife prepared?" He heard this and trembled with fear but tried to keep himself calm. His hands had become so frightened that he did not dare to face him. "Even so, Duke Your Highness." One last time he continuously bowed his head and begged, "They have also sworn allegiance to Your Highness, so please give them a chance." He did not forget to angrily prepare to take action, immediately dragged these people. Before he could finish his sentence, Elodie reached out and stopped him. This made him feel quite surprised. "Wife." He still did not understand what was going on and turned his head to look at Elodie. She was very calm as she continuously shook her head to signal to him. Her eyes quickly glanced over this dinner party from top to bottom. It seemed that the two sides of knights were continuously probing each other's situation at the party. Because the family deities unexpectedly came, the knights could not enjoy the dinner party. "I prepared this party for the knights." She again looked at the names of the family deities standing on one side. "They came at the wrong time, but I was hoping the gods would come to beg for forgiveness." The image of the small, lonely Cabal when he was little quickly appeared in her head. "Although I do not like these people, I still hope Cabal will be officially recognized." In her head at this moment, she had her own plans. Of course, with the outstanding achievements he has made, Cabal does not need these kinds of people to recognize him. But if it can consolidate the power for Cabal, this is a good thing, because from now on, the royal family and the High Temple will find ways to take advantage of Cabal. On one side, Cabell's face had become very confused when he saw Elodie's contemplation. He quickly grabbed her hand, making her a little startled. This time Cabell calmly announced to the several family deities sitting on one side, "I will listen to your excuses." Hearing these words also made the several family deities become very happy. They quickly introduced themselves. "Thank you, Duke Your Highness." This also made Elodie feel embarrassed. That is him. Those family deities are continuously introducing themselves. "My name is, I." Looking at the situation in front of her, Elodie did not know how she should handle it. "I can't survive." She sighed, feeling somewhat tired of the current situation. "In front of everyone, he actually holds my hand like this. It seems he does not intend to let go." Elodie sat there silently, ignoring Cabell. "I surrender to you." But feeling that something was wrong, Elodie glanced at these several family deities. But what is the reason after all? She quickly caught Bernard's face sitting on one side and sighed. This made her a little angry when looking towards him. "I thought Baron Bernard participated in the war with Cabell." That also made the remaining family deities uncomfortable. There will be a bad relationship with the remaining family deities. Thinking of this made her very confused. Why is Baron Bernard standing on their side? The scene very quickly shifted to the large room. Inside the room, a cup of tea was set there. This time Bernard's voice rang out. "I am sorry to have to say this." His face was very calm, sitting there continuously judging, "But I cannot recognize you as the Duke's madam, so, I hope you will quickly divorce Duke Your Highness." The words just now also made Elodie dazed right there. What? The time shifted back to just now. Bernard continuously enjoyed the cup of tea in his hand. Elodie's voice rang out. "Welcome." This place was the guest room of Baron Bernard. Garcia thought somewhat speechlessly, hurriedly running over and opening his mouth to say that, he is really shameless. Bernard quickly placed the cup of tea down below the table. "Thank you for your welcome. Do you have anything to come here, sir?" He looked straight at Garcia, Baron Garcia. He was still sitting there silently, not wavering. After a short time of thinking, this time Garcia slowly spoke. "The matter is, Duke Your Highness has become a war hero." He was still very calm before this attitude. It seemed that he had guessed it from before. "I also wanted to swear allegiance and go to battle with His Highness. But everyone has their own circumstances." Bernard heard this and looked up at him. Even he somewhat despised him, thinking, turning around to flatter now. "Ridiculous, everyone knows you have been flattering Count Bologna for the past time." He coldly announced, "If you have finished speaking, please leave, then." This made Garcia somewhat confused and hurriedly explained, "Duke Your Highness is now an outstanding person. The Duke's madam must also be someone worthy of His Highness, right?" Very quickly both people had thought of Elodie's evil appearance. Garcia got straight to the point, "The daughter of Count Maclair." But this also made him very calm and ponder. But what he said was not wrong. Her young husband was sent to the battlefield, but she did not even send a single letter. What help can that cold-blooded woman give to His Highness? Realizing that his opportunity had come, Garcia smiled and proposed, "I heard the young lady of Baron Bernard is both beautiful and intelligent." Hearing these words, he then slowly raised his head. Garcia continued to speak, "Having become the Duke's madam, at least she must have those qualities, am I wrong?" Returning to reality, sitting in front of Elodie, Bernard continuously said his thoughts. The Duke is currently in need of someone who can consolidate power for him immediately. If my granddaughter becomes the Duke's madam, she will become a great source of strength for His Highness. Of course, I appreciate your work in developing the territory prosperously over the past time. After hearing this, Elodie was somewhat speechless, not knowing what to say. Is this saying that I am not qualified and should leave here? This made her a little angry. Why did the Baron turn to stand on the side of the family deities? While she was still thinking, her face was very calm, not caring about the words he had just said. "Sooner or later the two will divorce, but I won't allow." What she had just said also made Bernard somewhat startled. "What?" She continued to announce, "Also, I doubt that your granddaughter will really become a solid support for Duke Your Highness." This made him a little startled. That matter. Elodie gently placed the cup of tea down below the table, listening to what Bernard said. "Even so, we have much more power." At that time, the image of Larissa along with a radiant smile quickly appeared through her story, becoming each other's partner. Elodie was very sure of what she had just said. She was very confident in her current knowledge. Your granddaughter has no chance, because Cabell has the female lead, the princess, and Larissa is the granddaughter of the emperor. The thing she had just said also directly made Bernard freeze. Just the granddaughter of a family deity wanting to have a greater influence, unreasonably unbelievable. Witnessing all the troublesome events just now made Elodie sigh very tiredly. I thought when Cabell returned, he would sign the divorce papers and end everything. Remembering something important, she continued to judge Bernard. Those words just said are words that should not be said to the Duke's madam, you know that, right? He heard this and was startled. Her face was very calm as she sighed and complained, with such an impolite attitude, I fear this position is too much for your granddaughter. Her eyes quickly glanced over him from top to bottom. Elodie quickly noticed Bernard's shiny head, you bald head, get out. Princess Larissa is Cabell's destiny. After a period of thinking, Bernard's face had become very troubled, the situation is turning in a difficult direction. Even he felt angry when hearing the words Elodie said. When he went to the battlefield, he did not care about his highness, but now he is pretending to care. This made him even more angry, a hateful name, no different from Berengarkia. The space was silent, then suddenly Bernard spoke up, the more I think about it, the more speechless I feel. Elodie heard this and was surprised. He was very angry and quickly questioned, do you think you have the qualification to worry about Duke your highness? This also made her feel confused, what? Bernard's face had become very angry, quickly standing up and loudly scolding, after ignoring Duke your highness for so many years, now you dare to turn around and advise me. His voice kept ringing out, you do not have the qualification to become the Duke's madam. This time Cabell also quickly stepped forward. He opened the door and stepped inside, asking, what did you just say? Seeing him appear made Bernard somewhat troubled. The atmosphere inside the room seemed to be frozen. Seeing his face full of murderous intent made him somewhat scared, Duke your highness. Cabell's eyes coldly stopped on his body, Baron Bernard. He was still standing there silently, listening to the words he asked, Baron Bernard, who are you to dare to talk about the qualifications of the Duke's madam? Realizing that the situation was somewhat unstable, Bernard hurriedly explained, your servant is a loyal family deity of yours. Cabell did not hesitate and firmly held his sword, preparing to take action. Seeing this look of his also made Bernard so scared that he was about to pee his pants, he is so angry, why? He was so scared that he fell backwards and continuously begged, forgive me, your highness. Cabell was still standing there silently, looking at him with eyes that seemed to want to tear him apart, please calm your anger. Seeing that the situation was unstable, Elodie quickly stepped forward, reaching out to stop him. She hurriedly held Cabell's hand, comforting his mood, your highness, please calm down. Her face was somewhat scared because she witnessed this scene of Cabell. Seeing her tremble with fear also made him startled, realizing that something was wrong. He quickly put his sword down on the ground below. Just like that, the sword fell, much to the surprise of both people. Cabell gently looked at Elodie and worriedly called out, wife. She was gradually regaining her composure, this time she gently reached out to comfort him, although in her head she had her own thoughts, he usually does not get this angry. He only heard the end and he got this angry. Thinking of this made her somewhat thoughtful, if he heard the entire conversation, I fear that Baron Bernard. While everyone was still thoughtfully silent, Heinz quickly stepped in, knocking on the door and calling loudly, Lord, something's happening. Looking at the tense atmosphere right in front of him made him somewhat confused. He continued to look at Bernard, who was still sitting quietly below the ground, such chaos. He again looked at Elodie and Cabell, who were standing on one side, ultimately, what happened? His gaze turned towards her, could it be that woman? Cabell hurriedly stepped to Bernard's side, helping him to stand up, are you all right, Baron Bernard? But in Heinz's thoughts, Elodie had turned into an evil woman, she has manipulated the squad leader to expel Sir Baron Bernard, unbelievable. Realizing that the situation was gradually becoming unstable, staying would be disadvantageous for him, Elodie quickly reminded, let us stop here today, go back. He was preparing to leave, then startled to realize that something was wrong. Just seeing Cabell's eyes made him so scared that he trembled. There was no other way, he could only turn around and leave in despair, I will visit next time. This was quickly witnessed by Heinz, the Baron is really pitiful, why does not the squad leader just get rid of her directly? While he was still immersed in his thoughts, Cabell quickly called out, Heinz. He heard this and startled, reacted, yes. Cabell's face at this time had become very uncomfortable as he gave an order, immediately get out of here for me. Seeing his squad leader so angry made him only helplessly walk out, yes. Before leaving, Heinz did not forget to turn his head and look one more time. Looking at Elodie's back, his face had become very confused, the squad leader is gradually becoming strange, is it really because of that woman? I can't let this continue like this. When the princess comes, I will find a way to connect them together, if I do that, maybe the squad leader will return to the way he was before. Cabell slowly stepped to Elodie's front, softly calling out, wife. Before his actions just now, she only worriedly grabbed her skirt, Cabell. Her face was somewhat serious as she spoke out her thoughts. Punishing the family deities needs to go through an official trial. This made her somewhat sad, not knowing how she should handle it. It is probably different on the battlefield, but here is the territory and Cabal is the lord, so. Seeing her scared face, Cabal became even more worried. Because of me, my wife is so scared, it is all because of me. After thinking to this point, he gently comforted, "Wife, I understand." These words of his also made her somewhat surprised. Elodie quickly raised her head to look towards him, and he was still calmly remembering the things that happened just now. "I am sorry for scaring you." His voice rang out, "I was wrong." Elodie heard these things and only smiled gently. She quickly tried to calm herself, although her hands had been trembling since when. "It is okay, I was not that scared." These points of hers also made Cabal quickly notice. "You are lying, your fingertips are trembling like that." Cabal could only helplessly sigh, saying his thoughts, "But the Baron insulted my wife, that level of insult is an insult to me." Elodie looked up at him somewhat surprised. Seeing Cabal's face still obediently listening to her words made her very touched. "I did not expect Cabal to think of me like that." She gently grabbed his hand and nodded in agreement. "Even so, the Baron is also the person who protected Cabal by his side when he went to the battlefield. I know it is very difficult to have good feelings for the other family deities, but..." She gently held Cabal's hand tightly and instructed, "I hope Cabal will become a lord respected by the family deities." Her voice kept ringing inside the room. It would be great if the family deity meeting was held again. Cabal heard this and nodded in understanding. "Wife, I understand." She also did not forget to add, "In addition, killing a family deity who has participated in the war will have a bad effect on Cabal's reputation." Hearing these instructions, in it he had his own thoughts. The family deity meeting, restraining the temple, the support from the family deities, I do not need any of it. I also do not care about things like reputation, but... He still smiled and chatted, thinking it over. "I think what wife said is right." Seeing Cabal understand her intentions like that, Elodie could only breathe a sigh of relief. "Now I can rest assured." Looking at this face of hers, he was somewhat thoughtful. "I can't not listen to my wife, as long as I do not kill, right?" Very quickly the scene shifted to Cabal's office. Bernard was standing silently there. His face was very uncomfortable when remembering all the things that he had done. This gaze of Cabal made Bernard become very scared. "Your Highness, I am only..." Before he could finish his sentence, he had coldly given an order. "Baron Bernard, after listening to my wife's words, I appreciate your loyalty over the past time. So I have decided that I will grant you a special favor. I will give you another opportunity to show your loyalty." This made him very expectant. "If it is an opportunity." He continued to announce, "The time is 2 months." Bernard's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes." In front of him, Cabal quickly made a request. "Seeing how you kept rambling about the qualifications of the dukes, madam, it seems you do not know how much work my wife has to do as the representative of the Lord." His voice kept ringing inside the room. "Go directly to learn about it, write a review, and submit it to me. At the same time, spend time happily with your family and say goodbye." This also made him startled, unable to believe his ears. "Say goodbye." Cabal's face had become very uncomfortable, continuing to announce, "Today when patrolling the territory, I heard that recently the number of monsters inside the dead forest has increased. Spend the remaining time living in the dead forest and eliminate the monsters." Because in his head at this moment he had his own thoughts. "Honestly, I want to send him away immediately, but if he suddenly disappears, my wife might misunderstand me." As soon as Cabal finished speaking, Bernard hurriedly put his hand on his chest, shaking his head to refuse. "Your Highness, it can't be. I have only just returned to my family's side. Should not I spend the rest of my life with my loved ones?" Hearing this, he immediately became thoughtful. "That is right, then migrate with your family." Hearing this information made Bernard even more scared. "Your Highness." He continued to fold his arms, loudly questioning, "Since when have you dared to complain about my orders? Has that loyalty of yours faded already?" This made Cabal even more contemptuous. "That is called acting for me." These words also directly made Bernard silent. Just like that, he quickly chased him outside. "See you in 2 months." The door was slowly closed. After leaving the room, unable to believe the mission that was about to come, Bernard despaired and knelt down below the ground. Even if he died, he would not have expected this to happen to him. "It was so difficult to return. How can your Highness treat me like this?" Suddenly he startled, realizing an important thing. The Duke's madam is like a siren. She has fascinated His Highness. In his head, he thought of the scene of Elodie using her ability to create a type of fascinating medicine. She has made a strange type of medicine and fascinated His Highness with that medicine. If not, then how could His Highness chase me away? Thinking of this made him even more hateful of Elodie. She is actually such an evil woman. This made him angrily clench his fist. I must immediately investigate the Duke's madam, and if His Highness can become a couple with Iris of mine, who knows? His Highness will see the light. No matter what side it is, I must act quickly. Very quickly the scene shifted to the inside of a very large and solemn mansion. At the viewing garden, Iris had become very uncomfortable, walking and cursing. What is that, really? In her head, she had her own thoughts. I was hoping he would introduce me to Duke Your Highness. But the result was contrary to her expectations, making her even more uncomfortable. But His Highness had no intention of talking to Iris, and suddenly where did he go? I do not know. This time she unconsciously remembered the scene when Cabell walked past her and helplessly sighed. But what is really wrong with His Highness, being greeted by such a beautiful and lovely Iris? But he just ignored it. Does he think he is great just because he is a duke? Just thinking about the things that had happened made Iris very uncomfortable. If you do not talk, then so be it. Anyway, Iris still has the prince, the kind of man like the Duke can be piled up with. Carts, I do not even want them. This made her immediately regretfully sigh, thinking, coming here is useless. I have taken the trouble to wear such a beautiful dress. It is really a waste of time. Iris quickly took the dress and went to visit around this place. Seeing the garden planted with roses made her very excited and laughed, praising, oh, this rose is the pink that Iris likes the most. This made her pay a lot of attention to the roses in front of her, so beautiful. She unconsciously remembered a man who had accidentally helped her. When I was little, Iris was helped by the prince while almost falling. His hair color was pink. The smile of the man at that time kept appearing in Iris's memory. Even his voice was always very warm. Are you okay? This scene also made Iris freeze. While she was still thinking, a voice quickly rang out, the roses are very beautiful, right? This made her startled, somewhat surprised. Immediately, Iris quickly turned her head in response. Suddenly being spoken to made me jump. Seeing her eye-catching pink hair and smooth, white skin surprised her a little. Her eyes quickly scanned this face, the pink hair. Iris could not believe it when she looked at the girl right in front of her. It was similar to the prince's. Elodie, surprised her, she quickly guessed Iris's identity. Could it be that you are Baron Bernard's granddaughter? This also surprised her. Do you know Iris? Elodie still did not understand what she meant. Iris is who? She continued to announce, I am Iris. Hearing this, Elodie finally understood the issue. She thought in surprise, using the third person. Involuntarily, she remembered Cabell was the same. Cabell is sleepy, Cabell is full now. This made her laugh as she chatted. So that is how it is. She quickly recalled the memories of the two of them as children, when Cabell would occasionally use this pronoun to speak. Looking at Iris right in front of her, Elodie smiled and praised, the pink dress is very beautiful, it really suits you, miss. Then she gently turned to leave. Well then, miss, enjoy yourself. Iris watched Elodie leave, then secretly thought, if she is a noble lady from Cernua, then she can only be the Duchess. She immediately turned around to tease, are you here to keep watch because you are afraid the Duke will fall for Iris? Her eyes quickly widened as she glanced at Elodie leaving, thinking that complimenting a few words will make people like you. How ridiculous. After thinking about that, Iris gently looked at the dress in front of her. Even so, the corners of her mouth formed a very warm smile at the compliments just now. Just like that, Iris also turned and left. She does have some taste. The scene shifts to another side. Garcia's trembling hands gripped the letter in front of him tightly. How could it be? This made him extremely angry. Quickly move to the forest of death, eliminate monsters, and spend the rest of your life atoning. Remembering everything that had happened made him so angry that he trembled in disbelief. Last year, Bernard strongly said to just trust him. Impossible. His piercing scream echoed throughout the mansion. Impossible. This time, a very pitiful young man was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, continuously crying. He quickly went in front of Bernard, constantly begging, Lord Baron, I can't do it anymore. Seeing this, he became very panicked, not understanding what was happening. What happened? He helplessly recalled the terrifying woman in the mansion at that time. The maids in the Duke's mansion all threatened that, if I dare to touch the Duchess, they will kill me and the person behind me. This also made him very scared, running away from the maids. Today, they even chased after me with brooms, forcing me to reveal who was behind me. This made him cry in despair. They are too scary, I can't do it anymore. Hearing these words, Bernard thoughtfully fell silent. Such terrifying loyalty. did she really concoct some medicine and give it to everyone to drink? Thinking of this made him even more certain. If the Duke's mansion were recruiting servants, he would have sent people in already, but he has not seen any movement here. Very quickly, he remembered the task Cabell had given him. For now, I have to write the reflection that His Highness the Duke requested. He hurriedly turned to leave. Now I have to take a walk around the territory. The subordinate, seeing this, nodded goodbye. Yes, yes, come back after you have gone. Just like that, Bernard went to observe the lower part of the town, but as soon as he saw the peaceful scene, he became extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, the territory has been developed so wonderfully. Agricultural production has also increased significantly. Seeing the golden rice fields right in front of him made him even more confused. Now Bernard was truly dumbfounded. He could not believe that Elodie had done these things. If this farming method is applied to the entire territory, production will skyrocket. He would actually fall into a situation where he has to be grateful to the Duchess. This also made him secretly acknowledge, even though he did not want to. Although he had heard that the territory had been developed, he did not think it would be so prosperous. After a long period of investigation, Bernard's face turned blank. He involuntarily recalled Cabell's image and his actions. He thought His Highness would divorce as soon as he returned. Is this why His Highness has not divorced yet? This made him a little unwilling, thinking of his granddaughter Iris. The princess will arrive in 2 months. Not only is he counting on the plan to make His Highness fall for his Iris, he needs to clearly define his position. Bernard's face was very hesitant, not knowing what to do. He could only turn and leave. But in reality, he was thinking of Elodie. The person he should cling to is the Duchess. How embarrassing and frustrating, but it is better than having to go to that forest of death. Just like that, Bernard set his own goal, absolutely must not allow himself to fall into the same situation as the other retainers. The scene shifts to the inside of a small cellar, where items were neatly arranged with care. Along with that were heavy weapons that were extremely dangerous. A voice sounded, "Are the tools prepared?" Inside the cellar, they firmly gripped their weapons in their hands. "Yes, we are ready." Mary's voice sounded, "Good." She, along with all the maids, became extremely angry and loudly announced, "We must find him and deal with him decisively." Remembering something, she continued to ask, "Has anyone else been approached?" Anna, hearing this, hurriedly nodded in agreement. "No, not at the moment." Mary quickly spoke her idea to everyone. "To prevent any mishaps, from today on, we will secretly carry weapons with us." Just thinking about the evil people approaching Elodie made her even angrier. "That bastard, if I catch you, you are dead." She sighed, a little helpless. "I do not know if he can be approached again." "We must catch him," Anna said encouragingly from the side. "No, you did very well." Hearing this, she still fell into self-blame. "I should have caught him then and there." Anna laughed, not caring much about these things. "As long as that guy comes back, we will catch him soon enough." Mary gently announced to the worried maid beside her, "That is right, next time we won't let him go and we will catch him." While the maid was still feeling down, Mary's hand quickly rested on her shoulder to comfort her. She gently instructed this maid, "Once we catch him, we will force him to confess everything." The maid quickly nodded, understanding, "Yes." Remembering something important, Mary did not forget to remind everyone, "Everyone must keep this a secret from the Duchess, understand?" Everyone also very obediently nodded. Understanding, yes, made Mary, because in her mind, she had her own thoughts. Because of her incurable disease, the Duchess has already suffered too much, we can't let her worry anymore. Just like that, Mary firmly held her weapon in her hand. Her eyes were filled with determination, willing to risk her life with anyone who dared to touch her master. "You trash dare to be disrespectful to the Duchess. Once I catch you, do not even think about me letting you off." On this side, Elodie was still silently focused on studying the documents in her hand. This also made Cabell feel surprised. "Wife, are you very busy?" She smiled and shook her head, explaining, "No, is something the matter?" Seeing the situation right in front of her made her feel that something was wrong. Cabell quickly walked over with the small teddy bear that she had once given him. "When you were little, you said I was as cute as a rabbit, do you remember?" He did not forget to hold up the rabbit and smile as he chatted. "How am I now? Do I look like a rabbit?" His words left Elodie speechless. She tried to force a very stiff smile. What is wrong with him all of a sudden? But she still smiled and nodded in agreement. "Very cute." Elodie's reaction also silenced Cabell. He quickly stood up and turned to look outside. "I will go make tea." Elodie nodded, understanding. "Okay, thank you, Cabell." Just like that, the room was closed, leaving only Elodie inside. Cabell had now become very pensive. He helplessly did not know what to do. after that incident, the atmosphere between me and my wife has become even more strained. I thought we would finally return to how we were before. This made him even angrier. What I want is for my wife to forgive me. At that time, Bernard fearfully sat down on the ground and begged, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." His eyes at that time were filled with murderous intent, making everyone terrified. Even though she was very scared, Elodie still tremblingly stepped forward to stop him. "Please calm down, Your Highness." Her face trembled with fear, she did not even dare to look him straight in the eye, but it made her feel scared. This made Cabal even more helpless. What should he do? Suddenly, Ifrit's voice sounded, "What are you standing there for?" Seeing that it had appeared in front of him made him immediately uncomfortable. "What is it?" Realizing that it had been gone for too long, Cabal quickly questioned, "Where have you been that you are only coming back now?" Ifrit jumped down onto the ground as if nothing had happened. "I was just taking a walk around the territory." He quickly looked inside the room. Should I say hello to the benefactor now? This made him panic and startle. He hurriedly pulled it up, making it panic. Seeing Cabal holding him tightly made Ifrit continuously struggle. "What do you want to do? Let me go right now." He quickly ordered it, "Stay still," because in his mind, he had his own thoughts. If my wife sees Ifrit, she will definitely think it is cute. As long as I am alive, I will never let her see it in this state. While Cabal was still calculating, Elodie opened the door and suddenly appeared. Seeing Ifrit made her very surprised. "Oh my god, why is there a puppy here?" Her attitude became very happy when she looked at the animal in front of her. She continuously picked Ifrit up in her arms and praised, "So cute." This made her quickly remember the information she had read in the newspaper. "It is the fire spirit that I saw in the newspaper, and it even appeared inside the antique that I found." Amazing. Ifrit smiled and chatted, "Benefactor, I am grateful to you, but this benefactor, how did you save me from death?" Hearing this, Elodie did not know how to explain it, that she involuntarily recalled that day when the system appeared before her eyes. "I used what I received after dying in my previous life. If I tell the truth, the spirit probably won't believe it." Elodie shook her head innocently, "I do not know either." This made Ifrit a little disappointed. "Is that so?" She smiled and glanced at it, chatting, "Anyway, it is lucky that I saved the spirit safely. Thank you, spirit, for protecting Cabal over the past time." Her words made it very happy. "At least you know that, right? That bastard, I can't talk to him, and all my favors." Before it could finish speaking, Cabal quickly picked Ifrit up. "Wife, do not talk to this thing anymore, let us go for a walk." This also made Elodie feel confused. His actions made it even angrier. "What is it?" Ifrit quickly jumped down to the ground and left. This made Elodie, who witnessed it, feel a little worried. "Is it okay to just leave it like that?" He laughed and gently explained to her, "It is okay, do not worry about it, let us go quickly." Time quickly shifted to outside the grand hallway. Elodie's voice sounded, "It is great that we found the antique." Cabal, walking right beside her, also nodded, understanding, "It is all thanks to my wife." This maid, who had become very tired, quickly saw both of them. She hurriedly bowed respectfully. Seeing that the maid was a little strange made Elodie feel somewhat confused. Cabal also quickly recognized the problem. Looking closely, the expressions of the servants are not good. "Is something the matter, wife?" This made her feel quite surprised. Cabal also noticed, but the maid on this side had been constantly crying. She sighed, not knowing how to tell him, "Sure enough, it is not just me. From the beginning, I felt that something was wrong. The strangest person is Mary." At that time, Maria's face had become very strange and she had been constantly sighing. "She used to talk all the time, but lately I have not seen her say anything, and her face is also gloomy." Then Elodie immediately remembered Anna. "Anna's complexion is also the same, I asked her, but..." She quickly shook her head, explaining, "She really said that nothing was wrong, madam." This made her even more worried and she instructed, "If something happens, you must tell me, understand?" Returning to reality, Elodie sighed. She insisted that she did not know anything. After pondering for a short period of time, Elodie quickly suggested, "How about we try asking Norman if something happened?" Hearing this, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Remembering something important, Cabal suddenly instructed, "Wife, you can ask later, because you have been busy lately." Hearing this, she was surprised and paid attention. This time, she thought of her appearance, constantly immersed in work. "That is right, after the evening party, I only knew to bury myself in handling all kinds of documents. Now that I think about it, I have not even visited the greenhouse yet. Before the princess arrives, I have to finish the unfinished research." But she did not plan to go back today. Even so, today, Elodie turned to look at Cabell and urged, "Let us go." Just like that, she quickly pulled him away. She had to go play with Cabell. The scene shifts to another side. Heinz's face had become very unpleasant. How annoying, those guys. When they were on the battlefield, they complained that the Duchess was too much this and that. But now he encountered the scene of everyone still constantly laughing and joking with each other, but now they have turned 180 degrees. This made Heinz quickly think of different hypotheses. Do they really believe the rumors that the temple switched the supplies and the letter that the Duchess sent? How do they know it is not a lie to blame the temple, and they believe it? After thinking about this, he sighed and blamed everything on Elodie. Of course, the people of the temple are also capable of doing that, but she is also cunning. A series of thoughts made Heinz tired and sigh. Indeed, the Duke's wife has taken very good care of the people over the past time. I heard that taxes have even been reduced. How annoying, but it has to be accepted. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. This time, Heinz looked at all the knights having fun together. The ones I really dislike are that other group. He calmly looked at the knights who had gone to war and were laughing together. At least, these guys contributed to bringing the war to victory, but what can those in the territory do? This also made Heinz very disdainful, hunting some mediocre monsters. Even the fact that they only did simple tasks made him even more uncomfortable. Patrolling the territory, what is so great about being so proud? Just like that, Heinz had been separated from the group of knights this time. Also, those who came from the Duke's family's knight order, even though the relationship is not very good, as soon as you mention the Duchess, everyone competes to praise her. This made him seem thoughtful, secretly praying, how great it would be if the princess came to the territory, everyone who has been through the war, as well as the ones who stayed in the territory, are all the same. Before anything else, Heinz was already thinking of Larissa's gently smiling face. If that were the case, the situation would immediately change. At that time, Heinz would be able to integrate with everyone, at least, those who had gone through life and death together in the war could sober up. And then something new would happen. These guys just fought with the Urda. Heinz would then lead the bodyguard corps everywhere, having been restrained by those in the temple and the royal family. He also encountered many difficulties before these things. The team spirit was unstable, and he always had to be vigilant because he did not know when the war would break out. Not even getting a peaceful sleep. Returning to reality, thinking of the hardships he had endured made Heinz extremely uncomfortable. How would those who had only encountered small monsters know what these guys had experienced in the war? And yet, this time, the knights who stayed to guard the mansion happily recounted, with those monsters, so we. But the others immediately interrupted, what monsters, how ridiculous. These words also successfully angered the purple-haired guy. He quickly turned his head around. This time, he could not stand it anymore and questioned, what, if you have the guts, say it again and see. This also angered Heinz on the side. He is protecting his own people. He could not stand it anymore and immediately stood up to question, monsters, my ass, how ridiculous, I said it, so what? He did not forget to step forward to bully the purple-haired guy. Are you going to punch this guy? Seeing his fierce appearance startled the purple-haired guy a little. That. Just thinking of everything he had endured made Heinz so angry that he could not speak. After a series of thoughts in his head, he could not restrain himself and shouted, while you guys were playing princess with the madam in the territory, we had to roll around in the mud. Suffering like dogs, do you guys know that? His voice constantly judged, have you guys ever been to the battlefield? This also made the cavalryman very uncomfortable. Clearly Heinz did not want to sit still any longer. He constantly judged, you are always saying madam this, madam that, do you really know that the princess is coming here soon? His face had become extremely angry as he judged, once the princess arrives, your madam will have to move out of the room. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch quickly appeared. This made Heinz painfully fall to the ground. Seeing that Turion had attacked him made him even angrier, you bastard. And so he quickly rushed to punch Turion, neither side willing to give in. The two sides constantly argued with each other, causing the surrounding knights to silently witness. Did I say anything wrong? Take back those words immediately. Suddenly, a voice sounded, hey, you two. Hearing the call made the two people immediately stop. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Betos quickly stepped forward. He angrily taught a lesson loudly, daring to blatantly fight here. After speaking, he did not forget to punch Heinz in the head, this guy. Very quickly, both Turion and Heinz were disciplined. Hearing what he had said just now made Betos even angrier. What did you say? Playing princess, move out of the room. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Are you crazy? Heinz remained silent, not answering. This made Betos feel extremely helpless, not knowing what to say. How? I am so angry. In Betos's head, he remembered Cabel's terrifying appearance, a heartless warlord on the battlefield. But when he returned, Cabel was as obedient as a child, becoming changed and more careful after returning. Who are you saying offensive words to? He thought of the scene of Elodie gently embracing Cabel. The warlord does not want to divorce, the warlord completely relies on the madam just like when he was young. This made Betos feel extremely helpless as he sighed. If today's matter reaches the warlord's ears. He thought of his own death when Cabel found out about this. He must resolve this matter himself. He quickly warned Heinz, I am warning you, never utter those words again. This also made him extremely angry, unable to stand it anymore. What exactly is the reason? He loudly questioned Betos, where am I wrong? His voice constantly sounded, if the princess arrives, that woman won't be able to get close to this castle. This made Betos unable to stand it anymore. He quickly slapped Heinz straight across the face in front of everyone's eyes. Just thinking of the words he had uttered made Betos even angrier. Still not awake, are you? Still dare to open your mouth and say those words? After receiving 2 consecutive slaps, Heinz's face had become extremely confused. What did I say wrong to deserve this? Realizing that the situation was not good, Betos quickly signaled to Turion, Sir Turion, go outside. Hearing this, he nodded, understanding, I understand. After Turion went outside, Heinz's face became very pensive. This time, Betos quickly called his name, Heinz. Hearing this, he raised his head. Betos's face had become extremely serious as he remembered Cabel's fearsomeness. Don't insult the madam anymore. The madam is not someone who deserves to hear those insulting words of yours. Sober up for me right now. Do not think the warlord won't kill you. This made him very certain. Do you understand? After hearing these words, Heinz was a little thoughtful. To the commander, the Duchess is that important. The more he thought of things related to Elodie, the more Heinz's head ached. He could not understand. The scene shifts to another side. Elodie stood there in contemplation. On the way to the market, I received the documents from Sir Chap but did not see him at all. Remembering the new medicines that she had created made her feel very worried. I think he said that the pill was a fake, so he went to the capital. Is this also the temple's doing? Involuntarily, fragments of memories flashed through her mind of when she was chatting with Cabel. I sent that pill. Did not Cabel take it? Clearly, he did not know about these things at all. What pill? She explained in surprise. I sent it with the letter. After hearing these words, he became even more confused. Letter? No letter was sent at all. Hearing this, she became even more thoughtful. No matter how she thought about it, only the temple could have done this. Elodie stood there, remembering Sir Chap's trustworthy face. When I first distributed the medicine, I saw that the temple was unusually silent. I will resolve the issue of the fake goods. Perhaps they were secretly hindering her. For now, I have to wait for Sir Chap to contact me. While she was still pondering, Cabel asked in surprise, Wife, what are you thinking about? Seeing this, she was startled, panicking, and reacting, nothing. Seeing the familiar road right in front of her, Elodie was a little surprised. She pointed to the road, smiling and saying, Cabel, that is where Cabel got lost before. Do you remember? He smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course I remember, and my wife saved me. As they walked, Elodie smiled and recounted the story. At that time, I was very panicked. Oh right, there is something I have not said yet, about the orphanage where Cabel used to live. Her voice sounded calmly. I found it and scolded them. These words startled him a little. After speaking, Elodie did not forget to proudly recount. I promised Cabel when he was little. Those people were still living as if nothing had happened, so I went with the night order. While she was telling the story, Cabel suddenly gently took her hand. This made her a little confused as she turned to look at him. Cabel, he suddenly called out, Wife. Seeing him holding her hand, she felt that something was strange. What is it? But her story just now had made him feel very warm. He only kept calling out, Wife. Seeing him acting like this, Elodie smiled warmly. She gently rubbed his head with both hands and instructed, You do not need to say it, I understand. He seemed very silent in response to her head-rubbing action. Realizing that she had gone a bit too far, Elodie was startled and reacted. Seeing that she looked strange, Cabel quickly called out, Wife. She hurriedly became calm. Immediately after, Elodie quickly hid her gradually transforming hands behind her. Time quickly shifted to the evening at the mansion. Elodie sat there, looking at the cup of tea right in front of her. Okay, in her head, she thought a little helplessly, lately, I have not been able to take medicine because I do not have time alone. She involuntarily recalled her arrangement. Just now, when I was with Cabell, the symptoms were serious. This is a big deal. She continued to glance outside. I have already chased Anna out. Surely no one will come in. At that time, Elodie continuously pushed Anna out. I can do it alone. This made her very surprised. But, madam. After confirming that there was no one inside the room, Elodie took a breath and drank the cup of tea in her hand, quickly finished drinking and get back to work. After drinking the cup of tea, she gently waited for her hands to recover as before. A period of time passed, making Elodie very worried as she thought, why are there no signs at all? I can't be any later. Suddenly, Elodie felt a change coming from her body. She quickly raised her hand to examine it. In her head a thought appeared, this tingling sensation, it is here. At a critical moment, a knock on the door quickly sounded outside. Madam, this made her even more worried. No, if this continues, I will be discovered. The door gradually opened, and the maid quickly stepped in to announce, my sister Anna brought snacks for you. Looking at the empty room in front of her made the maid very surprised. Where did the madam go? Fortunately, at the last moment, Elodie managed to run outside to the garden. She tiredly stopped at the base of a large tree. But Elodie's body at this time could not take it anymore. She continuously vomited blood outside. Seeing the amount of blood that she had just vomited made Elodie a little worried. I do not know why, but today there is more blood than usual. While she was silently thinking, Elodie involuntarily realized that something was wrong. This time, she unfortunately encountered Heinz standing on the side, witnessing everything. The two people blankly stood there, looking at each other, not knowing how to react. This is bad. Elodie tried to keep herself calm. I am sorry, may I ask who you are? Heinz also politely introduced himself. I am Heinz. Hearing this, she very politely bowed her head in greeting. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Heinz. At the banquet, because of the nights, I could not greet you properly. Although in her head she had her own thoughts, I did not expect there would be someone here. Feeling a little embarrassed, Elodie quickly handed him a handkerchief. Because I got your coat dirty. He immediately took the handkerchief and wiped away the bloodstains on his coat. It is okay. Elodie's face was very worried as she twisted her head to look around. Besides Mr. Heinz, surely there is no one else here, right? While she was still seeing if anyone else was here, suddenly his voice suddenly sounded. Is it Siren's tears? Hearing this, she was surprised and paid attention. Hearing the somewhat familiar disease, Elodie quickly remembered. Isn't it the incurable disease that people living on the coast suffer? After thinking to hear made Elodie silently calculate with thought. It is not what you think. Actually a few years ago, I contracted an unnamed disease and the treatment is life-saving grass. If I drink it once a month, I will have the side effect of coughing up blood. Telling it this way, the story will be long and drawn out. After calculating for a period of time, she smiled and quickly chatted. That thing, please keep it a secret for me. This also made Heinz jerk in place in surprise. Elodie looked at him with very pleading eyes. Please, act like you never saw what happened today, please, Heinz. This made him a little confused, speaking out his thoughts. But if everyone around you knew and treated you. Before he could finish speaking, she shook her head again. Please, please do not let anyone know about this. Elodie had thought of the scene of the butler along with all of the maids crying very miserably. No matter what you say, everyone will be very worried. Heinz nodded, understanding, I understand. This made her become very happy. Really? Heinz quickly nodded to confirm. I will keep my promise. Hearing this certain confirmation also made Elodie breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you very much, sorry to bother you. A series of these words made him startled, a bit frozen, a bit more polite than I thought. Feeling that time was running out, Elodie quickly turned to leave. Then I will be going now, have a good night. Heinz still silently stood there. Feeling a little worried, she secretly glanced at him. Can I trust him? Seeing his tanned face and skin made her somewhat worried, but on this side, Heinz had become extremely confused, being scolded by the vice captain. I was planning to take a walk. But what happened? He continuously wiped away the bloodstains on his coat. This made him involuntarily recall a not-so-good memory. So the Duchess has an incurable disease. How foolish, she is so seriously ill but hides it from her family like this. If I have to witness someone passing away like my younger sister again, but I can't do anything then. This made Heinz a bit helpless, angrily sighing, damn it. On the inside of the room, Elodie had become extremely worried. She quickly called out, Cabell. Cabell was still sitting there quietly. It seemed like he did not agree too much. His face was flushed red, very uncomfortable. He quickly called out, wife. Seeing him like this made Elodie even more scared. Cabell, is something wrong? Does it hurt anywhere? he helplessly did not know how to explain, my body is a bit. This time, he gently pulled down his shirt. Immediately after, Elodie put her hand on his forehead to examine, it does not have a fever. This made him extremely speechless, not knowing what to say. The time shifted back to the previous time, when Ifrit taught him very thoroughly, do you understand, just being cute is not enough. A series of its lessons also made Cabal feel surprised, why, if we just got closer a bit more then. Before he could finish speaking, Ifrit interrupted, you really do not know anything, you have forgotten a really important thing. Its face was very pleased as it loudly announced, your wife thinks I am very cute. These words of it also made Cabal petrify in an instant. He did not dare to believe the truth in front of him. Ifrit continued to question, she will like just anything that is cute, do you want yourself to be like those things? Hearing this, he just helplessly shook his head, it is not like that. This made Ifrit even more pleased, speaking out its idea, this special body cannot be wasted like this. Cabal still did not understand these words, It continued to think about the vision of six-pack abs with bulging muscles and announced, open up your firm chest to let her see your masculinity. This made it extremely confident, a firm body will make all girls fall. Cabal listened silently to these words. After a period of consideration, he spoke to ask, so what should I do? That was the reason for his actions just now, laying there quietly made Cabal a bit helpless. That kid Ifrit, if it is not effective then. Suddenly, a teardrop from Elodie fell down, she softly called out, Cabal. Seeing her crying, he hurriedly sat up, unable to believe it. She was still sobbing like a child, making him very confused, wife. It turned out that Elodie had noticed the scars on his body. This also made him startled, realizing that something was wrong, he panicked and put his shirt back on. Seeing the scars on his body, Elodie worriedly asked, why are there so many injuries, why did not you ask the priest to heal them and just leave them like that? Hearing this, he clenched his hands and helplessly explained, they are just small injuries. Although in his head he had his own thoughts, actually, these injuries are from being beaten since I was young, I just did not want to let the priest see them. Seeing that Cabal was a little thoughtful, Elodie's face became silent. She gently used her hand to place on his hand and comfort him, what do you mean small, it must hurt a lot, right? Seeing that she was still constantly shedding pitiful tears, Cabal gently shook his head in denial, it is okay, wife, I am really okay. He gently smiled and instructed her, so do not cry anymore. Seeing her so sad, his eyes were also somewhat sad along with her. Remembering something, Elodie quickly stood up and asked, I am sorry, where did Cabal say it hurt? He immediately explained, it is okay, I feel better now. This made her a little surprised, really, Cabal immediately laughed and chatted, I was just joking. Hearing this, Elodie became relieved, it is good that Cabal is okay. She quickly blamed him, what, you scared me to death. While they were chatting, she blurted out, Cabal also jokes with the princess like this, right? These words immediately made him stunned. But Elodie did not know that she had slipped up, she even liked it and laughed loudly, Cabal is probably like this to the princess too, so cute. This time, Cabal immediately became silent, his voice was somewhat serious, wife. Seeing the change in attitude on his face, Elodie panicked and hurried back to normal, did I say something wrong? His expression is a bit. His face was very serious as he quickly said directly, I do not want to mention the princess in front of you. These words also made Elodie freeze in place, stunned, unable to believe it. Looking into his very certain eyes, she did not know what else to say, is that so? I understand. Elodie walked along with a look of utter confusion, wondering to herself. Yesterday, when the princess's matter was mentioned, Cabal had a very strange reaction, as if he did not love her at all. How could that be? Suddenly realizing something was off, her eyes widened as she thought, could it be? Recalling Cabal's face turning bright red from shyness, Elodie could not help but chuckle. He was just shy, that is all. His wife does not need to know, she thought. Standing beside her, Anna asked, Madam, you have been paying a lot of attention to the knights lately. Is something the matter, even today? Elodie replied, oh, that, it is because some of the knights are not from this fief. We have met again, everyone. I was worried Heinz might spread rumors, so I have been keeping an eye on him. Fortunately, he is still keeping his word, is not he? While she was lost in thought, Anna spoke up with a troubled expression, I hate them. Hearing this, Elodie asked curiously, why? Anna hesitated for a few seconds before answering, well, it is just that every day they keep droning on, princess this. Princess that. It is so irritating to watch, I do not even know how to put it into words. She continued, Sir Byron mentioned that Lady Julia is pregnant and has a strong craving for peaches. Elodie replied in surprise, peaches. Anna answered, yes, and she is craving the kind of fruit that only grows on the eastern continent. Madam, that fruit is absolutely delicious. Elodie thought to herself. Before Julia resigned to get married, we ate them together once. Without a second thought, she turned to Anna and said, I will have to ask Sir Sirka to find some for us. Anna asked excitedly, really, madam, then I want to eat some too. Naturally, Elodie agreed immediately, saying with a smile, all right, I will ask him to bring plenty back for us. As they walked, an idea suddenly popped into Elodie's head. She thought, if Sirka can bring them back this time, maybe I should try researching if we can grow them here. Anna asked, could the fruit mentioned in the legend of the Great Mage be a peach? She replied, Anna continued, I heard about the legend of the Great Mage a long time ago. In ancient times, there was a great mage who taught magic through spirits. His name was Magnaponatisia. People say he controlled all spirits of every element, and he was able to do so thanks to the spirit fruit. The more Anna thought about it, the more curious she became. I do not know what that fruit actually was, but it could have been a peach because they are so precious here in the western continent. Standing nearby, Elodie heard this and asked, don't people say that fruit contains magical power? Anna paused for a moment. Is that so? I completely forgot. While they were talking, Elodie suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared straight ahead in astonishment. It turned out that Turayan had been standing there for who knows how long. She called out, Sir Turayan. He cleared his throat and replied, Madam. Seeing him standing there hesitantly, Elodie asked, is something wrong? Your hand is injured. Turayan replied, it is nothing, madam. However, she was still worried about his wound and stepped forward to offer help. Have you used up all your healing medicine? Should I send more to the knight's order? Before she could finish, he waved his hand in refusal. There is still plenty left. There is no need to send more, madam. After saying that, Turayan hesitated several times before finally squeezing out a few words, madam. Seeing his behavior, Elodie became even more curious and asked, what is it? Under the soft sunlight, a faint pink blush crept onto Turayan's cheeks as he asked, are you living well? Faced with this question, Elodie did not hesitate to give a bright smile and replied, of course. I am doing very well. Her answer made his heart skip a beat, and his body momentarily froze. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, that is a relief, then. Before Turayan could say anything else, Elodie said her goodbyes to leave. Well, I will be going now. Make sure to take care of that wound. Just as she had turned and walked a few steps away, a loud call rang out from behind her, Madam. The one who called was none other than Turayan, but he did not say another word. His hands were clenched tight as if he were trying to suppress something. It is nothing. I am sorry. Hearing that, Elodie did not want to push further and continued on her way, replying, all right. Even after she had walked quite a distance away, his figure remained in the same spot, watching her go. Deep within Tyrion's eyes were emotions that could not be put into words. A while later, on Cabal's side, he was sitting with his arms crossed over his chest, staring straight ahead. Everything in his head was a mess. He let out a sigh and thought, I really should not have listened to Ifrit. What do you mean like, I feel even more distant now. But then Cabal remembered the moments Elodie had cared for him so devotedly. Even so, my wife is still by my side looking after me. It feels like we have gone back to the past. She is so busy because of the princess and the temple. Why is there so much to deal with before they even arrive? Why did the emperor send the princess here? Because of that, I do not have much time to spend with my wife. That man is really getting in my way. As he thought, Cabal stole a glance toward Elodie. I need to make arrangements so we can have some time for each other. At this moment, she was still focused on concocting medicine, her expression extremely serious and attentive. The slow passage of time was truly making Cabal impatient. I do not care about the princess. I just hope those temple people get here quickly so we can get this over with. They all need to disappear. They will pay for secretly hiding my wife's precious letter. While he was still lost in thought, a loud call snapped him back to reality, as did the medicine she had worked so hard to prepare. Cabal. The one calling was Elodie. Her eyes searched his curiously as she asked, what are you thinking about? He stammered, nothing. To himself, he thought, I almost let my killing intent show in front of my wife. I can't make that stupid mistake again. Remembering something, Elodie asked, right, Cabal, you know you should not have thoughts of revenge against the people of the temple, right, even though I also think the temple was behind the letter. Cabal asked blankly, why? But before he could finish his sentence, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looking worried. Noticing his somewhat forced expression, Elodie's eyes widened. Once Cabell had regained his composure, he quickly explained, "No, it is nothing." Hearing this, she did not think much more of it, and a bright smile played on her lips. She gently reached out and patted Cabell's head as a reminder. "The temple is a power you should not underestimate, Cabell." She continued carefully, demanding compensation from them would be better. He interrupted, but before Cabell could say another word, Elodie spoke up, "Cabell, She did not hide it and stated her wish clearly, "I want our fief to be at peace." Hearing those words, he did not argue but immediately gave a slight nod in obedience. Elodie smiled and thought, "Cabell, it is also for your future. The princess is on her way here. This time, it really is time for me to leave. Sirka has already found a house for me to live in." At the same time, the person she was thinking about appeared. "And I have also finished preparing to leave this place." That girl had platinum hair that billowed in the wind. Taking in the scenery before her, she exclaimed with delight, "So this is Cernua Castle." Albrecht, the emperor of the Heklos Empire, he became the biggest beneficiary of this war. Cabell, the war hero, could not claim ownership of the Urea kingdom because Princess Larissa of the Dayef kingdom had temporarily transferred the right to rule to the empire. Although the Urda kingdom had retreated, the fugitive prince was still alive. Fearing he would return to invade, the princess had made that choice. The emperor's benefits did not stop there. Princess Larissa's bracelet was discovered to be a relic of the great temple from the past. She donated her bracelet to the temple, which helped ease the tension between the temple and the emperor. After the emperor learned that Princess Larissa was his niece, he found her quite commendable and gave her the opportunity to stay at the imperial capital. However, because Duke Cernua had saved her life, she wanted to repay the favor. The emperor, who was always wary of Duke Cernua, devised a scheme to marry Princess Larissa to Cabell Cernua. To win over Cernua, the emperor sent Princess Larissa and a diplomatic delegation. Returning to the present, Larissa gave a friendly smile and said, "I am very happy to meet everyone." Standing opposite her, Elodie and Cabell were already waiting. She bowed and said in a respectful tone, "We are also very happy." After saying that, she stole a glance at Larissa and thought, looking closely, "The princess is truly beautiful." Her striking beauty made Elodie praise her inwardly, as expected of the female lead. Larissa glanced at Cabell to start a conversation. "We meet again, Duke Cernua." Facing her words, his expression remained cold without the slightest change as he replied, "Yes." Standing on the sidelines, Elodie watched the two of them, imagining all sorts of things. She had not expected to see the male and female leads standing side by side with her own eyes. She smiled and wondered, the boy must be so moved. He probably has so much to say. Suddenly, Cabell's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Didn't you come with the priests of the Tizer Great Temple?" Hearing this, Elodie did not even have time to process what was happening. Her smile froze. She was utterly confused. "We just met, why would you say that?" They continued talking. "The high priest said they would stop by another temple before coming. I heard they will arrive tomorrow or the day after." "I see." To brighten the atmosphere, Elodie decided to speak up. "Everyone must be tired from the long journey. Let us go inside and rest." Larissa smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Duchess." From inside the castle, a figure stepped out. From now on, Elodie quickly introduced her. She will be the one guiding everyone in the castle. The maid bowed respectfully and added, "I am Olivia." Seeing this scene, Larissa paused for a moment, her eyes widening with worry. She observed Olivia and thought, she looks very uneasy. Is she being bullied? If not, then could it be? Are the bad rumors spreading in the capital about the Duchess actually true? No, meeting her in person, I find the Duchess to be different from the rumors. It must be for another reason. The more Larissa thought, the more uneasy she felt, her hands clenching tight. Then she looked at Elodie and said, "Thank you, Duchess." Olivia showed a look of determination and added, "I will do my best to serve the princess." And so, the meeting went smoothly. Later, in Elodie's office. She was currently sitting at her large desk, working intently. But no matter how hard she tried, her mind was filled with complex thoughts. "I can't concentrate. Is it because I am leaving soon? Before the princess arrived, that is what I thought. But I am sure it is time for me to go." At this thought, Elodie's lips unconsciously pressed together, and she fell silent. Suddenly, Anna approached unnoticed and spoke, making her jump. "Madam, you do not look very well." Elodie quickly regained her usual composure, turned, and replied with a smile, "It is just that my research has not been going smoothly." Even though she heard her say that, Anna could still understand to some extent, and her eyes grew sad. She asked, "Perhaps you should take a little rest today. What do you think? You will be busy preparing for dinner later." She added, I am going to the greenhouse for a bit and then I will be back. Anna replied worriedly, yes. She rubbed her hands together and stammered, Madam. Once she was outside the door, Elodie stood still and let out a tired sigh. She looked around at the place she had been attached to all this time. Is it because I have put so much effort into this place? The air inside made Elodie feel somewhat relieved. She thought, every time I come here, I feel like my soul is comforted. Even though this is not something that needs comforting. Suddenly, a loud call rang out, Benefactor. Hearing the call, Elodie's eyes widened as she looked toward the figure that had just appeared right above her head. The one standing there was Ifrit. It grinned and asked, why do you look like that? It continued, it seems my benefactor also has something weighing on her mind. She did not deny it and replied, I do. Right after saying that, Elodie suddenly asked about something else, making Ifrit startle. Is Kabul also troubled by something? It avoided her gaze and stammered, well. After thinking of a reason for a moment, it replied, humans usually have many worries. Elodie nodded. That is true. Could it be he is worried about when to bring up the divorce? Seeing that her mood today was a bit different from usual, Ifrit confidently puffed out its chest and declared, Benefactor, I am here to listen to your troubles. Encouraged by its words, Elodie hesitated even more, her hands tightening. Just say it. Finally, she decided to open up and tell everything she was thinking. Well. But before Elodie could say another word, Kabul suddenly appeared and called out, wife. He glanced at Ifrit and asked, are you with Ifrit? She nodded and replied, it seems Ifrit was playing in the greenhouse. Seeing himself being stared at, Ifrit asked irritably, why are you staring at me so hard? Kabul did not bother to reply, thinking to himself, I hope it did not say anything nonsense to my wife. Of course, Ifrit quickly realized this too. It turned to leave in annoyance, grumbling, no need to stare, I get it. I am leaving, alright, not cute at all. Once its figure had completely vanished, Elodie looked at Kabul with a smile and asked, are you done with work? He replied, wife, I finished, so I came here. Her eyes lowered slightly as she praised him, is that so? You did a great job, Kabul. She thought, even without my help, he still does everything well on his own. To the point where he does not need me anymore. The two of them continued their conversation. Shall we return to the mansion now? Sure. After saying that, Elodie could not control her actions and instinctively reached out to take Kabul's hand. In an instant, she froze, her eyes showing clear, unspoken sadness. Waiting for her emotions to stabilize, she gave a forced smile, turned, and urged him to walk. Let us go quickly. Elodie kept reminding herself, I can't have contact with Kabul anymore. Ignoring Kabul who was standing behind her in confusion, she thought, I do not know why, but I feel like I should not do that. He obviously noticed something unusual about her but could only silently clench his fist. Then he looked up and watched Elodie's figure walking ahead, thinking to himself, wife. At the same time, outside in the grounds, Olivia was walking when she was suddenly called out to, where is the Duke right now? Hearing those voices, she looked extremely annoyed. So that is how it is. In her mind, she recalled what happened yesterday, Princess Larissa will arrive tomorrow. Inside the kitchen, Mary had gathered all the servants and asked, the madam will choose a maid to serve the princess. If anyone wants the job, I will enthusiastically recommend them. Anyone. As soon as she finished, a loud shout rang out, me. Fires of passion swirled around Olivia as she said frantically, I will do it, I can do a good job. Mary was a bit taken aback and reassured her, all right, if it is Olivia. I can trust you with this task. The two of them discussed it strictly. Got it, you must absolutely not let the princess and the lord meet. Yes, I will stop the princess with my life. We can't help it during the banquet, but before that, I must hinder them at all costs. Back to the present, Olivia clenched her hand and thought, yes, please trust me. I will repay the madam this way. If it were not for the madam. She remembered the darkest days of her life. Elodie was the one who appeared and pulled her out of that place. Otherwise, by now, I would have been guilty of killing my own brother while trying to stop him from assaulting our mother, and I would be a prisoner on death row. That kind and radiant face was etched deep into Olivia's mind. Everyone else turned a blind eye. Only the madam helped my mother and me. Right beside her, voices continued incessantly. It seems the Duchess is also very busy. Yes, she is researching magical medicine. Larissa heard this and asked in surprise, what kind of medicine? Before she could finish, the maid standing beside her opened her eyes wide and exclaimed with excitement, oh my goodness, princess. Both of them turned their gaze toward the rose garden, where brightly colored roses were blooming in all their glory. Look at that. It turned out roses could have such colors rarely seen in the capital. They were chatting excitedly. Princess, being here is truly beautiful. Seeing this, Olivia showed her annoyance and thought, how can they just pick flowers like that, what is this? From not far away, Iris was walking toward them with an extremely displeased expression. She asked loudly, who gave you permission to pick Iris's roses? That sentence made both Larissa and her maid jump. When they looked closer, the maid walking beside Iris immediately recognized her and said, my lady, this is the princess of the Dayef kingdom. Iris's state went from annoyed to excitedly joyful as she cried out, really? She stepped closer to greet them and introduce herself. So it is that famous Princess Larissa. This is the first time I have met a princess. Iris is the niece of Baron Bernard. Larissa replied, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Iris. As soon as she finished, Iris reached out and snatched the rose branch. But she did not hesitate to ask bluntly, why did the princess pick the roses? The maid following Larissa shouted angrily, how dare you steal the princess's things? Iris interrupted, these roses belong to Iris. The maid asked hesitantly, well, Lady Iris, is not this garden managed by the Duchess? Hearing that, Iris spread her arms and declared, all of these pink roses, the Duchess gave them all to Iris, therefore, these flowers belong to Iris. Naturally, there was a reason for this, and Olivia remembered it clearly. I am sorry. Plant these pink roses in the garden for Iris. I will give them to her. Because that young lady kept insisting. The Duchess had said she would give the flowers as a gift. However, even after hearing that, the other maid had no intention of backing down. Even so, how dare you? My princess is the niece of His Majesty the Emperor. Iris did not back down and challenged her, so what, just because she is His Majesty's niece, she can just pick other people's flowers whenever she wants. After a fierce war of words, the two of them glared at each other with fiery eyes, as if they wanted to lunge at one another. As the tension reached its peak, Larissa finally stepped forward. I apologize, Lady Iris. The maid asked irritably, why should the princess apologize? She interrupted, stop it, Carolina. Without letting Carolina say another word, Larissa quickly left. That is all, Lady Iris. I wish you a pleasant time. Standing behind them, Iris looked at the two of them and thought, I thought a princess would be more majestic, but it turns out she is not. And then she flattered herself, Iris is much more beautiful and like a princess. After saying that, Iris looked intently at the rose branch in her hand and smiled. She thought to herself, at first, I thought the Duchess was my first love, because besides that person, this is the first time I have seen this hair color. And then a thought flashed through her mind as she wondered, could they be family? Iris suits a kind person more than an irritable duke. And Iris hates married men. If we meet again, he will surely be enchanted by Iris. I will have to ask grandfather to look into the Duchess's family. The maid beside her said, did that princess come here because she wants to marry the duke? Hearing this, Iris did not care much and asked, is that so? But she asserted confidently, if the duke did not fall for Iris, there is no way he would like that princess. It is useless for her. The scene shifted to the inside of a large office, where books were piled high and sunlight filtered through the window into the room. Cabell sat intently reading the paper in his hand, his eyes cold. The paper said, Princess Larissa is very fond of you, so I especially grant permission for you two to marry. Reading these words, he was furious and cursed, that damn emperor. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, letting out a scornful laugh. Ridiculous. Cabell's eyes focused on Ifrit, who was yawning on the table. He wondered, are you curious about the Fire Spirit King? Should I send spirits to the capital and burn down the imperial palace? He cursed, this damn marriage. Just as he thought that, Ifrit stood up and asked, what on earth is written in there that made your face look like that? Cabell called softly, Ifrit. It replied, huh. He continued, suppose, if I talk about the marriage with the princess first. Before he could finish, it interrupted, hey, do not even think about it. Ifrit calmly advised, if you bring it up before being asked, it is like inviting trouble upon yourself. This sentence made Cabell feel it was somewhat true, and he let out a sigh. You are right. He crossed his arms and spoke his mind, I already have a wife, so why is everyone like this? I have absolutely no intention of divorcing my wife. I do not want to marry the princess either. This also made Ifrit very curious about Larissa who had just arrived. You have suffered too. Did the princess say anything? What exactly did she come here for? Cabell stood up and quickly strode away. He walked over to the window and peeked outside. Right below was Elodie's favorite garden. He thought to himself, I miss my wife. I thought after returning to the fief. Instinctively, Cabell recalled the scene from earlier. If he tried to get close, she would. In that moment, he had seen the expression on Elodie's face. She was intentionally avoiding him. And just like that, she had turned and walked away quickly, urging, "Let us go quickly." Thinking of this, he clenched his palm tightly. An ill premonition welled up inside Cabell, urging him to take action. It can't go on like this. I have to talk to my wife. At the same time, Elodie was immersed in joy, thinking, they are finally here, my precious peaches. As expected of Sirka, now I can start my research earlier than planned. She recalled their earlier conversation. It seemed Sirka was still busy with the counterfeit medicine. Is Sirka that busy? Yes, he said he will be staying in the capital for now. I am sure Sirka will handle everything well. After thinking, Elodie turned to Mary and said, Mary, I only need 1 box. Send 1 box to Julia, and divide the rest equally among the knights. I am going to the lab now. Mary replied, Madam, should not you take a break today? You were researching until late last night. She reassured her, it is fine, I am full of energy right now. After their talk, the two of them stepped outside together. As she was walking, Elodie's feet suddenly came to a halt when she heard loud laughter and chatter. Witnessing the scene, Mary called out blankly, Madam. It turned out Larissa was standing nearby, laughing and talking with the knights. Mary watched them and said, since they met on the battlefield, they seem quite close. Elodie added, you are right. It looks like Princess Larissa is adjusting to the castle quite well. Hearing that, Mary retorted, the princess will be leaving soon anyway, so there is no point in adjusting well. No matter what Mary said, Elodie still felt a sense of hollow sadness. I feel a distance between myself and the knights, yet they get along so well with Princess Larissa. Everyone says they were together on the battlefield, but the scene still played out clearly before her eyes. Because of that, Elodie felt an indescribable emotion rising within her. This mood is so strange. Back on Larissa's side, while she was talking, a loud exclamation suddenly rang out, oh my goodness, princess. That person kept looking at her with endless praise, you are just too beautiful. Carolina added with a smile, I thought an angel had descended to earth. Hearing this, Larissa's face turned bright red with embarrassment as she tried to stop her. Don't exaggerate so much. However, Carolina did not stop and continued to praise, it was truly wise to bring the most famous design from the capital. Standing nearby, Olivia heard their entire conversation and could not help but feel uncomfortable. In today's welcoming banquet, the princess will be the most prominent person, more than anyone else. Suddenly, Carolina ran over and swung her arm, pushing her hard while shouting, get out of the way. The sudden shove left Olivia unable to react. She lost her balance and fell backward. Witnessing this, Larissa advised worriedly, Carolina, she replied, it is because she was standing there in the way. I still have to do the princess's hair. Without bothering to say another word, Larissa quickly stepped forward to help Olivia up, asking, are you all right? Olivia replied, yes. While helping her up, Larissa suddenly noticed a rather large wound clearly visible on Olivia's hand. Larissa's gaze froze for a second before her eyes snapped wide. She asked with genuine concern, wait, Olivia, what is this wound? However, Olivia explained very calmly, it is just an old wound. Receiving this answer, Larissa did not believe her and thought, but it does not look like an old wound to me. Suddenly, Larissa stepped forward and took Olivia's hand firmly, calling, Olivia. She gently reminded her, if you are suffering, just tell me. Anything at all. That action made Olivia startle and reply awkwardly, yes. She avoided Larissa's gaze and continued, no, I am fine. I will go prepare dinner now. Seeing that, Larissa did not press further and let out a sigh of relief, adding, all right, see you later. Once Olivia had left the room, Carolina crossed her arms and said, doesn't the Duchess mistreat the servants as the rumors say? I think she might have many other wounds too. She added, maybe that is why she is so withdrawn wherever she goes. Before she could finish her sentence, Larissa burst into tears of pity, I feel so sorry for her. Witnessing this, Carolina became even more flustered, waving her hands frantically to soothe her. Princess, you must not cry, your makeup will be completely ruined. As she spoke, she reached out to grab a brush on the table, thinking of that gentle demeanor. Carolina speculated, maybe the Duchess uses the servants' tears to brew her medicine. However, Larissa felt that was nonsensical. How could that be possible? She clenched her hands and thought, the rumors about the Duchess that I heard in the capital were mostly negative. There was a lot of gossip saying she had a wicked personality and a wasteful lifestyle. There were even rumors that she abused her maids and used their tears to concoct magic medicine. Are those rumors true? But meeting her in person, I do not see her as a bad person. Maybe I was mistaken. If Olivia is truly being tormented by the Duchess, Larissa told herself, I will do everything I can to save her. While she was lost in thought, a loud call snapped her back to reality, "Princess." Carolina smiled as she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, "Shall I give you a side braid?" Larissa smiled back, "Thank you, Carolina." And so, her hair was gradually tied up neatly and meticulously. She was extremely satisfied, thinking, finally, I get to meet the Duke. A very noble guest had arrived to visit the fief. Inside a large dining hall, Larissa was present, and voices rang out incessantly. That noble guest had not minded the knights were also present at the table. "I would like to express my gratitude to Princess Larissa." Elodie, holding a wine glass high, said with a smile, "Though there are still shortcomings, we have prepared this banquet with all our hearts to welcome Princess Larissa." She showed her excitement and appreciation for this meeting. "I hope everyone enjoys the banquet to the fullest." As soon as she finished speaking, soft, melodic music began to play. Everyone at the dining table was chatting excitedly with one another. The blending sounds made the atmosphere very lively. Only Elodie and Cabell sat in silence. Suddenly, a conversation nearby caught Elodie's attention, causing her to startle and watch. "Princess, do you remember that count who looked like a duck?" "Oh my, a duck." That sound was coming from Larissa's spot. Everything seemed to be going well. Thanks to the princess, the atmosphere of the banquet became much more animated. With just a glance, one could see how happy and delighted she was to be here. Elodie watched silently and thought, "It is good to see the princess and the knights getting along so well. This is something to be happy about, but for some reason, I feel as though a faint crack has appeared in my heart. My mood is gradually becoming strange. Maybe I am the one with the problem." Her eyes showed clear sadness as she tried to reassure herself, "Get it together." While she was grieving alone, Cabell suddenly leaned in close to Elodie's ear and whispered, "Don't forget your place. Wife, I have something to say to you later." He tried to add a reminder, "So, please make some time for me, wife." His words took her by surprise, and she did not have time to react. Facing Elodie was an extremely serious expression from Cabell. He took her hand firmly and asked, "Promise me. Do you understand, wife?" At the same time, at Larissa's spot, the conversation was still very lively. Suddenly, she noticed something. Her smile faltered as her eyes flickered in another direction. Within her sight was the scene of Cabell leaning close to Elodie, whispering to her. Suddenly, a knight spoke up, "By the way, princess, are you really going to marry our lord?" The sudden question made Larissa smile awkwardly in embarrassment. "What, the Duke is already married?" However, that knight did not seem to care much. "He will be getting a divorce anyway." Hearing this, she stammered, "But is not the relationship between the Duchess and the Duke very good?" Several knights sitting nearby chimed in, "Not at all. That is right, princess, you absolutely must not give up. You suit the commander much better than the Duchess does." Before Larissa could speak, Carolina, who was sitting beside her, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "That is right, there is something I have been curious about." She asked bluntly, "Is the Duchess the type of person who is very strict with the servants?" Larissa quickly stopped her, "Carolina." Without hesitation, Heinz replied, "No, she is not." But just as he was about to say more, he went silent. Carolina continued, "Is that so?" She was not ready to give up and continued to prod, but while the Duke was suffering on the battlefield, the Duchess did not even send a single letter. A knight leaned in and whispered, "Actually." Every word he said reached Larissa's ears without missing a single syllable. "I heard the temple hid the letters the Duchess sent. But there is no proof. Who knows, even if she did send some, it was probably just a few at most. It is clear the Duchess completely forgot about our commander, and only started acting kind when he returned in glory." Unable to listen to this gossip any longer, Heinz said, "That is not it either." Suddenly, someone noticed his strange behavior and asked, "What is it, big bro? Why are you suddenly taking the Duchess's side?" That comment snapped him out of it, and he hurriedly took a large gulp of water and shouted, "When did I ever?" After draining nearly the entire glass, he slammed it down on the table. Heinz thought to himself, "Seriously, what is wrong with me? The princess coming here is exactly what I wanted. Should I just tell the commander everything?" Just as he thought that, Elodie's pitiful, pleading face appeared in his mind, causing his resolve to falter. But everything was becoming increasingly messy, making him angrily scratch his head and swear, "Damn it, since when did I become such a righteous person?" At that moment, a figure stepped forward from behind. A knight with a very hurried demeanor was walking straight toward Cabell. Then, he leaned down close to his ear and whispered something. Having just received that notification, Cabell's eyes turned cold as he asked, "The people from the temple have arrived?" Outside, a man was riding a horse toward them, dressed in formal and dignified attire. Simultaneously, Cabell and Elodie had also come back outside to prepare for the reception. He very thoughtfully and carefully placed a cloak over her shoulders and reminded her, "Wife, the night air is very cold." Hearing this, she turned and gave a bright smile, replying, "Thank you." As she spoke, the figure on the horse dismounted onto the ground. There were two people from the temple. They stood formally and introduced themselves. "To be personally received by the two of you, we are truly moved. I am Amos, a high-ranking priest of the Tizer Great Temple." The man with brilliant golden hair standing behind added, "I am the Holy Knight Commander, Theodore." Waiting for them to finish, Elodie spoke up, "It is a pleasure to meet you both. As it happens, we are holding a banquet to welcome the princess. Please leave your belongings here and come inside to eat first." They replied, "Thank you for your hospitality, madam." Looking at the way they spoke, she felt confused and thought, why would a high-ranking priest humble himself like this? Thinking of this, she looked at the pile of items behind them and asked, "But what is all that luggage?" It turned out they had not come alone but had brought many large transport wagons. Amos stammered, "Well." After thinking for a moment, he explained, "Actually, these are all the items the Duchess sent to the battlefield over the past 7 years. Due to security issues, we kept them very carefully. We sincerely apologize for causing the obstacle in communication between the two of you." Those words hit Cabell like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling a current run down his spine, Amos tried to remain calm and continued, "But considering the wartime situation, we hope the two of you." The more he heard those words, the more furious Cabell became, gritting his teeth. "Will be generous and understanding." After explaining everything, Amos took a small box from his person and handed it to Elodie. "To apologize, our Tizer Great Temple has brought a communication tool," he urged. "Duchess, please take a look." Receiving the box, she slowly opened it and thought, "Now that things have turned out like this, I do not know what to say," but there was no doubt about it. Inside were 2 small mirrors with bright silver frames. Aren't these holy magic artifacts that only high-ranking priests and royalty are allowed to use? It was an item that could communicate from a distance like a telephone. Receiving the item, Elodie spoke up happily with a smile, "Thank you. I have always wanted to try making a magic tool like this." She wanted to go to the lab immediately and dismantle it. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered the full wagons. "I will have the servants handle the items you brought. Both of you go inside and rest. It is so late, you must be tired." The two of them replied in unison, "Thank you, Duchess." However, it did not stop there. Theodore stepped forward and handed Elodie a small box. "This as well, please accept it." Seeing so many gifts being handed to her, she smiled and thought, they must feel very guilty to give gifts like this. But as soon as she saw what was inside the box, her gaze froze and her eyes widened. Lying in that box were the letters she had sent. "These are the letters I sent. Thank you. Sir Theodore, please go inside and rest." Mary followed the order and quickly led the 2 men to the guest rooms. "I understand." Once they had all left, Cabell still stood there silently, looking at the cargo boxes. The more he thought, the more he could not believe it, his hands clenching into fists. Right then, a call from behind made him startle and turn around. "Cabell." Without him knowing, Elodie had run over holding the box full of letters and asked with a smile, "It is late now, but will you read them, Cabell? These are the letters I wrote to you. Time has passed, but instead of me keeping them, it is more meaningful to give them to you." Hearing her words, the grievances in Cabell's heart were somewhat dissipated. Elodie's eyes sparkled as she looked at him expectantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Cabell took her hand gently. He even lightly touched Elodie's forehead, making her face turn red with embarrassment. Wife." Facing this scene, Elodie temporarily did not know how to react and stood frozen in place. After a few seconds, she finally reacted, hurriedly thrusting the box of letters into his hands and urging, "Take it quickly." Cabell asked casually, "Can I open them?" She replied, "Of course." Unable to wait any longer, he quickly opened the small box. Upon seeing the large number of letters inside, a look of immense anger appeared in his eyes. Cabell spoke up, "Even killing those temple people immediately would not soothe my anger." Hearing this, Elodie called out in confusion, "Cabell." She gently patted his shoulder to calm him. "You must not attack the temple. It is better if we use this secret to hold a weakness over." She smiled and thought, now I want him to live in peace and happiness. Having no other choice, Cabell had to follow her lead and replied, "Wife, I understand." However, he still could not hold back the bitterness, his eyebrows furrowing. After thinking for a moment, Cabell decided to ask, "Can I hug you?" After saying that, he also reached out to take Elodie's hand. As he spoke, he put on a pitiful expression, "Wife, please." Witnessing that scene, Elodie had no choice but to agree and replied, "Yes." Deep in her heart, she had many unspoken thoughts but no way to express them. Elodie hugged Cabell and whispered, "Come here." The two of them ignored everything around them and forgot everything. For themselves. The space was so silent that one could hear the sound of a racing heart. Suddenly, Elodie was immersed in this moment without even knowing when it began. Right at that moment, Mary stepped forward and asked, "Madam, the people from the temple said they would like to rest first. What about the banquet?" She shyly pushed Cabell away and replied, "It can end now." After saying that, she looked at him again. "I will handle the banquet matters. Cabell, go back and rest." He would not listen and replied, "I will help too. Let us go together." She smiled and interrupted, "It is fine, I can do it alone." Before Cabell could say another word, Elodie had already turned and walked away. "Even so, wife." Standing in the same spot, he stood dazed, his eyes filled with overwhelming disappointment. In contrast, on Elodie's side, her footsteps grew faster and faster. Perhaps even she did not understand what she was thinking. Elodie clutched her chest and wondered, "Why do I feel so shy and uncomfortable? Is it because I am about to part ways with Cabell? Yes, that must be it." After a bit of arranging, finally, all the items the temple brought were moved inside. Right when the group of knights saw it, they appeared surprised and gossiped, "What is all this stuff?" They exclaimed in wonder, "What, the temple brought gifts, why are there so many?" The more he heard them talk, a figure standing behind grew so angry that his hands clenched. "As expected of our commander. It seems those people at the temple finally opened their eyes." Unable to take it any longer, a loud shout rang out, breaking the lively atmosphere, "These are items my madam sent to the battlefield over the course of 7 years. The one who had just spoken was none other than Mary. She continued, "During all that time, my madam was extremely, extremely worried about the Lord. All of these are medicines crafted by the madam's own hands." As she spoke, her hands tightly gripped her skirt to suppress her anger. "My madam has." But finally, as she prepared to speak the words, Mary went silent and thought, how painful it must have been. She recalled the times before. Even so, the madam still diligently crafted medicine to send to the Lord. And yet, the end result of all that effort was such harsh mockery. "And I even heard that the madam takes great care of the fief." Perhaps that is a lie too, these people do not know this and won't even pretend to listen to me. Thinking of this, Mary angrily pointed straight at a knight's face and shouted, "You people, from now on, you should feel guilty toward my madam for the rest of your lives." After venting everything she was thinking, she turned and walked away indignantly, leaving them standing there whispering. But just as she was about to take another step, she suddenly bumped into someone else, causing her footsteps to halt. The one kneeling there was Heinz, with tears streaming down his cheeks. "What?" Before Mary could understand what was happening, he collapsed further and sobbed uncontrollably. However, that did not concern her at all. She only wondered to herself, what is wrong with him? Soon enough, time passed quickly until the early dawn. Inside Cabell's familiar study, the piles of books still lay in their original positions. Suddenly, on a white sheet of paper, a small drop fell and soaked into a spot. It turned out Cabell had not slept at all night, but had been intently reading the letters written by Elodie's own hand. The more he read, the more he could not believe it, letting out a bitter chuckle. "What a fool I was." He was so angry his hand gripped the paper tightly as he exclaimed, "Because of those temple people, I am only seeing my wife's letters now. Indeed, they must all be killed." Suddenly, a call pulled him back to reality. "Hey." Ifrit continued, "Your eyes are swollen. You look quite ugly now." Hearing this, Cabell startled and hurriedly grabbed a mirror to check his face. And exactly as it said, his eyes were swollen. "If I go to see her in this state, my wife will surely think I look unsightly. I guess I should not see her today." Thinking of this, Cabell's eyes showed an indescribable sadness. Furthermore, he leaned back in his chair and covered his eyes with his hand, thinking, "My heart is beating like a drum without stopping." The scene shifted to another room, where Theodore was standing looking out the window. The place he was watching intently was Elodie's direction. "I finally met her," he exclaimed, "the Duchess." At the same time, inside another room, someone wondered, why did those temple people have to arrive right at that moment? Carolina continued while brushing Larissa's hair, "They really were not helpful at all." That did not seem to bother her much. She only smiled and interrupted, "It is fine, it could not be helped." Carolina asked angrily in return, "What do you mean it could not be helped? Because of those people, the welcome banquet for the Duke ended so awkwardly. The whole Manhwa castle was in an uproar because the temple was late in delivering the supplies the Duchess had sent to the battlefield. Everyone ran outside to see. Recalling yesterday's banquet, Larissa felt regret and thought, it is a pity I have not been able to talk to the Duke yet. I want to become friends with him. Even though we are close, he feels so far away. She could only see Cabal's silhouette from a distance, unable to get close to him. Thinking of this, Carolina spoke up, Princess, why do not you go check out the Duchess's greenhouse today? Hearing this, she asked in surprise, the greenhouse, isn't the door locked? She replied irritably, then you have to find a way to open the door and go in. I think we must investigate that place. Wouldn't it be better to quickly expose the Duchess's scandal and force her to get a divorce? Larissa gave a forced smile and replied, no, nothing has been clarified yet. We should not suspect the madam. The more she heard those words, the more annoyed Carolina became. It is because you are too weak that this is a problem. If you want, unable to take it anymore. Carolina sighed in utter helplessness. Oh my goodness, Princess, now is not the time for such words. In this world, you are the most beautiful person. You just need to seduce him with your looks, and it will be over. Larissa asked worriedly, how? Just like that, she whispered an idea, I have a way. After hearing what Carolina said, Larissa's cheeks involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. The scene shifts to Elodie's side. She looked down excitedly and asked, Anna, do you know what this is? Anna answered blankly, what is it, madam? Wasting no more time, she explained, a divine magic artifact. Anna asked in astonishment, really? With an expectant look, Elodie picked one up and continued, truly. From now on, I am going to dissect it. Hearing this, Anna could only nod. Yes. Elodie exclaimed, I had to hold myself back from taking it apart immediately. I am so curious about its structure and principles. Standing to the side, Anna observed everything in total confusion, wondering, why does it look like she is just going to smash it to pieces? I guess the madam has a plan. Thinking of this, she quickly turned to leave. I should not disturb the madam while she is researching. Just then, a knock came from the door outside. Elodie asked in surprise, what is it? Anna replied, I will go check. Then she went to open the door and asked, who is it? But before she could finish her sentence, the scene outside made her freeze. What is going on? Appearing there were Larissa and Carolina. The maid said, as expected, we had to knock on this door for someone to show up. She got straight to the point. The greenhouse door over there is locked. Why is that? Anna explained, that door is no longer in use. We only use the back door for the greenhouse now. Carolina urged, then open the back door. Anna replied, I am sorry, but I can't. The madam is currently researching and growing rare plants inside. The maid asked suspiciously, are you hiding something and that is why you do not dare open it? Anna interrupted angrily, what on earth are you talking about, at this time? Larissa chimed in, I want to see the greenhouse. Is it really not possible? Having no choice, Anna had to go check. I will speak with the madam. Suddenly Elodie approached and asked, Anna, is something wrong? She explained, the princess says she wants to see the greenhouse. Elodie did not refuse and agreed immediately. Is that so? All right, I will guide the princess there myself. After stepping inside, the sight made Larissa exclaim in praise, it is so beautiful. Elodie introduced, the greenhouse is on this side. That area just now was my research lab. Carolina exclaimed, this is the first time I have seen so many plants. Princess, Larissa asked, when we leave later, may I stop by the research lab? Elodie replied. Yes, of course. Just as they were about to move on, Larissa suddenly froze. Oh my, what flower is this? Carolina replied, I have never seen this flower before. But Larissa recognized it, her hands trembling. Isn't this the averai flower? She thought to herself, I thought I would never be able to see this flower again. Seeing this, Elodie approached and asked, it seems the princess likes averai flowers. Larissa's gaze turned sad as she recalled, yes, this was my mother's favorite flower. Hearing this, Elodie did not hesitate to pick a large bloom. Then she handed it to her and said, I give this flower to the princess. Larissa took the flower, her face brightening as she replied, truly, thank you, madam. She shyly asked, may I continue to visit the greenhouse in the future? Elodie replied, yes, if the princess lets me know through a maid, I will personally guide you. She smiled and explained, I lock the door because a puppy runs around the castle making noise, and I have an area that I must look after with extreme care. Hearing this, Larissa clenched her hands and thought, so that is it. A puppy, I live in this castle but have not seen one even once. Why is she lying like that? Why is she lying? She could have just been honest and said she did not want to show it. If the greenhouse is this beautiful, why would she want to hide it for herself? If only she opened the doors so anyone could visit, just like my mother did. That would be so nice. Larissa wished to herself, it would be wonderful to stay in this greenhouse all day. A moment later in the study, Elodie said softly, I need to spend some time researching herbs here. The princess may look around freely. Larissa looked at the desk and observed the research materials, exclaiming, that is. Larissa's attention was drawn to the item that had been taken apart. It is a divine magic artifact from the Tizer temple, but the state it is in. Suddenly, a panicked scream rang out from behind. Carolina, with a distorted expression, waved her hands frantically and wailed, I have been hit by a strange poison, what should I do? Her cries grew more tragic, Princess, save me, Carolina, are you all right? Hearing this, Elodie turned and said, that. She gently explained, it is just water. However, faced with that explanation, Carolina did not believe it and whispered in Larissa's ear, she is obviously lying. It is the tears of the servants she collected, there is no mistake. Larissa also felt that way. It is indeed very suspicious. The greenhouse is locked, and the divine magic artifact is ruined. What she particularly noticed were the papers with a strange language. What are these things written on the paper? At this thought, Larissa stepped forward intending to pick up a paper. Suddenly, Olivia ran over and held her hand, saying, if you touch it carelessly, a shout rang out, are you crazy? Carolina ran over and pushed Olivia back forcefully. How dare you touch the princess's hand on your own? Without another word, she raised her hand with a furious face. Witnessing this, Olivia closed her eyes tightly in fear. Just at the moment the slap was about to land, her hand was blocked. The one who stepped in was Elodie, her gaze piercing. Her eyes were wide as she glared at Carolina in disbelief. Facing that look, the maid got cold feet and quickly pulled her hand back. Seeing that, Elodie also loosened her grip. Larissa ran to stand in front of her maid and said, I apologize, Duchess. She replied, it is nothing. I should be the one to apologize for Olivia's actions. Not stopping there, Elodie added, however, I do not know how it is in the Imperial Palace, but this is Cernua Castle. She stated her point of view bluntly, in this castle, I expect you both to be mindful so that a situation like just now does not happen again. I am not sure how it is in the Imperial Palace, but this is Cernua Castle. In this castle, I hope both of you will be more careful so that a situation like the one just now does not happen again. Hearing these words, Carolina thought irritably, is she acting all self-righteous in front of the princess? Thinking of this, she interrupted, but is not this only natural? She continued, if a servant is insolent, they need to be disciplined, even if it requires a whip. Olivia exclaimed angrily, Anna had to hold her back. For the madam's sake, endure it. Unable to take it any more, Elodie added, forgive me, but Carolina. She spoke up clearly, our castle does not discipline servants in that manner. Her gaze was chillingly cold. If you apply Imperial Palace rules in this castle. Each word made Larissa shrink back in fear. Things will become difficult. Before she could finish her sentence, Larissa pleaded, I will go back and discipline Carolina well, so please, do not criticize her anymore. Hearing that, Elodie was confused, thinking, what am I criticizing? I am not even angry. Not wanting things to get more complicated, she turned and ordered, Anna, take Olivia back into the castle. She replied, yes, madam. Waiting until they had left, Larissa approached and asked, but Duchess. She continued, the moment I went to check that paper, Olivia held my hand tightly. This made her even more curious. What exactly are you hiding? Elodie replied in surprise, what? She turned back to look at the papers resting on the table. With a look of disbelief at being suspected, she thought, it is just a paper recording research content. Finally, she picked up the paper, handed it to Larissa, and said, check it for yourself, princess. Naturally, she had no intention of refusing and took it immediately. Then she looked through the paper carefully. However, no matter how she looked, Larissa could not read it. An ancient language. Elodie replied, yes, it is for researching magic medicine. Larissa added, I am sorry for disturbing you, Duchess. Elodie interrupted, it is fine. Saying this, she let out a tired sigh, thinking, how did it come to this? Elodie's attention shifted toward Carolina. Was there such a fierce maid beside the princess in the original story? If there is a maid like that by the princess when she becomes the mistress of the castle, it will be trouble. She casually slapped another maid right in front of the princess. What will happen to everything once I leave this place? I only hope that after I leave the castle, Cabal will live happily with everyone. At that thought, Elodie's heart suddenly tightened with a sharp pain, her hands clenching. Larissa approached and suggested, if the madam does not mind, could you teach me the ancient language? That request took her by surprise. Why so suddenly? Not addressing it directly, she asked, Princess, have you ever felt mana before? She shook her head. Never. It was known that the ancient language is a special language reserved only for those naturally born with high mana compatibility. It was mainly used by mages for research or teaching magic. Those with low mana compatibility find it very difficult to learn. Can only mages learn it? It is not exactly that, but the ability to absorb it will be minimal. I see. Larissa asked, in that case, His Grace also knows the ancient language, right, even controlling sword aura? Elodie replied, yes, that is correct. Sensing an opportunity, Larissa became even more expectant, thinking, if I know the ancient language, I can immediately become close to him. Suddenly Carolina said with a smile, Princess, you can just learn it from the Duke. Larissa hurriedly stopped her in embarrassment, don't say such things. Standing to the side, Elodie witnessed this and could not help but feel helpless. Her reaction makes it seem like she does not want me to teach her. Not that I have ever taught someone incompatible with mana before. Without another word, the two of them finally left. Yes, alright. Elodie stood silently and thought, if the princess does not come, I won't have enough time for research. Before I leave, if she does not come. But at this thought, her hands instinctively clenched. This feels so strange. For some reason, she was extremely uncomfortable without knowing why. How frustrating. Returning outside, Larissa looked at the scenery with sparkling eyes. I want to continue living in this castle. The atmosphere is peaceful and the nights are friendly. She remembered the happiest times, the warm maids. And the greenhouse that reminded her of her mother. Everything was like a beautiful painting that Larissa did not want to lose. This place feels like returning to my own castle. Ultimately, the reason she desired most was Cabell. And in this place, there is him. Her eyes widened and sparkled as she exclaimed, I do not want to leave. Soon after, time passed quickly. Inside Heinz's room. His hand was fiddling with a white handkerchief. The more he thought, the more his tears flowed, sobbing with emotion. Suddenly Heinz sat up and swore, damn it, every time I think of the Duchess, I start crying. He recalled those crates. The quantity was more than he thought. I did not expect the madam to care for the commander so much. For the past 7 years, the Duchess never stopped thinking about the commander, not even for a moment. She worried about the commander more than anyone, just like my sister worried about me before she died. It turned out those things made Heinz remember his younger sister. She gave a bright smile and called out, brother. He thought to himself, clearly, not long ago, I hoped the commander and the princess would have a good relationship. But now that thought had vanished, his hands clenching. Damn it, I was wrong. If I want the Duchess to be happy beside the commander, Heinz determined within himself, then I must quickly cure the madam's illness. Early the next morning at Elodie's place, a loud voice rang out, Duchess, the divine magic artifact I gave you, may I check it again? The one standing there was Amos. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, the communication tool. He hurriedly explained, I mean, there might be a problem with the communication tool. However, that was just an excuse. He recalled, I heard the Duchess accidentally destroyed the magic artifact. At this thought, Amos continued, I think I should check it again. Elodie nodded and replied, I understand. After going to get it, she brought it out and said, here it is. Receiving the item, Amos held it up and observed it very carefully. When he realized there was no problem, he returned it. There is nothing unusual. Thank you, Duchess. Elodie replied, not at all. With no more reason to stay, he scratched his head embarrassedly and asked to leave. Then I will take my leave first. After taking just a few steps, he paused. Feeling guilty, Amos told the truth, it was because of Count de Poro that I did something unworthy. Hearing this, Elodie immediately remembered and thought, Count de Poro is the count from the palace who came with the princess. Thinking back, yesterday the princess had very carefully observed the dismantled communication tool in the lab. She also suspected the paper with research content just because it was in an ancient language. Larissa had also asked, what exactly is the madam hiding? Those things led to this situation, and today, Priest Amos came looking for it. This made Elodie unable to believe it, her heart racing. In a moment of confusion, she stepped back and accidentally tripped on her dress. Princess Larissa. She lost her balance and fell, but she felt no pain. Are they suspecting me? Outside, Amos was striding away quickly, thinking, what destroyed the communication tool? He gnashed his teeth in resentment. Those imperial people. Using this childish way to drive a wedge between us and the Duchess. The temple is already hated for hoarding supplies. It seems the imperial family is determined to remove the Duchess and have Princess Larissa take her place. The Duke getting a divorce, ridiculous. Looking at the supplies and the letters sent over the past 7 years, that is impossible. Even though she is the benefactor who returned the holy relic to the temple, to us, Duke Cernua, who uses spirit power, is more necessary than the princess. We cannot lose the Duke to those hateful imperial people. Amos determined more than ever not to involve himself with the imperial family anymore. The important thing he needed to do was, I will definitely win political support from the Duke and control the imperial family. To do that, I must have absolute trust from the Duchess. Her abilities are superior, so the Great Temple has been watching her for a long time. While thinking, Amos paused. If I can confirm the Duke's feelings for the madam, then winning over the Duchess first will be beneficial for us. Even if we fail to gain favor from the two of them, handling it with that item will still be fine, but... Seeing Theodore stop, he asked, "Are you not coming?" He replied, "I still have something to take care of. You go ahead." Amos sensed something was off but decided not to say anything more. He continued to leave and replied, "All right." Waiting for him to leave, Theodore stole a glance toward Elodie's room. He thought to himself, I followed Amos all the way here, but in the end, I did not get to meet her. Suddenly, the door was slowly pushed open. From inside the room, Elodie stepped out, tiredly rubbing her temples. She exclaimed, "My mind is such a mess." Because she was not paying attention, she accidentally bumped into Theodore who was standing there. "I will go to the greenhouse for a bit too." He asked gently, "Are you all right, madam?" Seeing the person in front of her, Elodie asked in surprise, "Sir Theodore." She said shyly, "I should have watched where I was going." Her smile became forced as she explained, "I was lost in thought, so I did not look ahead. My apologies, Sir Theodore." He replied, "It is all right." With nothing more to say, Elodie bowed and continued to leave. "Then I shall go ahead." Standing behind her, Theodore watched in silence. She is the woman I was curious about and longed to meet, yet. Finally, only he was left standing there alone. Theodore sadly blamed himself, I could not even manage to start a conversation. During the war with the Urda Kingdom, I first learned of her when I received orders from the Great Temple to censor all documents sent to the battlefield. And the Duchess's letters were among the documents to be checked. Initially, I read the letters out of duty and had no other thoughts. The temple did not send the letters to the Duke, so of course there were no replies for her. But the Duchess never stopped sending letters. Inside those letters were many sweet words for Cabell. Elodie is waiting for you, Elodie is cheering for you. Not only that, they also contained the love she wanted to convey. Elodie loves you. The more he read those words, the more Theodore's heart ached. Every time I read her letters filled with affection, I felt guilty. I gradually became curious about what the Duchess looked like, and how she could give so much affection to a distant duke. Because of those things, he craved it even more. I want this affection and endless love. Without knowing when, he secretly developed a wish, just for me alone. But when I heard rumors that the Duchess was a cold woman who did not send even a single letter to her young husband on the battlefield, I suppressed the feelings rising within me and asked the Great Temple to return all the letters and supplies. But upon arriving at the capital, I heard rumors beyond my imagination. On the other hand, thinking that if the Duchess truly divorced, then I embraced hope and came to the Cernua fief. Back to the present, Theodore clenched his hands and told himself, the opportunity has not come yet. Next time, I definitely will. The scene shifts to the inside of a quiet, large study. At this time, Cabell sat looking at the letters, letting out a tired sigh. Without knowing when, his eyes had turned red, his mood complex. Cabell thought to himself, it is strange. Every time I think of my wife, my heart beats violently. Although I really but wife, how does she feel? It can't go on like this. He felt an indescribable anxiety and restlessness rising in his heart. It can't go on like this. I did not return to the fief to live at such a distance from her. From these thoughts, Cabell made a decision, I must do something quickly. I just finished reading all my wife's letters. I should go find her and thank her for the letters. If we talked together. And he also hoped Elodie would give a happy smile. Surely we will become close again. Hey. At this point Ifrit appeared and asked, are you going to see your wife today? Ask her to open the greenhouse door for a bit. He answered in surprise, why the greenhouse? It covered its face shyly and replied, what do you mean why? The natural manna there is very abundant, completely different from the manna you provide. Do you know how pure and clean the manna in that place is? It continued, you do not like me following you anyway, and I like the greenhouse better. Cabell interrupted, and I hate trouble even more. Suddenly having an idea, Ifrit asked with a sly face, do you want me to sneak in there? Every word it said made him shake with anger, but he could not argue. If I sneak in and get caught, your wife will blame you, not me. Having no choice, Cabell waved his hand to dismiss it. I get it. Now get out of here quickly. I can't have my wife hate me because of that little dog. Hearing this, Ifrit left immediately. Then I am counting on you. Once it had left, he sat holding his head, letting out a tired sigh. But the thought of seeing Elodie soon made all his exhaustion vanish. I am going to see my wife today, but my heart is beating so fast. Unable to wait a moment longer, Cabell quickly stepped out of his room and left. As he walked, he thought to himself, I heard she stayed in the lab until late last night again. If she keeps this up, her health will surely decline. However, before Cabell could take more than a few steps, he ran right into Larissa. She looked at him with wide, round eyes and called out, Duke. She asked flusteredly, are you on your way somewhere? He replied, yeah. Are you heading back to your room, princess? Larissa answered shyly, no, I am on my way to see the Duchess. This surprised Cabell even more. He thought, why is the princess going to see her? Have they become that close? But the lab is not in this direction. Regardless. Today, no one is allowed to steal her away. Not even the princess. He decided to speak his mind bluntly, tonight, I have matters to discuss with my wife. Before leaving, he added a reminder, the princess can meet her another time. Larissa thought sadly to herself, my wife. Was it a lie that there are problems between the Duke and the Duchess? But Carolina clearly said princess, really? Carolina had once said, living apart like that means their relationship is definitely not good. There is no mistake about it. Back in the present, Larissa still remembered those words. So they do not stay together. If that is the case. Before she could say anything else, Cabell quickly walked away. I will be going now. Suddenly, she called after him, Duke. Her expression was momentarily flustered as she stammered, Larissa gathered her courage and continued, tomorrow, could you spare some time for me? I would like to have tea with the Duke. Hearing those words, Cabell did not answer immediately but thought in silence. The Emperor's desire for me to marry the princess is purely for his own benefit. And the suggestive concern the princess showed me on the battlefield was likely just fleeting curiosity. But I sense an expression similar to the one I have when I long to see my wife. It is quite irritating. I wonder if my wife feels uncomfortable when I look at her that way too. After thinking it over carefully, Cabell finally spoke up, I should settle this once and for all. Just to be safe, I will tell the princess directly, I have no intention of getting a divorce. These words immediately made Larissa freeze for several seconds. He affirmed it with absolute certainty, even if I die no, especially if I die I will never do it. While the two of them were talking, Elodie witnessed the scene from not far away. Cabell is with Princess Larissa. She thought to herself, they really do look like a perfect match. Anyone looking at them would think they are destined for each other. In her mind, she imagined a scenario of their future happiness. They will surely be happy together. That thought made Elodie's heart sink. It is not that I did not know this truth, but why do I feel so miserable? She could not understand it. I told myself that as soon as the princess arrived, I would leave without regrets, but now I am hesitating, unable to bring myself to go. What exactly am I hiding? Princess Larissa has already begun to suspect me. What should I do? Perhaps the princess has realized through her instincts that I am a villainess who could kill her. It is not just the princess. I do not know the reason, but it is obvious that the knights despise me as well. Being hated by everyone because I am a villainess. What can I do? I thought it was fate and accepted it. In contrast to me, Princess Larissa is naturally loved by everyone. She receives more love than anyone else. Why? Because she is the beautiful female lead. At this point, Elodie could not take it anymore. She clenched her hands and muttered, it is so suffocating. But then she realized she was not allowed to have these feelings. No, I can't be like this. I am afraid of this emotion, this feeling of resentment toward the princess. She grew increasingly terrified of herself because those thoughts were slowly gnawing away at her. I chose a different path to avoid the same fate as the Elodie in the original story. Every day that passes, I feel uneasy, as if my current self will vanish. Just like what the princess suspects. At this thought, Elodie covered her face with her hands, her heart completely shattered. She imagined herself becoming a wicked and devious woman. That scared Elodie even more. If I become the villainess of the original story, what will I do? I believed I would not let possessive jealousy take over me, but then one day. By then, Cabell would see this horrible side of me. And he would look at me with absolute disgust. Elodie lost all strength and collapsed onto the floor. She blamed herself. I would be the one to personally ruin Cabell's future. She imagined Cabell's silhouette standing there, darkened with an icy cold face. He would give her a look full of loathing and hatred. I do not want Cabell, whom I cherish more than my own life, to see me in such a pathetic state. After calming down, Elodie gathered her strength and slowly stood up. She thought, I can't stay in the castle any longer. My luggage is mostly packed. I should just take it and go now. In preparation, she left a note that read, I will be traveling for a few days. She thought, even if it is just for a little while, or a short time, maybe I need to leave for my mind to fully settle, again. In the dark hallway, Elodie walked forward carrying her suitcase. She thought silently, for now, I will go to Sirkaw's Merchant Guild and ask them to find a place where I can stay for a few days. Voices of discussion drifted over, is that so, that is it. She noticed them in surprise. Those people. Then she realized, right, the priests are currently staying in the Eastern Annex. A blonde-haired man said, Duke Cernua is still keeping quiet. Those words made Elodie freeze. Cabell, why are they mentioning Cabell? She moved closer to listen more intently. A green-haired man whispered and gestured, we can't let everything go according to Emperor Albrecht's wishes. I loathe them to death. The blonde man nodded, I heard the dukes of the north and east requested the emperor hand over the Urda territory. He laughed upon hearing that. Honestly, what then? The emperor is not one to hand it over easily. Elodie listened in silence. That is why the emperor craves Duke Cernua's power and is exploiting the power of that spirit. The blonde man became calculating. We can't steal the spirit's power. At all costs, we must seize the Duke's spirit. The green-haired man added, even so, there is no need to worry too much. Both became excited. If it is Priest Amos, when necessary, he can kill the Duke and take the spirit. Hearing this, she was terrified. So that is why he brought that divine magic artifact. She recalled silently, I thought the temple came here to flatter him and borrow Cabell's strength. This surprised Elodie even more. Even a high-ranking priest should not be able to defeat a swordmaster like Cabell. It seemed she understood. To face the massive amount of mana Cabell possessed. Elodie covered her mouth. At least a high priest or a magic tower master would be needed. But that divine magic artifact can actually fight Cabell. She realized the truth. They actually intend to kill Cabell. This made her even more uneasy. The green-haired man's voice rang out, but what exactly is that divine magic artifact? I have only heard about it, but everyone keeps it a total secret. The blonde man replied, last time, I managed to eavesdrop. The two whispered to each other, this really is a secret. A voice rang out, everyone, you have worked hard. The commander stepped forward, go back and rest. The two nodded, yes, sir. He turned around, Sir Theodore, you should go back and rest soon as well. He nodded, I understand. Theodore watched the commander's back as he left. He immediately turned his head to look in one direction. It seemed he had detected something unusual. Theodore's face suddenly turned red. He walked toward Elodie. Then he called out, Duchess. His voice was curious, at this hour, is there a reason you are here? She stood still. How did he know? He has not even seen me yet but recognized me. Elodie slowly appeared. I heard that skilled knights can recognize an opponent just by their aura. Is that true? She explained, I was just taking a walk. Theodore nodded at that. I see. I found the garden here quite beautiful. He glanced toward her. Her beauty made him freeze. So beautiful. Theodore felt it silently, cheeks like roses and lips as red as blossoms. His face flushed slightly. If only I. Feeling deep regret, he thought, how wonderful it would have been to meet you sooner. Theodore asked, but what is that luggage for? Elodie turned her face away awkwardly. It is nothing. I will be going now. He hurriedly called out, I. Then his hand grabbed Elodie's hand. Theodore spoke quickly, wait, Duchess. His eyes became expectant. Please wait a moment. Elodie did not understand what was happening. What are you doing? Theodore realized he was being somewhat disrespectful. He quickly let go of her hand. Then he said, I apologize. Theodore's face became even more awkward. About that. Elodie listened in silence as he said, I. Finally, he suggested, Duchess, could you talk with me for a little longer? His voice sounded hopeful. If the madam is okay with it, she found it confusing. Talk about what? At that moment, Cabell stepped forward. I am curious about that too. Both turned to look at him. Cabell's gaze grew even more unpleasant. What? His palm clenched tight. What kind of game are you playing? Before that, Cabell had been standing in front of her door. He tried to keep himself calm. Then he reached out and knocked. Finding no reaction, he was surprised. Is she not here either? His face reddened. Wife, can we talk for a bit? A voice rang out. Your wife is not here. Cabell immediately froze. He asked in confusion, why are you appearing here? Ifrit explained, since your room window was closed, I went into your wife's room. He stepped inside. Where is my wife? It shook its head. I do not know. She was gone when I arrived, but there is a note on the desk. Cabell was puzzled. A note, it repeated, take it. Elodie's message appeared, I am going on a trip for a few days. He was shocked. On a trip, at this hour, and leaving only a scrap of paper. Cabell gripped the piece of paper in his hand. Ifrit. He shouted irritably, track down where my wife is immediately. Seeing his actions, Elodie stopped him. Cabell. She approached. Cabell, you have misunderstood. But his face remained very displeased. He looked at the suitcase in her hand. Misunderstood what? Theodore still gave no reaction. Elodie intended to say more. Cabell. Her voice sounded a bit helpless. Let us go back to the room first, all right. Cabell felt extremely angry. But he still pushed Theodore back. Elodie quickly spoke up, my apologies, Sir Theodore. She turned back to give a reminder, let us go back to the room, Cabell. Watching the two leave made Theodore sigh. I only grabbed her wrist once and he is already that angry. Like a child. In his head, he calculated silently, it seems their feelings are not mutual. In that case. Elodie had already pulled Cabell forward. She did not say anything on the way. His face looked a bit pensive. Then he gripped her hand tightly. Elodie turned back in confusion. See? At that moment, he picked her up. Cabell. The intimate distance between them made her freeze. Cabell was still very serious. He immediately opened the door to the room. The space inside became quiet. Elodie called out, Cabell. He felt extremely uncomfortable, his inner self in turmoil. What is this emotion taking over me? Thoughts kept surfacing. Is it rage? No, that is not enough. What exactly is this feeling? Elodie noticed his erratic mood. She asked curiously, Cabell, are you all right? His gaze grew even sharper. Where were you planning to go? Elodie did not know how to explain this. She let out a helpless sigh. I can't stay here anymore, Cabell. There was even a hint of self-reproach. I should have left before you returned from the battlefield. This made Cabell even angrier. So, while I was struggling on the battlefield, you were already planning to run away. He asked irritably, that note was also just an excuse. You never intended to return. His voice became suspicious, all this time, have you been having an affair? Elodie quickly reacted, that is not it, Cabell. She explained calmly, I would never do such a thing. Her tone was even a bit urgent, there is truly nothing between me and Sir Theodore. What you are misunderstanding absolutely did not happen. This finally made Cabell calm down. He gently took her hand. I believe you. I am sorry for getting angry. Elodie thought silently, right, there is no way my wife would do that. I do not doubt her, but that man's gaze. This made him angry again. The moment I saw that guy's eyes, I could not be mistaken. There was every reason to suspect him. Elodie was still sadly focused on her thoughts. Finally, she spoke up, but I did intend to run away. Her voice sounded helpless, I thought I should leave this castle for a few days. She did not know how to explain it. Her fear had overridden her reason, so she planned to leave, but she remembered the gossip of the 2 nights, we can't steal the spirit's power. At all costs, we must seize the Duke's spirit. Even so, there is no need to worry too much. Their voices rang in her head, if it is Priest Amos, when necessary, he can kill the Duke and take the spirit. Elodie understood clearly. She was even more afraid that while she was away, Cabell might die at the hands of the priests. She could not leave. She did not know what she should do. She had only one thought, so, I came back. Suddenly Cabell hugged her, making Elodie freeze. This place, he announced gently, is our home. Where else were you planning to go? His voice became warm, right here. His gaze was as steady as ever, is our home. Cabell asked, where else were you planning to go? Right after that, Elodie called out, Cabell. She turned her head back. We should prepare for our divorce. Those words made him freeze. She understood clearly that in this state, Cabell would not be able to talk normally with Princess Larissa. After the divorce and settling her mood, she would have to investigate the temple's secrets. He suddenly asked, why? Elodie looked up at Cabell. She did not know where to start. Because you have to. But her face was still blank. Marry Princess Larissa. Elodie thought, what? She saw his expression. Weren't Cabell and the princess close before, why is he reacting like this? Cabal suddenly placed his hands on her shoulders. He hugged her tightly. I have no intention of divorcing my wife. His voice was a bit pained. Even if I die, or have a sword pierced through my neck. Cabal. He did not want this to happen. I will absolutely never divorce you. Cabal sighed. It has always been like this. You always. Tears fell. Said. Cabal felt helpless. You loved me. The situation made Elodie freeze. You said that you loved me. You loved me. She did not know what to do. You always said that. Her thoughts became chaotic. How did it end up like this? Cabal clearly has no intention of marrying Princess Larissa. She was utterly confused. So they are not lovers right now, but even so, Cabal could not possibly see me as a romantic partner. Elodie continued to recall the scene of Cabal meeting the princess. The female lead remained unchanged. Our time spent together was just from childhood. This surprised her. Of course, when we were young, I often said he was cute and expressed my love. And when Cabal was at war, I wrote letters saying I loved him, but everything collapsed. That was absolutely not romantic love. Elodie blamed herself. It is my fault. I should have only been kind to him to a moderate degree and cut off my feelings. She called out, Cabal. Then she explained, you are misunderstanding your own feelings. Because I am like a mother or an older sister to you, that is why you feel this way. Elodie believed he was mistaken. The emotions you feel for me. Cabal interrupted, you are not a mother or a sister. He declared, to me, you are my wife. You are my family. She looked toward him, Cabal. Cabal hugged her tight. I do not care about the princess. He affirmed once more, the one I love is my wife. In his heart, he had to admit, I finally realize, I still love my wife just as I did when we were children, but he only ever remembered Elodie. The feelings had gradually become distinct and subtle. When he saw her, he always felt a different emotion, one as hot as if he had swallowed fire. Cabal said to himself, how could this not be love? Elodie finally managed to react. But Cabal. She hurriedly asked, anyone looking at you and Princess Larissa would see you are destined for each other. Cabal shook his head and declared, no, my destiny is my wife. Therefore, for the rest of your life, you cannot leave me. He gently kissed her hand. His voice became firm, we are already husband and wife. Elodie did not know what else to say. Even though she said the princess was his destiny, Cabal still reacted like this. She realized, a long time ago, already ruined the original story. In the period that followed, Cabal was extremely dejected. He thought silently, actually, I know my wife's feelings are not the same as mine. He remembered her words, anyone looking at you and Princess Larissa would see you are destined for each other. This made Cabal despair. Why on earth is everyone so anxious for me to pair up with the princess? He made a disgruntled decision. Even my wife says these things. If the princess truly is my destiny, then I will change that destiny. Right then, Mary approached. Lord. She asked curiously, what are you doing here? Cabal glanced outside. He thought silently, finally, it is dawn. Then he stood up. In that case Mary called out, Lord. He strode forward decisively, no longer needing to wait. A servant hurriedly ran in. Princess, princess. She announced, the Duke has come to see you. Larissa was utterly shocked. What? The servant continued explaining, I can see you are beautiful without even looking. Go quickly, she nodded, I know. The servant quickly moved closer to give a reminder, Princess, do not tremble too much. Stay calm, say all the things you have not been able to say and then come back. Larissa's face wore an expectant smile. Then the servant quickly went to open the door. Larissa immediately stepped outside. Seeing Poirot appear made her surprised. Count de Poirot. She asked, is something wrong? He turned his head back. About that. Cabal's voice rang out, Princess Larissa and Count de Poirot. He reminded them coldly, I have guests from Heclasium. Please, both of you, return to the imperial palace. A murderous intent appeared in his gaze. Immediately. Both were forced to leave the place. The servant was utterly confused. What exactly is going on? She asked curiously, why do we suddenly have to leave? Larissa was completely helpless, not knowing how to explain it. At that moment, Cabal called out, Princess Larissa and Count de Poirot. He announced to both of them, I have guests arriving from Heclasium. I must ask you both to return to the imperial palace, immediately. His words made her freeze instantly. Poirot quickly placed a hand over his chest. But Duke, we are here by the order of His Majesty the Emperor. He intended to say more. If you treat us with such disrespect, Cabal interrupted, I have already signed the documents requested by the Emperor and provided you with the utmost hospitality. He felt irritated. I truly do not understand why you two insist on lingering in someone else's territory. Poro thought to himself, to think he dares treat the Emperor's delegation like this. Poro clenched his fist. We can't leave like this. If I can expose the Duchess's true face. Larissa became hopeful. Maybe the Duke will change his mind. She spoke up, but Duke Cabell cut her off irritably. Is there any other reason for you to stay? He declared coldly, by going to war, I have already fulfilled my promise to the Emperor. His voice became calm. There is nothing left between the Emperor and me. Having said his piece, he turned to leave. Since you understand, please leave immediately. The servant hurried over. Princess. Larissa was bewildered. Why? She was in a state of confusion. Why, in the end, Larissa sighed. I am so envious. A sad smile appeared on her face. That is right. I am jealous. In her mind, she thought, I am so jealous of the Duchess. My once beautiful Dayef castle was brutally destroyed by the Urda kingdom's invasion. She recalled her life. Both my father and mother perished, leaving me all alone. Larissa thought of Elodie. But the Duchess. She thought silently, this beautiful castle is just like Dayef was. She has so many things, the greenhouse, the Averai flowers. She is loved by everyone, the kind maids, the reliable knights, and even Cabell treats her with such devotion. Even Duke Cernua. This made Larissa even more envious. The Duchess possesses everything I desire, everything I lost. It is so unfair. The Duchess is a wicked person. She wondered, why did this only happen to me? Why does she get to have everything, at least? Give me just one thing. Then, she began to cry out in helplessness. The servant quickly spoke up, Princess. She stepped forward to comfort her. Please do not cry. We can just come back next time. Larissa looked up in surprise. Next time. The servant nodded. Yes, next time. We shall retreat for now, but there will be another opportunity. Her mood improved slightly. Right. She glanced outside. I will come back. Cabell. She comforted herself. I will definitely return to this beautiful place. Inside the carriage, Poro was absolutely furious. He frowned and thought, he dares to look down on the Emperor's delegation, even for a war hero. Treating those trusted by the Emperor like this is unacceptable. His anger flared. Duke Cernua will pay for this. Poro calculated, I will make him regret what happened today. The scene shifted to another location. Amos felt utterly confused. How did it end up like this? At that time, Cabell had asked, the Holy Knight Commander intentionally touched the Duchess. Is that the teaching of the Tizer Great Temple? Amos was stunned. What are you saying? He glanced to his side. Did Sir Theodore really do that? Then he spoke up, Sir Theodore, once we return to the temple, I will verify what the Duke said. Theodore continued to handle the reins. He turned his head back to look at the castle. His eyes were full of regret. Duchess. Elodie was still comfortably drinking tea. The news made her jump. What? Mary asked in a panic. Madam, are you all right? Should I call a doctor? She shook her head. I am fine. This is nothing. She remembered something. More importantly, the guests are all gone, so suddenly. Why? Mary pondered. I do not know the reason either, but this morning the Lord dismissed the Emperor's delegation and everyone from the temple. Mary suddenly asked, by the way, did something happen between you and the Lord? Elodie was flustered. Why do you ask? She immediately recounted, this morning, when I went to your room, I saw the Lord sitting in the hallway. His eyes were bloodshot. It looked like he had not slept a wink all night. It seemed she understood. He was afraid she would run away. She announced, no, it is nothing special. At times like these, he is just like a child. Elodie was surprised. Still, to kick all those people out. I am afraid the impact won't be small. She thought to herself, of course, on the surface, it is not a huge issue. If the priests go to the temple within our territory, they can. This puzzled her. But, was it because of me? She recalled that if the delegation left, the princess would not be able to stay either. Elodie had said, anyone can see that you and Princess Larissa are destined for each other. She felt deep regret. I should not have said those things yesterday. It is my fault. She blamed herself. I even assumed they were lovers. Sending the temple's people away was probably because of Sir Theodore. Elodie pondered. When Cabell arrived, there were just the two of us. He was so angry, asking, what kind of game are you playing? She felt confused. I wonder if it was because of the look in his eyes. She said to herself, I felt as if I would been caught having an affair. Luckily, he did not doubt me. Elodie looked ahead. But it seems he was in a very foul mood to drive everyone away like that. She quickly stood up. Mary, I must go see Cabell. Having made a decision, she thought, I need to have a clear talk with Cabell once more. Cabell was still very anxious. Finally, Elodie spoke up, "Did you really send the imperial delegation and the temple's people away?" Cabell's calm voice rang out, "Now I understand." He placed a hand over his heart. "I love my wife." Ifrit lay down dejectedly. "I know." He spoke seriously, "Before, whenever I thought of my wife, I felt warmth and longing. But now." His voice was filled with emotion. "I feel burning hot." "You just said that." "Yes, burning hot." If Cabell's gaze turned sad. "But it seems my wife does not feel the same." He felt utterly helpless. "Wife. Why does not she understand?" His voice was a bit bitter. "If only my wife loved me too, that would be so wonderful." Suddenly Ifrit suggested, "Want me to help?" Cabell's face immediately turned angry. He questioned, "Are you going to babble about romance again?" It replied irritably, "Is it my fault?" Then it continued to reproach him, "It is all because you are too naive." This made Cabell freeze. It continued, "This guy. He is far too naive for his age." Naive, me, this kid. Aside from training on the battlefield, he has not socialized with the knights at all. Ifrit recalled Cabell's history. So he is completely clueless about common knowledge. This made it even more determined. "In that case, with the heart of an older brother, I shall teach you." It seemed to have a plan. "Just trust me, benefactor." Ifrit advised, "Anyway, things are different from back then. Listen carefully." Cabell listened in surprise as it said, "If you want your wife to love you, then stop acting like a child." Its words felt like a heavy stone falling on his head. No whining. It even had other demands, no unreasonable requests, and do not get sulky over every little thing. Ifrit stepped closer and patted Cabell's head. "The important thing is not to force your feelings on her." It smiled and advised, like just now, thinking, "Why does not my wife love me as much as I love her? That kind of mindset won't work, got it?" He listened in silence. It continued, "Time is on your side. Act wisely." He nodded, "I understand." His gaze became expectant. "So, what should I do?" Sweat dripped down Ifrit's face. "Well," it replied, "first, you need to subtly make her fall for you." He looked blank. "How do I do that? You have to tell me for me to know." It did not know how to explain either. "Well, that." Suddenly Ifrit suggested, "Right, look in the mirror." Its voice was a bit smug. "You are handsome, after all." It continued, "For a man, grooming your appearance is priority number one." Elodie asked in surprise, "Appearance?" Ifrit thought dejectedly, "I am sorry. Actually, I do not know either." Elodie's voice rang out, "Cabell, are you in there?" She had finally decided to come see him. This made Cabell extremely nervous. Both were silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke up, "I heard you sent the imperial delegation and the temple's people away." He nodded. "It was time they left." Elodie advised, "Even so, dismissing them so abruptly is not ideal." She felt worried. "We do not know how they might use this against us later to find fault." Cabell called out, "Wife." He asked curiously, "Do you want me to marry Princess Larissa?" Elodie did not know where to begin. She recalled what she knew about Cabell and Princess Larissa. It seemed she had no way to explain. They are destined for each other in the original story. Naturally, I should answer that way. Elodie sighed, "If that is what you want." Cabell asked, "And what if I do not want to?" She looked up, "What?" His voice was a bit helpless. "That." She thought to herself, "I did not foresee this situation, Cabell rejecting his own destiny." Elodie did not know what to do. If Cabell truly does not want to marry the princess, I can't force him. You can't force people to be together if they do not want to be. She grew more anxious. But what should I do? The more I think, the more confused I get. She remembered the moment they were close, just because. This puzzled Elodie. Treating Cabell well and going against the original story resulted in this, after Cabell grew up. It seemed she understood. I did not expect that because of me, Cabell would not have feelings for the princess. As expected, Cabell is misunderstanding his feelings for me. Elodie recalled that when he went to war, Cabell was only 13. Because he grew up being mistreated in an orphanage. She was still certain. He's just clinging to me, the first person to show him warm affection. This is not love, Cabell declared, I love my wife. He placed a hand over his heart. Loving my wife is my true feeling. His words made her freeze. Elodie tried to explain further, but Cabell, you just love me like a mother or an older sister. Cabell laughed. Wife, who in the world feels this way toward their mother or sister? She did not know what to say. Was he always this kind of child? Suddenly he asked, do you really intend to divorce me? If we divorce, where do you plan to go? She announced, I plan to find a house of my own. I already asked Sir Ka about it before. It seemed Elodie had planned ahead. Near the end of the war, I heard rumors, so I thought when you returned, you would want to marry the princess. She understood clearly, and that was the right choice. Cabell asked again, and after that, do you plan to meet and marry another man? Elodie glanced away. I have not thought that far. She replied pensively, but it is possible. Life is unpredictable. Finally, Cabell felt frustrated. I won't force you to accept my feelings, but... He announced angrily, there will be no divorce. Elodie called his name, Cabell. Naturally, he would not listen. I will try. I will work even harder until my wife shares the same feelings as me. His gaze became helpless. Please wait for me until then. Cabell suggested, if after I have put in all my effort, you still want a divorce, then I will grant it. He did not know what else to say. I will work even harder until my wife shares the same feelings as me. Please wait for me until then. Cabell looked toward Elodie. If after I have put in all my effort, you still want a divorce. He decided immediately. Then I will grant it. Elodie was silent for a moment. She sighed and thought, all right. Cabell has just grown up. This is an age where it is easy to mistake simple obsession for love. Then she told herself, as time passes, Cabell will realize these feelings are not real. It seemed Elodie had accepted. Cabell smiled. Until I have given my all, my wife will wait for me. He was full of hope. In that case, I will put in effort for the rest of my life. Then he picked up the teacup. Of course, if my wife truly wants a divorce, as painful as it would be, I would have to comply. But... He calmly enjoyed the cup of tea in his hand. Cabell's gaze became very calculating. He quickly thought, I will never leave my wife for as long as I live. Elodie nodded. Right, this is just an impulsive confession. She said to herself, don't worry too much about it. She spoke up, Cabell, there is still a main matter to discuss. In a calm voice, it seems the temple is after your spirit power. Cabell was surprised. Is that so? In his heart, Elodie recounted, last night, I overheard the priests talking. She had heard them both discussing, we can't steal the spirit's power. At all costs, we must seize the Duke's spirit. Even so, there is no need to worry too much. Finally, she decided to tell him everything she heard. If it is Priest Amos, when necessary, he can kill the Duke and take the spirit. That is why he brought that divine magic artifact. They brought a divine magic artifact that could harm you. Elodie looked at Cabell. Therefore, I want to know the extent of your abilities. He became expectant. An opportunity to show his reliable side to his wife. Then he placed a hand on his chest. I am more than capable of protecting my wife. His voice was firm. If you knew how strong I am, you would definitely be surprised. This action made Elodie chuckle. She looked at Cabell. For someone so grown up. He was still happily saying, as for how I fought on the battlefield, throughout that time I never slacked in my training. She felt surprised. But inside, he is like a child. Truly adorable. A smile appeared on her face. Preparing for the divorce. Well, I should put that aside for now. The most important thing for me. Her purpose was clear. What I must do is protect Cabell. She thought silently, protecting Cabell from the imperial family and the temple is my top priority. Elodie needed to try very hard. And to do that, I need to strengthen the fief's power more than it is now. A voice rang out, those people were kicked out, so I feel incredibly satisfied. The servants continued to gossip. It is not certain yet. A few days ago, something ridiculous happened. The princess's maid came by. Do you know what she said? She straight up asked if it was true the lord and madam sleep in separate rooms. What? The blonde one was shocked. How did she know that? The redhead shook her head. No idea. Probably eavesdropped on the maids talking. What does the lord and madam sleeping separately have to do with her anyway? The green-haired one turned and asked, but wait, why do the lord and madam use separate rooms? The redhead asked, you dummy, the madam is ill. She surely does not want the lord to see her in a sick state. She suddenly realized. So that is why. The blonde one sighed dejectedly. I feel so sorry for our madam. I just hope she gets well soon. But what kind of illness is it exactly? The redhead pondered, I do not know. If it is the disease where you cough up blood, most lose their live at that moment. Heinz approached. The madam's illness. Everyone was in a state of confusion. What is it? He announced worriedly, the madam's illness. It is Siren's tears. Everyone finally reacted. Siren's tears, you suddenly appear and say what? The blonde one thought, it sounds like he really knows what it is. Heinz clenched his fist. It is a disease that makes the sufferer cough up blood and die in agony. He told everyone, once the disease reaches the final stage, there is no cure. Seeing him leave made the blonde one surprised. Wait a minute. Heinz's figure appeared before everyone. The blonde one was utterly confused. That guy. Did not he hate the madam? Besides, how does he know about her illness? The redhead nodded. Exactly. The green-haired one became pensive. If what he said is true, then the madam's illness. Everyone grew more worried. Is it really incurable? Elodie sat inside her office. She let out a sigh. I keep worrying about Princess Larissa. She thought to herself, if Cabell truly does not want to marry the princess, unlike the novel, it is not a serious problem even if they do not end up together, but I do not know what to do. The thought that Cabell and the princess are destined for each other is still stuck in my head. This gave Elodie a headache. It is as if I have been brainwashed. It is like someone is whispering in my head. She felt helpless. Occasionally, every time I feel dizzy, that thought appears. Am I just too stressed? Elodie called out, Mary. She stepped forward. You called, madam, she thought. Compared to that, the immediate priority is to expose the temple's plot. Then she gave an order, send someone to the Landia Merchant Guild and tell Sir Ka to contact me as soon as he returns. Yes, madam. Mary smiled and nodded. I understand. Elodie continued working. Let us see. Her concentration was very good. Uncovering the secrets of the magic artifact the temple brought was also crucial. She was still calculating. Actually, Cabell does not need to take anyone's side, because from the start, he has possessed his own fief. The Cernua fief is land seized by the first duke. She thought, the fief needs economic power enough to influence not just the capital, but this entire Freya continent. To achieve that, Elodie carefully wrote down notes. I must make even more money. The business items I found while risking my life to find the life-saving grass. She became determined. It is time to use them. Originally, I planned to start after the divorce, but anyway, which one should I do first? Then she calculated again. Medicine that is simple but very necessary for others. Starting with things like this might be better. Elodie sighed. But what could it be? She spoke up. Is Mary back already? Come in. Feeling something was wrong, Elodie turned her head. Heinz's familiar figure caught her attention. Sir Heinz. His expression surprised Elodie. Why do you look like that? She quickly stood up. Is there a reason you have come to my research lab? Elodie showed utter confusion. Could it be? Heinz knelt down on the ground. She did not know what else to say. He has already told others about me coughing up blood. Heinz slammed his head down onto the table, making Elodie jump. Heinz. She moved closer. What are you doing? Don't do this anymore. Stand up so we can talk. She thought, I heard a cracking sound. Heinz clenched his fist. I am sorry. She was surprised. Could it be? It seemed she realized. Did you tell someone about what happened then? He recalled, come to think of it. The madam asked me not to tell anyone, but... Just then, a maid sighed, I just feel sorry for our madam. I hope she gets well soon. This made Heinz helpless. The maids already know. If I accidentally mentioned the name of the illness. He became awkward. However, Madame Elodie kept urging, tell me quickly. You told someone, did not you? Heinz thought silently, it seems the maids are hiding the fact that they know about the madam's illness. This made him determined. He must have a reason for wanting to keep it a secret. Then he replied, I did not. She asked irritably, then why are you acting like this? Heinz bowed his head and explained, all this time, I have misunderstood and criticized the madam. He continued, I used to think you were extravagant and devious, so I wanted to matchmake the lord and the princess. Elodie blankly wondered to herself, why is he telling me this? I am starting to feel uncomfortable. She sighed softly. She knew the knights from mercenary backgrounds did not like her, but hearing it directly was quite bitter. Heinz was still speaking, furthermore, I assumed you were a grumpy and ill-natured person. She hurriedly cut him off, enough, do not say another word. He seemed to feel very guilty. It was all my misunderstanding of you, madam. His gaze became helpless. That is why I came here to apologize to you. This change of heart made Elodie fall silent. She quickly replied, it is fine. Everyone has talked behind someone's back at some point. Please stand up quickly. Anna is about to return. Hearing that, Heinz slowly stood up. She suddenly became worried. That must have hurt a lot. His voice was extremely resolute. I solemnly pledge my loyalty to you, madam. This made Elodie feel utterly helpless. She looked blankly. Why? He suddenly became awkward. Well. Then he bowed his head. You have shown me great tolerance by forgiving me. And I want you to be happy by the Lord's side. She was completely taken aback. What? In her head, she thought, is it because I remind him of his sister? It seems that should not be related to loyalty. Heinz placed a hand on his chest. I just want to treat you well and hope you are happier than anyone else. He continued, if you need me to do anything, please just say the word. He became extremely determined. If there is someone you want dead, tell me at any time. I will handle it quickly and cleanly. She hurriedly shook her head and said, there is no need for that. That sounds way too dangerous. Elodie continued, first of all, can you calm down and go back? She thought silently, Sir Hines and I have absolutely no reason to be alone together. He was about to say something else, but she grew more worried. If Sir Hines says something reckless and my illness is exposed, it will be a huge mess. She hurriedly pushed him out. No buts. Go now, quickly, hurry. Hines looked at her. At the very least. Can you tell me how much time you have left? This made Elodie even angrier. He claimed loyalty, but his brain was already counting down the days to her funeral. She shouted angrily, I am not going to die. Her voice was firm, I just could not say it last time, but my illness is not siren's tears. Hines suddenly turned his head back. It is not a terminal illness. He found it hard to believe. Are you telling the truth, madam? Elodie said worriedly, lower your voice, what if someone else hears you? He nodded, I understand. His voice sounded surprised. Even so, I will remain loyal to you. If there is anyone who gets on your nerves, you can tell me at any. Elodie could not take it anymore. You are the one getting on my nerves the most, then she shouted, get out now. After stumbling out, Hines was very surprised. Madam. His eyes widened. She does not have a terminal illness. On her side, Elodie sighed. He is finally gone. She turned to walk back. Time to get back to the business plan. Then she picked up a folder. Let us see. A medicine that can earn a lot of money. Realizing something was wrong, Elodie was taken aback. She looked at the herbs in front of her. The Propecia herb. It was a herb she had combined from the Paroa herb. It treated common wounds and Pesiac, a magical sedative herb. Elodie sat still. Before I found the life-saving grass, I felt so frustrated that I combined the available herbs myself to create a new type. She gave a joyful smile. Just like Propecia, when two herbs blend with my mana, they sometimes produce a herb with entirely new effects. Suddenly Elodie remembered, of course, there are also times they produce something mediocre and useless, or even a poisonous weed. Then she pondered, but the Propecia herb has a very special function. It is effective in treating hair loss. She continued reading her research. The region that produces many herbs used as raw materials is Baron Bernard's fief, is not it? This surprised her. Come to think of it, is not Baron Bernard bald? Elodie felt excited. It is perfect for testing the effects. Bernard was deeply moved. Thank you so much, madam. It is all thanks to you that the Lord changed his mind. He continued, so I do not have to go to the forest of death anymore. Elodie nodded, that is right, but I have a favor to ask of you. He was delighted. Just say the word, madam. Anything. She placed a vial of medicine on the table. Here. Then she smiled. This is a hair loss treatment I developed. Bernard found it hard to believe. A hair loss treatment. She nodded, but it might have side effects. He was a bit suspicious. What kind of side effects? Elodie smiled and explained, only you would know that, Baron Bernard. It is not a dangerous side effect, so you do not need to worry. He became even more determined. It does not matter. As long as the baldness is fixed, I will take any side effect. Please do not worry, madam. I will try the medicine and report back to you. Elodie nodded. All right, I will guide you on how to use it. A while later, Bernard prepared to leave. Then, I shall take my leave. Remembering something, he startled. Madam, do you happen to have any siblings with pink hair like yours? She was surprised. Why do you ask? He smiled. Actually, Iris said her first love had pink hair just like yours. That girl is insisting on finding out who it was. Hearing this, Elodie pondered. Before she inhabited this body, the original Elodie's memories were becoming faint. Nonetheless, she remembered that Count Maclair had many children. The child born with pink hair like the official duchess. Counting Elodie, there are probably only two. Elodie immediately thought, it seems I have a brother with hair like mine, but after I came here, we completely cut off contact. Bernard was surprised. Oh dear, I asked something I should not have. She shook her head and spoke, it is fine, I do not mind. Be careful on your way back. Come find me when the medicine takes effect. Watching his back as he left, Elodie thought, it seems I have found a good subject to test the medicine. That is great. She looked at Bernard's shiny head. In her head, she thought, Cabell has too much hair. She imagined him insisting, I heard you need a test subject. Let me do it. This made her laugh. Later, I will probably have to coax Cabell a bit. Elodie's eyes turned sad as she thought of Cabell's words. His voice had been so firm, I love my wife. He had placed a hand on his chest. Loving my wife is my true feeling. She wondered, was he being sincere? Her face reddened. Cabell really loves me. But then she told herself, no, there is no way. It is just a childhood obsession. Realizing something was off, Elodie startled. She hurriedly clutched her head. Mary, standing nearby, quickly supported her. Madam. A voice echoed in her head, he does not love you. Mary called out, Madam, are you all right? She felt something was wrong, as if someone was manipulating her. The voice continued to ring, do not accept it. Elodie returned to normal. I am fine, thank you, Mary. Mary was still worried. Are you really okay? She nodded in confirmation. I am fine now. She thought to herself, I have never heard of magic that manipulates others. Was I just too shocked by that sudden confession? Several days had passed. Elodie was extremely surprised. Bernard scratched his head shyly. Madam, the medicine's effect is wonderful, the hair grew back, and it is very thick. He continued, also, there really is a side effect. She was curious. What is it? He began to touch his hair. Well. His face looked a bit helpless. My eyebrows. They have disappeared. Those words made Elodie freeze completely. She felt embarrassed. I will make a medicine to fix the side effect. He hurriedly shook his head. It is fine, madam. I can just draw my eyebrows on. Men these days use makeup too. His voice became joyful. If you ever need me again, just call at any time. Elodie nodded in agreement. All right. Suddenly she remembered, right, on your way out, take some roses from the garden. He felt surprised. Just like last time. Elodie smiled. Yes, I intended to give them to Lady Iris but forgot. She thought to herself, thanks to Cabell, I remembered. How lucky. At that time, Cabell called out, wife. He approached. I saw the flowers were very beautiful, so I brought some for you. She looked at the flowers, then felt surprised. Elodie immediately realized, those are Iris's flowers. Thinking of this, she sighed. If Cabell had not given her roses this morning, she probably would have forgotten for the rest of her life. She then continued, I will tell the servants to prepare the roses. Bernard smiled radiantly. Thank you, madam. Some time passed after that. Mary smiled and chatted, Madam, in the spot where the roses used to grow, what flowers should we plant now? Elodie pondered for a short while. Then she turned and suggested, how about planting tulips? Mary was surprised. I think that is a great idea. She said happily, you really love tulips, after all. Elodie fell silent for a moment. She had originally intended to plant. She recalled Larissa's back. Averai flowers. This made her feel helpless, but her heart felt uneasy at the thought of Princess Larissa. On Cabell's side, he was still sighing. He felt extremely dejected. Then he remembered, every time he closed his eyes, the image of his wife packing her luggage to run away would reappear. Cabell did not know what to do, fearing his wife would leave him. His palm clenched tight. I can't live in this state of anxiety, but I can't stay by her side all day long either. He did not know what to do. It was as if he suffered from possessive jealousy. If he clung too much, his wife would end up hating him. Suddenly Cabell remembered something. He called out, Luis, his aide, Luis, immediately stepped forward. Yes, your grace. Cabell ordered, call Sala here. Inside the garden, Elodie was still planting flowers. She felt happy. The planting is finished. Mary spoke, thanks to you, madam, we finished early. She felt happy. Though she could not infuse mana into the entire land, she could still balance and replenish the soil's vitality in a small garden or the greenhouse. Mary's joyful voice rang out, oh my goodness, madam, they are already sprouting. She was also surprised at the sight. Elodie was radiant. I knew my magic power had increased a lot, but I did not expect it to be at this level. I must immediately test it on other plants. She decided, I am going to the greenhouse as well. But her expression completely changed. What is this? She looked at the tree she had planted. She could not believe it. She thought, I only infused magic power yesterday, and today it is already a tree. I did use up the growth stimulants on the sapling, but Elodie found it hard to believe. How could it grow like this? Noticing Ifrit was still fast asleep, she called out, Ifrit. She approached. Ifrit, wake up, it was surprised. Benefactor, she asked, did you use your magic to grow the tree? It looked at her blankly. What, you were the one who infused the magic power, benefactor? Elodie was puzzled. Even so, I did not infuse that much. It continued, maybe the previously blocked flow of magic power has been cleared. She thought silently, blocked and now cleared. My health has improved, so my magic power increased accordingly. Deep down, Elodie felt a bit of joy. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since she felt that tingling sensation in her hands. Ifrit was very happy. By the way, benefactor, this peach is amazing. Now I do not need mana from that stingy guy anymore. This peach alone fills me up almost completely. In its head, it thought, to get mana from that guy, I had to be a love counselor for years, something I have no talent for. It had also kept advising him, show your benefactor your muscular body, stop acting like a kid. Ifrit placed a peach in her hand. You should try it too, benefactor. It is so good that I want to change my contractor to you instead. Elodie held the peach. You are exaggerating. Then she tasted it. A flavor burst in her mouth, surprising her greatly. She even felt excited. The sweetness spread to the tip of her tongue. It was sweet and sour, and much softer than a normal peach. Elodie's mood improved. With this incredible flavor, I can earn a fortune. Ifrit was still excited. From now on, I can eat this peach every day. She suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Her face became expectant. Who said I would give it to you every day? You have to give something in return. This completely surprised it. You are even worse than Cabal. At least that guy did not ask for money. It continued, you two are just as stingy as each other. Elodie laughed. Ifrit, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It became flustered. But I do not have anything to give. If you ask, I can breathe fire. She shook her head. I do not want you to breathe fire. Ifrit reached out. Then, will you accept this, benefactor? Looking at the item in front of her, she was surprised. It continued to explain, this is all I can give you. Its voice was a bit sheepish. It is an element crystal. She thought to herself, an element crystal. Elodie seemed to know this item. She had seen it while reading about the great mage in Cabal's great-grandfather's study. An element crystal itself is a condensed magic stone. It can not only heat water but also light a fire in a house. Mages often used it to create magic items or artifacts. Compared to the magic pears, a specialty of the Brenberry kingdom, the element crystal is a gemstone containing superior energy. Ifrit shook its head and continued, to me, it is no different from trash, but that does not mean it is a common item. Anyway, this is all I have. Elodie was extremely surprised. This is trash. It sighed. To me, it is. But it is not actually trash. She asked, how many of these can you give me? It calculated. This is something I throw away periodically, so each time that happens, I will give them to you. Elodie was overjoyed. I hit the jackpot. If this can replace expensive mana crystals, it is a huge bargain. Then she quickly spoke up, very well, Ifrit. I will periodically provide you with these peaches. Her voice became expectant. In return, you give me these. Ifrit was surprised. Really, that is all it takes. She smiled and nodded. Yes, with this it joyfully suggested, then let us settle the deal. Elodie quickly walked to the room. She thought silently, is Cabal working right now? That is strange. Then she opened the door and called out, Cabal. He was still sitting comfortably in the chair. It seemed he had fallen into a deep sleep. Elodie was surprised. He is sleeping. He was so tired that he did not even notice her arrival. She sighed softly. He must be exhausted. Elodie gently took the documents from his hand. A faint smile appeared on her face. They say a person looks the coolest when they are working hard. Suddenly she remembered, previously, when she saw Cabal working so skillfully. This had surprised her. I briefly thought he looked really cool. Elodie's expression changed. But that is it. Because I should not rationally feel that way. She gently stroked Cabal's head. When we were little, I used to stroke his head like this every day. Her eyes turned sad. All this time, I was sure Cabal's feelings were false and that he would never truly love me. Suddenly she felt a pang of bitterness. But every time I look into his eyes. This surprised her. I have the thought that maybe this boy truly loves me. Seeing Elodie appear, he joyfully called out, wife. His gaze was full of affection. She felt confused. When did he wake up? He continued to approach. Why are you so surprised? You used to let me sit on your lap like this. Cabal seemed to really like this intimate action. Everything you have done for me, I will make it all up to you. Her heart fluttered. At times when Cabal acted like this, she felt as if he were a strange man. But Elodie's face suddenly turned red, feeling uncomfortable and strange. Cabal smiled as he spoke, I will make up for everything you have done for me. Hearing him say that, Elodie thought to herself, whenever Cabal acts this way, he feels like a complete stranger to me. Her face turned slightly red, feeling both uncomfortable and strange. Cabal suddenly called out, wife, to which she immediately reminded him, hey. Her expression gradually changed, Cabal. Elodie announced, you should not behave so recklessly with your elders. He sat up and reacted hastily, wife, but she had already turned to leave. Cabell grew flustered and hurried after her, wait. He grabbed her hand tightly, please do not go. His voice became awkward, I was only joking. Cabell repeatedly apologized, wife, I was wrong. Elodie thought, no matter how much I think about it. His current expression made her heart flutter. She was simply too soft-hearted when it came to Cabell's look. Inside the room, Elodie asked in surprise, an escort knight, he replied while peeling an apple, even within the castle, there are many knights you are not familiar with. And many merchants coming and going. She wanted to say something more, but Cabell glanced at her worriedly, wife, you must always take one with you when you go out. Elodie nodded helplessly, I understand. She sighed softly to herself, I do not feel comfortable around Sir Sala. He is always joking and teasing me. Noticing her deep in thought, Cabell took note of it. Hearing his request, Sala asked in surprise, escort the madam. He nodded and continued to remind him, that is right. Report to me immediately wherever she intends to go. Sala asked curiously, yes, but go where? Cabell declared coldly, anywhere. Sala seemed to realize, you want me to monitor the madam. He shook his head and explained, no, it is to protect her. Sala nodded upon hearing that, I understand. Back in the present, Cabell thought, what else can I do? I can only be at peace if I do this. He handed the fruit to Elodie, by the way, where did these peaches come from, wife? She smiled and said, I planted them in the greenhouse, and they have already started bearing fruit. Speaking of this, she seemed excited, Ifrit said he really likes these peaches, so I decided to use them to trade with Ifrit for elemental crystals. Perhaps from now on, we won't need to import mana crystals anymore. Seeing her enthusiasm, Cabell nodded, that would be great then. We have finally found a use for Ifrit. She only let out a soft sigh. Suddenly she spoke up, Cabell, do you feel uncomfortable? He was surprised, why, she explained, because you do not like me being close to Ifrit. He felt awkward. I do not like it, it is true, but... Elodie interrupted, don't worry. She continued to soothe his mood, I have absolutely no intention of taking Ifrit away. You can rest assured. She thought, the temple is aiming for Ifrit's power. I can't let him worry anymore. Her sudden words made Cabell freeze, what? He sighed, blaming himself, wife is truly unobservant. I have already confessed my love, yet she does not seem to care at all. He even started to think it was his fault, am I really that unattractive? Cabell made a decision, as expected, we must move into the same room as soon as possible. He stepped closer and whispered, wife. His voice became full of anticipation, let us go to our room. Mary suddenly called out, madam, are you here? Elodie turned her head in confusion, come in. She ran in to report, the Lodia merchant group has contacted us again, Sir Sirka. Elodie was interested, really? Turning back, she hurriedly suggested, Cabell, if it is not urgent, let us talk later, okay? She felt a bit worried, he has not contacted me for so long. I hope nothing has happened. He was a bit disappointed but still nodded, all right. Cabell watched Elodie's retreating back. The room door closed, and he sighed. Looking at the document in her hand, the content clearly stated, the more I investigate, the stranger it gets. It seems the force behind this is more powerful than I imagined. I will visit the fief soon to explain in detail. I will need the madam's help this time. After reading, Elodie sighed tiredly, from the painkillers to those fake red pills, who on earth is doing this? One thing she was certain of, the fake medicine was full of side effects, as if it were intentionally made that way, though it looked identical to the real thing on the outside. She was lost in her own thoughts, is someone trying to smear the medicine I made? If not, are they simply aiming for money? Mary worriedly stepped forward, madam, are you all right? Elodie nodded in response, don't worry, Sirka will be at the fief soon. She breathed a sigh of relief, that is a relief. Remembering something, Mary continued, oh right, madam, everyone is praising how delicious the peaches are. She was a bit happy, is that so? That is good then. Looking outside, Elodie recalled, come to think of it, when he was little, Cabell really liked fruit tarts. Back then, Cabell would sit obediently to one side eating sweets. She then suggested, Mary, how about we try making peach tarts? She happily praised the idea, that is a great idea, madam, they will surely be delicious. The delicious-smelling peach tarts finally came out of the oven. Cabell was surprised as he ate them, wife, I am so happy. This is truly delicious. Elodie smiled and replied, as long as you find it tasty. She thought silently, I used to make them for him all the time when we were kids, but this is the first time since he returned from the battlefield. I have not taken much care of him lately. She smiled and suggested, next time, I will make them with fruits you like even more. These words made him incredibly happy. Thank you so much, wife. Elodie chuckled and stepped closer. Cabell, honestly. She told herself, until he understands his own feelings. Elodie wiped a smudge of cream from his mouth. There is some on the corner of your mouth. At the same time, she also decided, I will act as I normally do. She did not know that her actions were making Cabell delighted. Looking at his lips, Elodie fell silent. Seeing her dazed, he called out, wife. She reacted hastily, I am sorry. She turned to leave in a hurry, I am going now. See you tomorrow, Cabell. He hurriedly called after her, wife. But Elodie had already run outside. A sharp pain throbbed, making her clutch her head. Voices kept echoing, he does not love you. Because his destiny is Princess Larissa. Elodie seemed hypnotized as she silently agreed, yes. Her actions just now made her blame herself even more. Elodie reminded herself as she walked, I must not be under any illusions. Inside the room, Cabell realized, wife is starting to care about me, is not she? He recalled the past. When he was young, he liked sweets, but now he did not care for them much. He thought of her warm smile, however, if it is something wife made, it is different. No matter what it is, I can eat it happily. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, because wife made it for me with her own hands. This made Cabell more confident, who knows, wife might fall in love with me too. I hope that comes true soon. On a beautiful day afterward, a voice rang out, what, they found it hard to believe, the madam personally made peach tarts for you. A smug smile appeared on Cabell's face, that is right. The situation made everyone freeze. The normally cold lord was now bragging about his wife. One fellow quickly mentioned, but those tarts, the maids were giving them out earlier. Hines quickly covered his mouth. He seriously warned, shut up. At the same time, he offered praise, the madam made them herself, she must be very skilled. Cabell nodded, of course, she is my wife. Noticing a wound on Hines's forehead, he asked in confusion, what happened to your forehead? He awkwardly explained, I just bumped into something, please do not mind it. He thought to himself, if I told the truth, my head would probably go flying. Amos, standing to the side, felt completely bewildered. He spoke up and asked, why did you send the princess back? He thought privately, I do not think anyone could be more beautiful than the princess. Her nightly walks were like a forest fairies. This made Amos regretful, the princess loved this place so much, yet the lord sent her back. He continued, I am curious why you sent the princess away. Hines glared at him, this guy, suddenly taking the princess's side and overreacting. Did he take the wrong medicine? Cabell maintained a cold expression. He explained calmly, I do not want a member of the imperial family staying in the castle for too long. At the same time, he continued to warn them, let me be clear, if I hear those words again. Cabell's eyes looked as if they wanted to devour them whole, I will have that person's head hung in front of the castle gates. After saying those words, he turned and left, leaving the group of knights trembling in fear. Some time later at the mansion, Cabell sat inside the room, thinking in silence. Then he called out, Brian. His voice was slightly angry, I heard the knights are gossiping nonsense about a divorce. He questioned him, what is this about? Brian answered awkwardly, well. He helplessly wondered, who on earth dug up a matter that was already over. He decided to recount everything. When the princess visited the castle, a rumor spread among the knights that the lord and madam would divorce. Cabell was shocked, what? His mood grew even worse, they know full well I do not want that. Brian explained, the lord did not say anything to us, so how are we to understand the relationship between the two? He shot back, are you saying it is my fault? Brian shook his head quickly, I did not mean it that way. Brian sighed and suggested, I hope the lord understands the hearts of the knights who worry for you. This is my advice. Cabell told himself, right, the knights also need to know how much I love my wife. He was also calculating, to keep wife from running away, it is better if everyone keeps an eye on her. This made Cabell even more determined, I must move into the same room as soon as possible. Even if just a little, we will get closer. As he walked, a brilliant idea came to him, how should I say it so she can't refuse, right, if I use that method. The scene shifted to Elodie's office. The conversation outside caught her attention. She thought to herself, I thought she would be uncomfortable because of Sir Sala, but it looks better than I thought. Is it because he is not teasing her like when they were kids? Elodie smiled and continued her research, oh well, as long as she is not uncomfortable, it is fine. She made a decision, perhaps I need to research more about elemental crystals. The information in the book stated, long ago, a legendary archmage created artifacts containing ancient magic using elemental crystals. She began to open a wooden box. With elemental crystals, how far can I go? Elodie was still focused. According to the book, elemental crystals are also used to create artifacts. Then is not this enough? Looking at the item in her hand, she realized, I heard they used mana crystals to tightly link holy power and magic circles. She continued to ponder, besides creating artifacts, maybe it can be applied elsewhere. The flowers on the table caught Elodie's attention. A question arose in her mind, what would happen if I used it while brewing magic potions or growing herbs? This excited her. I might even be able to brew magic potions at will. If I research it with the life-saving grass and create an extremely powerful magic potion. Her eyes grew more expectant. Who knows, I might even be able to cure this incurable disease. Inside the room, Cabell called out, wife. Before Elodie could understand what was happening, he continued, the servants have been very uneasy lately. She became worried. What? Why? He explained, because we stay in separate rooms. They are spreading strange rumors that we might get divorced. He calculated in his head, wife cherishes the servants. If I say they are worried, she will surely change her mind. Even Elodie was surprised by those words, is that so? Taking the opportunity, Cabell went on, just now, I even saw the maids crying. Especially Mary, she cried a lot. Even the nights. The atmosphere is not good at all. She was shocked, is that really true? He nodded and continued, before this, because of the emperor, rumors appeared that I had a relationship with Princess Larissa. As soon as I returned to the fief, we took separate rooms, so it is natural the servants feel uneasy. Elodie thought for a moment, I see. Cabell looked at her expectantly, in times like these, should not we show them our steadfastness? As the Lord, I want to give confidence to those in the castle and the people of the fief. She nodded, seemingly understanding his point, you have a point. He was overjoyed inside, all right. He continued to explain, in the future, if such rumors appear again, the outside world will look down on our territory. The intent in his words was very clear. Furthermore, the temple is targeting me. What if there is an attack at night? Hearing this, Elodie turned to look at him. Her expression startled Cabell. He quickly explained, of course, I am very strong, you do not need to worry. But if they mistake the rooms, you might be in danger. He sighed with a bit of helplessness, because of that, I have not been able to sleep peacefully lately. Meanwhile, he thought, Cabell helplessly realized, but I am the one who can't sleep because I am afraid she will leave. Without saying this aloud, Elodie probed further, you can't sleep, he nodded in confirmation. His eyes became pitiful, without you by my side, I keep having nightmares. Just like when I was little. Taking the chance, he grabbed Elodie's hand, so, wife. Stepping closer, Cabell suggested, let us sleep in the same room like we did when we were kids. I promise I won't make you uncomfortable. Listening to these words, Elodie realized, it is true that rumors of our relationship being bad will disadvantage the fief. She felt even more worried. Furthermore, if an assassin finds Cabell in the middle of the night. Inadvertently, her palms clenched, I must protect Cabell. Elodie made her decision, all right, Cabell. We will share a room. She continued, in return his expression immediately shifted. She told him in a serious voice, there must be 2 beds. Seeing Elodie being so cautious, Cabell had nothing left to say, I understand. Time passed until the afternoon. Elodie was carefully planting medicinal herbs. A sound made her puzzled, what was that? She asked herself, lately, I keep hearing sounds in my head. Did I see things again just now? Ifrit suddenly appeared, what was that just now? She turned to look at it. Ifrit also sensed it. It nodded and replied, the earth shook and the air became fresher. Elodie smiled and explained, I just sowed seeds made from elemental crystals. I wonder if that is why. It nodded and continued to analyze, that is possible. If I eat and transmit it to my mana. Elodie chuckled softly, seeing Ifrit's reaction, it is probably nothing bad. That is a relief. Just then, Mary came running in a hurry, madam, without turning around, she asked, what is it? She kept urging, you must come and see quickly, hurry. Elodie nodded, I am coming. The scene before her made Elodie dazed, a forest. She did not understand what had happened. The forest originally looked like this. Mary replied, I was startled too when I came to look. The space surprised Elodie, this fresh and cool air. The sparse trees from before are now growing densely together. How could a small forest grow so quickly? Looking at her own energy, she found it hard to believe, could it be? She wondered, is this forest also being affected by my increasing mana? Noticing something unusual, Elodie focused. She was quite surprised by the plants here. It is not autumn, so why are there mushrooms here? The next sight made her expression change. Discovering more of this forest made it even harder for her to believe. Elodie realized, strawberries, a fruit that was not here before. She sat down to taste one. The flavor spreading in her mouth surprised her, so sweet, I can feel the sweetness. She thought about her path to riches, the scent of money. At dinner, Elodie spoke happily, it is truly astonishing. I did not expect that forest to develop so much. Cabell was surprised, is that so? She nodded, behind the forest, there is even a small river. The water is crystal clear and the water level is rising. Her tone could not hide her excitement, there are many fish in the river. I will have the servants try to catch some tomorrow. He smiled and suggested, let me catch them for you. She turned to look at him, aren't you busy? Cabell shook his head, it is fine, I am free tomorrow. But his aide, Luis, standing nearby, looked disappointed, Lord. He stood up and said, wife, let us go up now. Elodie was confused, not yet understanding. He explained, starting from today. His voice became full of anticipation, we have decided to sleep together. She nodded awkwardly in agreement, that is right. Cabell could not wait any longer, come on, let us go quickly. Elodie followed, all right. Mary, to the side, chuckled. While she was relaxing, she suddenly asked, Mary, what have you been through lately? Seeing that she did not explain, she became worried, what is this, why do I feel so uneasy? Mary happily recounted, I know you have been educated by the Count's family since you were young, but I will say it one more time. Elodie was curious, what is it? She leaned in and whispered into her ear. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato. She turned her head to remind her, Mary, Cabell is still young. She chuckled, no he is not, madam. Elodie was about to say something more, Cabell. The voice in her head rang out again, Cabell's destiny is Princess Larissa. The words were very certain, it is not you. Seeing Elodie freeze made Mary worried, madam. Her expression immediately turned sour, Cabell already has another destiny. She said seriously, Mary, and Cabell is still young, do not say things like that anymore. She nodded in understanding, yes, madam. The words from before made Elodie worried, I heard it again, that voice. After going outside, Mary was bewildered, what was that, something felt off just now. After bathing, Elodie returned to the room tiredly. She tried to calm herself down, suddenly, I am a bit nervous. She blamed herself inwardly, it is all because of what Mary said. As Elodie stepped into the room, the voice in her head rang out again, Cabell Cernua's destiny is Larissa Daf. The voice reminded her repeatedly, he does not love you. At the same time, Cabell opened the door and walked in. Seeing Elodie standing there, he called out, wife. She turned around, telling herself, come to think of it, the voice in my head appeared after Cabell confessed to me. This made her feel awkward, regardless of that, I am still not mentally prepared. What should I do? Elodie realized, he really has grown up. She hurriedly climbed onto the bed, I will take the bed by the window. Cabell smiled and nodded, all right, wife. He thought to himself, she is afraid an assassin will enter through the window. Is she doing that to protect me? He praised her inwardly, how adorable. His palms inadvertently clenched, but, I can't let myself be the one needing protection forever. Like Ifrit said, I must show her that I am a dependable man. Shortly after, both lay down, but neither could sleep yet. Elodie glanced toward Cabell and asked, are you comfortable sleeping facing this way? He nodded, comfortable. She replied, I see. Turning the other way, she thought to herself, why do I keep thinking about Mary's words and letting my mind wander? Seeing that she could not sleep, Cabell was puzzled, wife, can't you sleep? He chuckled, leaned in, and suggested, do you need me to sing a lullaby, or should I hold you in my arms? Elodie recalled her past actions, Cabell, should I sing you a lullaby, or should I hold you? She hurriedly replied, there is no need. She thought, he still remembers what I did when he was little. This made her realize, without knowing when, he has grown up and become mature, making me feel both proud and... Cabell's face broke into a slight smile that caught her attention, that look in Cabell's eyes. Elodie's cheeks flushed red. It was as if he truly loved her. She hurriedly dove under the covers, feeling quite strange. Elodie whispered, good night, Cabell. He softly replied, good night to you too, wife. The next morning, Mary complained, honestly. She sighed and grumbled, is there something wrong with the Lord? Anna turned her head in confusion, what did you just say, Mary? She shook her head and replied, it is nothing. As she folded the blankets, she thought, lately, I thought the madam's illness had improved. But things have not gotten any better. After hearing that, I wonder if it is what I think. Another servant sadly recounted, Sir Heinz said the madam's illness is not Siren's tears. This left Mary completely puzzled. How does Sir Heinz know about the madam's illness? Even if he does not like her, if something happens, he should report it to the Lord. She immediately made a decision. For now, I will keep a close eye on this situation. Inside the room, Cabell was still struggling. I can't sleep. Recalling what had happened only made him more exhausted. Last night, Elodie had fallen into a deep sleep. He stayed by her side, watching her. His hand reached out to touch Elodie's. Cabell held that small hand tightly. He did not want to let go even for a second. Even that small action made him rejoice. He told himself, I do not mind sacrificing sleep if I can lie beside my wife every day. This made Cabell even happier. Of course, I want more, but for now, I believe that during this time, my wife will fall in love with me again. Looking at his hand, he understood clearly, even if she does not feel the same as I do, the fact that she has not hated me for a long time still is not enough. Placing his hand over his heart, his face flushed. I am so happy with this time spent together. On the other side, Elodie was still in a daze. She thought to herself, why did this man show up? She spoke up, what brings you here, Heinz? He replied, I heard you need workers. Pointing to the knights behind him, he announced, the man and I can help you. Elodie stepped closer and explained, that is not necessary. I already have servants helping me. He remained stubborn, absolutely not, I will do it myself. Sala stepped forward and whispered, just let us work. Besides, they are just a bunch of brainless brawn. This made her hesitate, unsure of what to do. She sighed and decided, all right, I will let everyone help. Heinz chuckled, very well, madam, let us get straight to work, do not you worry. He stepped forward, followed by Cabell. Sala looked at him suspiciously, madam, why is Heinz helping you? She shook her head and replied, I do not know, I am worried for myself. She also felt quite surprised, he is a guy who never likes anyone. It is clear he changed abruptly. She thought, she silently recalled, anyway, cleaning all this up is hard work. I feel a bit bad. The knights do not seem to like me, and this might make them like me even less. It is not a good idea. Elodie then instructed, Mary, Anna, please make some juice. They were quite surprised, fruit juice. She nodded and explained, everyone is working so hard. I can only help by providing something. Bring them some ice and juice. The two thought to themselves, it feels like a waste giving it to them, but they still nodded, yes, madam. A while later, Elodie said, you must be tired from working. She continued the conversation, thank you for helping the work go faster. Heinz awkwardly scratched his head, no, it was not that much. Seeing Mary bring the drinks out, he was surprised, what is this? Elodie explained, it is juice. Everyone has worked hard, please give it to them before they leave. He smiled brightly upon seeing this, really, thank you, madam. Two knights sat down to one side to rest. The long-haired guy spoke up, the Duchess is truly very kind. The man beside him nodded, that is right. She is different from the rumors. She is a great match for the commander. He recalled, she even said thank you to us. He realized in surprise, I thought she would look down on us for being mercenaries, but seeing her today, she did not show that at all. At the same time, he remembered, the knights in the territory secretly looked down on us because of our mercenary origins, so I assumed the high nobility would too. This man suddenly felt joyful, from the very beginning, the Duchess never looked down on us. His gaze toward Elodie changed, there is only one thing we have always wanted, and that is to be recognized. Looking up at the sky, he realized, only now do I feel like I truly belong to this territory. The two mercenaries discussed, this is a good place to live, one could say. They nodded and whispered, I am glad we followed the commander here. On this side, Heinz walked up behind Elodie. He spoke cheerfully, let me carry that for you. Why are you carrying it yourself? Looking at his face, she was quite surprised, I am carrying it on purpose so the servants can rest. Suddenly, she noticed his expression. Elodie asked curiously, why have not you bandaged the wound on your forehead yet? Heinz explained smugly, this is a symbol of my loyalty to you. His words startled her as she thought, this seems suspicious. She reached out to take the item from Heinz's hand, I appreciate it, but your loyalty should be directed toward the Lord. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, wife. By reflex, she turned her head in that direction. Cabell was in the water, happily waving to her. Holding up a bucket of fish, he called out, look at this. Elodie's face suddenly flushed red, why is he shirtless? Seeing her awkwardness, Heinz took the item from her hands, madam. Meanwhile, Cabell had made it to shore. He called out, wife. He sighed softly in concern, what is wrong with her? Heinz stepped forward and announced, "Commander, this is the vegetable juice the mistress made for us. It is delicious." He let out a short sigh, "It is so hot." Cabell suddenly took notice. He called out, "Heinz." He still was not paying attention. "Yes." Cabell's expression grew even worse, "That handkerchief." Only then did Heinz realize something was wrong. "Why do I have it?" Cabell's face looked like he wanted to devour him alive. "That handkerchief?" He questioned, "Why do you have it?" Heinz stammered an explanation, "I found it." He made up an excuse, "I found it behind the greenhouse the other day." Elodie inquired further, "Is something wrong?" Cabell turned to leave, "Wash it and return it." Heinz nodded, "I understand." Seeing Cabell leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the room, Mary knocked on the door. Cabell said, "Come in." She brought in a bowl of juice. The drink delighted Anna. She said, "This is raspberry wine, right? It is delicious. So what is it for?" Hearing this, Elodie focused her thoughts. She announced to everyone, "It is good for men." Sala burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Good for men, in what way?" She immediately explained, "You know exactly why you are asking." Seeing Mary appear, Cabell hurriedly asked, "What is going on? Is something wrong with my wife?" She gently placed the cup of raspberry wine on the table. "My lord." Looking at his face, she announced, "You must drink this." Mary's action left Cabell completely bewildered. The scene shifted to the church. Inside the room, a voice rang out, "Lord Theodore." Amos stepped forward and asked, "How dare he touch the Duchess? What on earth is he thinking?" He thought privately, "Why would some—" He sighed and continued, "It is highly unlikely, but do not tell me he has actually fallen for the Duchess." A smug smile appeared on Amos's face. "This is getting interesting." He thought to himself, "The Duchess is a mage being closely watched by the temple, and she even possesses exceptional skills without having come from the magic tower." He continued to calculate, "If we can make a woman like that fall foolishly for our side." The more Amos thought, the more he anticipated. Then seizing the spirit power from Duke Cernua will be easy, and achieving our other goals will be faster. He then called out, "Lord Theodore." In another part of the imperial palace, a white-haired man spoke, regarding that matter. He glanced at the stone statues before him, "Fools." In his heart, he knew clearly, spirits are not meant to be sealed. They were created to be ruled and exploited through refined power. The white-haired man recalled, in the distant past, after the death of the legendary Archmage Magna Pontitia, the 5 high priests of Tisser sealed the power of the spirits. The goal was to hide the pure power of the spirits and to elevate the status of divine power. The white-haired man turned away, understanding clearly, spirit power is the essence of nature. Utilizing that pure power is what truly elevates divine power. He suddenly felt annoyed. "I simply can't carry out my grand plan because there is no way to break the seal." But to think, Duke Cernua was able to summon a spirit. The white-haired man felt indignant, and it is none other than the king of fire spirits, Ifrit. "Furthermore, I know of a power concerning spirits and the unknown world that spirits can create elements." His expression became serious. "Things will get complicated when the Emperor finds out. I can't let a fool like him steal this. I wonder if Priest Amos is doing his job correctly." Suddenly, an unexpected, piercing scream rang out. The charred corpse of a man suddenly appeared. Seeing this sight, the white-haired man was startled. Suddenly, he burst out laughing like a madman. "A magical tool that can bestow both magic and spirit power, marvelous. Those pathetic Erda people actually have the talent to create things like this." Turning his head, he instructed Amos, "Take this. You must seize the spirit power from the Duke, and remember to bottle the Duchess's mana into this tool as well." He looked on expectantly. "Do you understand?" Amos nodded, "Yes, do not worry, High Priest." A smug smile appeared on his lips. "This spirit power and the Duchess's mana." He told himself inwardly, "It will all belong to me." The next morning at the Cernua mansion, Elodie asked as she walked, "Ifrit, what are you doing?" It replied, "You said peaches would grow here, so why have not they grown yet?" She pondered and explained, "It seems they are growing a bit slowly." She thought to herself, "Perhaps I should try infusing them with more mana." Looking at the small plant on the ground, both were startled. It suddenly grew to the point of bearing fruit, leaving Ifrit stunned. "What is this?" It turned to look at Elodie. "Just how much has your mana increased?" She picked a strawberry and put it in her mouth. Tasting the flavor, both were surprised. "It is so delicious." Ifrit excitedly approached. "This one is mine," Elodie asked curiously. "There are also strawberries without elemental crystals, do you not like them?" It shook its head and replied, "I do not need them. This is enough." She understood. "All right." Looking at the strawberry in her hand, she thought, I should produce these giant strawberries in large quantities and distribute them to the people in the region. She thought about the future, if I develop this into a local specialty. Feeling expectant, she thought, the territory will become wealthy, and the population will increase accordingly. A few days passed. Elodie sighed tiredly, a strawberry thief. How strange. Ifrit was furious, my strawberries, all of my strawberries are gone. It kept throwing a tantrum, give them back right now. Elodie turned and asked, what happened? The normal strawberries are still here. Ifrit said helplessly, I do not know, go find them. She nodded and reminded it, all right, I will look, so just stay calm. Its eyes lit up, really? Elodie smiled in response, I will find a way. She thought to herself, he is not just playing dumb after eating them all, is he? He will probably quiet down soon anyway, so I will just pretend to look. Her expression turned serious, or so I thought, but this is lasting longer than expected. I did not think he would go on strike. Ifrit reminded her, if you do not catch the thief, I won't give you elemental crystals. This gave her a headache. I should go check the anesthesia doses I prepared. After finishing with the strawberries, Elodie turned to leave. What? The strawberries are still there. Ifrit will be happy. As she left, a sound suddenly occurred. From the bushes, two eyes stared intensely at her. Ifrit immediately screamed, my strawberries disappeared today too. Elodie turned around in surprise, but I just saw them a moment ago. It grew even more annoyed, there is not a single one left. Are you even going to catch the thief? She replied, I am telling the truth, they were right there. Ifrit's voice rang out, then see for yourself. Running out to the garden, Elodie was shocked. She was truly surprised, you are right. It felt very aggrieved, I told you so. This puzzled her, could someone come and go in such a short time? Ifrit kept accusing her, don't tell me you are the thief. She turned back to look at it, what? It criticized her angrily, you want to keep the elemental crystal strawberries for yourself. Hearing how unreasonable it was, Elodie sighed, that is impossible. They have no effect on me. Ifrit went crazy, where did all my strawberries go? Losing strawberries for so long made it very angry, give them back, right now. Elodie sighed and looked around, the greenhouse is definitely locked. How did they get in? Hearing this, Ifrit suddenly sat up, wait a minute. It cautiously approached her body. This confused her, what is it, Ifrit? It seemed to have discovered something, this can't be. It looked up at Elodie, its benefactor. Ifrit thought to itself, I smell a strange spirit. She asked, Ifrit, it found it hard to understand, what is going on? Then it recalled the past. In the distant past, after the death of the one who made a contract with it, the first Duke Cernua, Ifrit had entered an artifact made by a legendary archmage and voluntarily fell into a deep sleep. Time passed, and Ifrit, who was slowly fading away, was brought back to the world by Elodie's hands. Everything was complicated. It knew that the spirits of water, wind, and earth had long been sealed by the 5 high priests of Tisser. Ifrit involuntarily recalled everything from before. Closing its eyes, it felt bewildered, I have not seen another spirit since I woke up. I was sure the great spirits were sealed and all other spirits had vanished. It continued to recall everything related to Elodie, but now, I smell a spirit on my benefactor. She called out, Ifrit, are you okay? This made it even more suspicious, could it be? She has given birth to spirits. In its mind, it thought, spirits are born from great natural forces. The puzzle pieces started coming together, my benefactor, a mage with mind and earth attributes, has been nurturing this greenhouse with her life force for many years. I can definitely feel a pure and powerful mana here. That is why I like this place too. Furthermore, since elemental crystals were used, it would not be strange for spirits to be born. From the bushes behind, a creature appeared. Immediately following was Ifrit shouting, you little brats. The sudden voice made Elodie turn her head. The next sight made her freeze. The tiny spirits took her by surprise, they are so cute. She approached and asked, Ifrit, are they your friends? It replied, they are certainly not my friends. Ifrit reminded her, these are low-level spirits. It then recounted everything. Previously, the priests had sealed the spirits to increase the value of holy power. Suddenly it sighed, I thought I would never see a spirit again, but your powerful mana during the Purim festival met the elemental crystals and gave birth to these things. She nodded, I see. Elodie continued to ask, so they are low-level spirits, they can't talk like you, right? It replied, they are a bunch of fools. She then realized something, they are protesting against you. Ifrit explained, you can understand them. It turned to look at the spirits, I suppose if you know the ancient language, their meaning can reach a mage like you. Elodie was surprised. Is that how it works? Ifrit nodded and continued, and since a spirit's power depends on where it was born, they can be quite powerful despite being low level. Its face became smug. However, no one can match the power of the great spirit king Ifrit. Realizing something, it became serious. Anyway, the thieves have finally shown themselves. It intended to deal with the spirits immediately. Give me back my strawberries, you little pests. It was still very angry. How dare you touch Ifrit's strawberries? Elodie hugged the spirits to protect them. I will make strawberry jam for you, do not be angry. Meanwhile, Cabell was taking a walk around the mansion. His face wore a radiant smile. He recalled yesterday when Elodie had proactively turned toward him. That action alone had made him very happy. Even though she was fast asleep and knew nothing of what had happened. Cabell carefully tucked the blanket back around her. He gently held her in his arms. He seemed to truly cherish these moments. Back in the present, Cabell thought as he walked, wife was the one who hugged me first, so I had no choice but to hold her. Opening the door to the room, he called out, wife. The next sight made him freeze. Cabell stared at Elodie. What is that? What is she hugging that is so big? He stepped up behind her and called out, wife. His face showed a forced smile. What are those animals? Elodie smiled. Cabell. She set them down and explained, I finally caught the strawberry thieves. Looking at the little ones, she laughed. I heard they are young spirits. Cabell nodded. I see. He thought to himself, yet another group of creatures receiving my wife's affection. Elodie clapped her hands and called out, listen up, everyone. Looking at the tiny spirits, she reminded them, if you want to eat strawberries, you have to earn your keep, okay? The scene shifted to the royal palace of the Heclasium Empire. A count suddenly spoke up, this is not the time for us to sit idle. He recounted angrily, Duke Cernua remains a concern. He does not seem interested in the Erda territory for now, but there is no guarantee that will last. Another person nodded, indeed, we have gained ownership, but he is a rival. This will become a headache if he demands ownership rights. Another felt puzzled, since he possesses the power of the Spirit King, why does not he aim for the throne? Everyone focused on the discussion. I am sure he just means we must remain vigilant. First of all, is not the Cernua territory the most fertile and prosperous land? That is right, even though the Forest of Death is there, it is not far from the port belonging to Count Bologna's territory. A question was asked, what if we seek help from the Magic Tower? Your Majesty, have you ever seen them interfere in politics? Albrecht listened in silence. This is a matter concerning spirits. We must ensure that Duke Cernua returns that spirit by any means necessary. He thought to himself, while the previous dukes of Cernua were all loyal to the emperor, there is no guarantee the current duke will be. This made Albrecht even more furious. That is why I sent Princess Larissa, that useless girl. He understood clearly, if we cannot persuade the duke to our side, I will even launch a war to seize that land. A wicked thought flashed through Albrecht's mind. His gaze suddenly turned cold, but before that, his first objective was to find a way to suppress the power of the spirits. The scene shifted to late that evening. Inside the room, Caroline was furious. How dare they? She looked around the place. They have confined the princess to a room like this. She thought to herself, because of the rumors that the princess was kicked out of the Cernua mansion, the imperial family has started to look down on us. It seemed she still did not care. At first, they were so kind, as if we were long-lost relatives, but now they treat us like leftovers. Caroline's palms clenched so tightly they trembled. Even the maids ignore the princess, and they have been ignoring me as well. She turned to look beside her. Is the princess not upset at all? Watching the scene before her, Larissa thought, I know I have to give up on the duke, but... It seemed she could not accept it. How cruel. My feelings only seem to grow deeper. Will I ever meet him again? On this side, Elodie spoke up, Ifrit, I am giving you a special mission. She smiled and suggested, teach the spirits in the greenhouse how to talk. He immediately refused, no way, why should I do something so troublesome? Hearing that, she sighed and announced, I will give you more strawberries. Ifrit immediately changed his tune, all right. Elodie turned back to continue the conversation. Cabell, I called you here because there is something I want to show you. He was curious, what is it? She smiled and held out a gemstone in front of him. Look at this. Holding the stone, he asked in surprise, is it a jewel? Elodie smiled and explained, this is something I have been researching thoroughly lately. I wanted to show you first. She suggested, let us give it to the temple. He felt confused, madam. She continued, the temple gave us a communication device as an apology gift, remember? Cabell nodded, I remember. Don't remind me. Elodie laughed and went on. This is a magic stone used for communication. While he was still confused, she explained, I took apart the temple's device to find the magic circle, then modified it to be much more refined and complex. After crushing elemental crystals into tiny particles, I synthesized them with ordinary jewels. Cabell seemed to understand. You are planning to commercialize this, she replied. It will be a wonderful revenge, won't it? I will set a high price and ensure that not only the nobility but even the imperial family uses them. Looking at the stone in her hand, she continued analyzing, and one more thing, I am planning to find a jeweler. We can sell them for even higher prices if they are crafted into beautiful works of art. She thought to herself, communication devices made by the temple are considered incredible magical tools, so there is an inherent perception that only high priests or royalty use them. The temple uses this tool to control the distribution of all correspondence and news across the continent. A question arose in Elodie's mind. They truly monopolize this network, but what happens if communication artifacts crafted as jewelry suddenly appear? She felt even more certain that will deal a heavy blow to the temple's status. In her heart, she knew that the temple had become too arrogant and conceited with their monopoly on those devices. The more Elodie thought about it, the more excited she became. How dare they block the letters and products I sent? She made a decision. I will show them exactly what happens when they mess with me. Cabell praised her. That is a wonderful idea. He gently reached out and touched her ear. Then he seriously remarked, they would be very beautiful if made into earrings. While she was still dazed, Cabell continued, should I also wear earrings? He gently took Elodie's hand, but rings would be even better, right? At the same time, he kissed her hand, because we are husband and wife, after all. This moment made her freeze. She hurriedly pulled her hand back. Whatever you want. A happy smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. A few days passed. Ifrit had a very difficult time teaching the little spirits. Elodie spoke in dejection. Even though I researched thoroughly and made strawberries that grow every 5 minutes, they eat them all in 1 minute. How can they eat so much? He also felt hopeless. Their appetite is truly staggering. He continued, these kids need to grow a bit more before they can talk, but seeing how they eat, they will grow fast. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, their appearance will change as well. At this point, Ifrit became smug. Only the great spirit King Ifrit can do that. Stunted children will have to live like that forever. Elodie suddenly turned and asked, then what is your true form? He replied, want me to show you? She nodded, sure, show me. Ifrit instructed, don't be afraid when you see my giant wings. Anna hurriedly ran over. Madam, she announced, there is a visitor. Elodie was surprised. A visitor. Inside the room, Theodore spoke. It has been a while, has not it? He asked curiously, how have you been lately? Elodie replied, yes. What brings you here? She thought to herself, he shows up right when Cabell is out on patrol. Theodore explained, I have come to inform you that our temple will support securing the territory. We plan to open a clinic immediately. He spoke helplessly, and since our last parting, I have been very worried. Recalling that time, Elodie was surprised. Is he talking about that time? Before she could react, Theodore suggested, if you have any intention of getting a divorce, Duchess, I would very much like to help you. Startled, she looked up at him. What do you mean? Flashing back to earlier, Amos laughed mockingly. Don't tell me you have actually fallen for that Duchess. He remarked with some surprise, she is quite different compared to a childish, cold, and violent Duke. Looking at Amos, he nodded, you would be a much better husband. He thought to himself, indeed, Cernua is a cold-blooded and ruthless man. He silently recalled, I know his true nature well from witnessing it firsthand on the battlefield. This made Theodore even more certain. He even openly displayed his rage right in front of the Duchess back then. Elodie had hurriedly tried to stop him. It is a misunderstanding, Cabell. He sighed, realizing, he must have acted violently toward her while forcing his feelings upon her. Duke Cernua does not deserve the Duchess. He is not worthy. But regarding himself, he was confident, if it were me, I would treat her with care and kindness. I could protect her better than anyone else in the world. Theodore knew in his heart he did not have much experience with women, but he was confident he could make her happier than the Duke. He spoke out, I will help you get a divorce. I will do it, for certain. Placing his hand on his heart, he said, to protect you.